Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 251. Who writes a diary if they're a serious person? Who keeps a diary? Sherlock picked up the diary and chuckled. Let me see, Tom Riddle, Vauxhall Road, London. I'm afraid anyone who sees this diary will think it's a muggle's possession. You advocate bloodline, yet you still unconsciously conform to your usual habits. Sherlock flipped through it casually and found that apart from the faded date on the cover, the inside was completely blank. He took out a quill from his pocket and scribbled a sentence on the blank page. The quick brown fox jumps over a lazy dog. The ink shimmered brightly on the paper for a second, then seemed to be absorbed into the paper, disappearing without a trace, as if nothing had happened. Just as I expected, Sherlock showed an expression of unsurprised surprise. He put away the pen and turned to Dumbledore under Riddle's angry gaze. Headmaster, we can end this now, if you still want Professor Lockhart. Dumbledore glanced at Riddle, then at Sherlock, then at Lockhart on the ground. Finally, he let out a long sigh. The next moment, a tattered old hat appeared in his hand, which he then casually tossed towards Sherlock. Sherlock was slightly startled, then quickly reached out and caught the old hat firmly. He recognized it immediately, the hat that had sorted him into Gryffindor. But Dumbledore clearly had another purpose for it. Ho-ha, is this what you give your student, Dumbledore? A tattered hat that sings. As a former top student at Hogwarts, Tom Riddle naturally recognized the sorting hat. He knew he was now in a desperate situation, but his deep-seated arrogance and resentment wouldn't let him miss any opportunity to mock his enemy. A sharp, piercing laugh suddenly rang out, echoing in the dark, deep chamber, causing the surroundings to tremble slightly. You don't expect him to destroy me with something like that, do you? I'm not a basilisk. Even if it crows like a rooster, I won't destroy it so easily. Riddle's pale cheeks flushed slightly with excitement, his eyes flashing with an almost frenzied light. Dumbledore glanced at Riddle with pity, shook his head slightly, and then turned his gentle but firm gaze to Sherlock. Draw your sword. What? Riddle's smile froze. Harry and Hermione were both stunned. Dumbledore looked at Sherlock, a faint smile appearing on his face. There's a weapon in the sorting hat that can help you. When the real Gryffindor needs it, it can be drawn from the sorting hat. Sherlock frowned at Dumbledore. The words were clear, but it was obviously another test. However, judging from all the signs, this was also the final test. So, Sherlock, unusually, didn't mock him and reached into the sorting hat. Dumbledore, Harry, Hermione, and Riddle all watched him nervously. Especially Dumbledore. Just as Sherlock had deduced. This was another test. And the final test. Fortunately, Holmes never disappointed. With a low shout from Sherlock, a gleaming silver sword instantly appeared in the sorting hat, which he pulled out with a slight effort. The blade was long and straight, gleaming coldly and dazzlingly in the dim light of the Chamber of Secrets. A dazzling, egg-sized ruby was set in the hilt, radiating a captivating luster, like a burning, beating heart. Sherlock glanced at it. Near the ruby hilt was engraved a name, Godric Gryffindor. He looked at Dumbledore. Gryffindor's heirloom. Yes, can you destroy this guy with it? Not yet. Harry and Hermione were taken aback. Was the headmaster teasing them? However, Sherlock understood Dumbledore's unspoken meaning. It's not that it can't, it's that it can't now. Yes, this sword doesn't need wiping, because goblin-made blades repel dust. Moreover, they absorb substances that strengthen it. While Harry and Hermione were still pondering, Sherlock had already grasped the point. Excellent, Dumbledore had indeed stopped testing him. Perhaps others would be puzzled by his words, but this level of hint was enough for him. Sherlock first handed Tom Riddle's diary to Harry, then gave the sorting hat to Hermione. Having done all this, he gripped the Gryffindor sword tightly in both hands and strode towards the already dead basilisk. Only by observing the basilisk up close could one truly feel its terror. Its body, resembling a small hill, twisted and contorted, its scales gleaming coldly in the dim light. Even in death, it still possessed a considerable sense of oppression. Sherlock stood before the basilisk, took a deep breath, and raised the Gryffindor sword high with both hands. His arm muscles were taut, veins bulging slightly, his expression serious and focused. The next moment, he exerted force, thrusting the sword down with lightning speed towards the basilisk's massive head. Whether it was due to the Gryffindor sword's inherent sharpness or the basilisk's already dead state, piercing its body was far easier than Sherlock had anticipated. With a soft, muffled thud, Sherlock felt a slight resistance in his hand before the sword pierced the basilisk's head. Riddle watched silently, seemingly calm, but inwardly filled with resentment and anger. He naturally wanted to stop Sherlock's actions. But with Dumbledore present, he was powerless. He knew this memory was about to be destroyed. Even if he memorized Sherlock's face, the one who had ruined his plans, it was now useless. Sherlock remained with his hands in the sword-sheathed position for about a minute before finally drawing his greatsword. Watching the green liquid slowly seep into the blade, Sherlock knew he had correctly understood Dumbledore's words. "That should be enough," he murmured, turning to Harry and gesturing for him to place the diary on the ground. Harry, now understanding Sherlock's intentions, looked away from confusion and bewilderment, replaced by determination and trust. He carefully laid the diary flat on the ground and stood aside. After doing this, Sherlock turned to Tom Riddle again. "Have you thought of your last words, Mr. Tom? You will pay for this," Riddle said, looking at Sherlock, each word distinct, not long. "I will be back, the same old trick, nothing new." Sherlock shook his head in disappointment and decisively plunged the Gryffindor sword into the center of the diary. The next moment, a piercing scream rang out, and jets of ink gushed from the diary, instantly flooding the surrounding ground like a surging black tide. Tom Riddle's once clear image began to contort and struggle, his arms flailing as if trying to grasp something, but all in vain. As ink continued to gush out, screams escaped his lips, his figure blurring until he vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed. The diary, however, continued to hiss and smoke. Sherlock stopped looking at the smoldering diary and turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's gaze swept over Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, then fell upon Lockhart, still unconscious, the diary with a Gryffindor sword embedded in it, the spot where Tom Riddle had disappeared. He stood there silently for a long time before letting out a deep sigh, his voice low and drawn out. "Let's go." Hogwarts headmaster's office. The names of the past headmasters on the walls vanished a moment Sherlock entered. Fawkes the Phoenix let out a few clear cries, flew to Sherlock's shoulder, and gently pecked his ear. Just as Dumbledore had said before, it had finally become beautiful. Its entire body was covered in astonishing red and gold feathers, with a peacock-like tail that shimmered with the gold and equally gleaming claws. After showing Sherlock its sharp golden beak and two bright, black eyes, it flew back to the gilded perch behind the door. "It seems Fawkes likes you very much, Sherlock." Dumbledore smiled at this sight, then turned his gaze to the desk. The four of them followed his gaze. On the large desk were three items neatly arranged: the diary completely destroyed by the Gryffindor sword, the greatsword with its blade now clean, and the seemingly ordinary yet subtly mysterious old sorting hat. "It's finally over." Dumbledore was the first to look away, his eyes behind his half-moon spectacles gleaming with satisfaction. He gave the four a warm, spring-like smile, his white beard trembling slightly with it. "I must thank you all. You've proven my choice was right. The future of this world ultimately depends on you young people. Now, I welcome any questions you may have, and this time, I won't refuse to answer." Upon hearing this, Ron couldn't help but nudge Harry with his elbow and whisper, "That sounds like Sherlock's words." Ron shared his sentiment. Just as Sherlock had told him before officially entering the Chamber of Secrets, reinforcements arrived shortly after Sherlock and Harry left. Even more unexpectedly, it was Dumbledore, his powerful ally, who appeared before him. Unfortunately, Dumbledore didn't take him to the Chamber of Secrets. After clarifying the situation, he turned around and sent him back to Myrtle's girls' restroom. This inevitably made Ron somewhat embarrassed. But out of concern for his friends, he could only stay in the girls' restroom, waiting for them to return. Myrtle noticed that only Ron had returned, so she curiously started chatting with him. Ron sat on the high toilet, listening to Myrtle recount the past. This continued until Dumbledore returned with his friends. Fortunately, this time Ron wasn't left behind again, but joined the triumphant group and arrived at the headmaster's office. That's why he was full of complaints and couldn't help but whisper them to Harry. Chapter 252 Even a fool's thousand thoughts may contain one correct one. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Sherlock immediately asked, "How is Professor Lockhart? I didn't expect you to ask that first." Dumbledore looked at Sherlock with some surprise. "Life comes first," Sherlock said earnestly. "According to what you said earlier, Lockhart erased someone's memories without permission and should be punished, but not punished with death." Harry nodded in agreement, Hermione looked at Sherlock with delight, and Ron looked indifferent. Dumbledore gave Sherlock a deep look, and said with a touch of emotion, "Giddy Roth is fine." Hearing this, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. "It's just that his soul was possessed by Tom for too long, so he will be unconscious for a long time before he wakes up," Dumbledore continued, a hint of regret in his voice. Hermione tensed up again, while Sherlock pressed, "How long?" "About 1 or 2 years, the impact is that big." A hint of surprise flashed in Sherlock's eyes, then he fell into deep thought. "In fact, Gilderoy was lucky," Dumbledore explained patiently. "Although our defense against the dark arts professor was controlled by Voldemort, he always maintained his own principles in certain aspects. It was precisely because of this principle that Tom was never able to completely control him." "Sir, you don't mean he led everyone in role-playing games during defense against the dark arts classes, do you?" "It sounds unbelievable, but it's true." Dumbledore's eyes held a hint of a smile. "Speaking of which, if Gilderoy had given up earlier, you would indeed have learned more in class. However, in that case, Tom would have gained control of him sooner and more completely. The frequency of attacks in the school would have been higher, and there might even have been deaths like those 50 years ago. So, we should thank him, objectively speaking." "Yes." After a brief silence, Dumbledore smiled again. It was clear that his mood had improved considerably after successfully resolving the Chamber of Secrets incident. Actually, this might not be a bad thing for Gilderoy. Since his life isn't in danger, let him rest for a few years. Once he's fully awake, he'll definitely have a completely new understanding of his life. However, this means we'll need a new defense against the dark arts professor next semester. Any interest? Not yet, but this might be an opportunity. What opportunity? That curse? In a sense, Voldemort did indeed serve as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this semester. "Sir, you mean, the curse of the mysterious man has been broken?" Hermione, who had been listening to Sherlock and Dumbledore's conversation, couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Does that mean the defense against the dark arts professor next semester doesn't have to leave after just 1 year?" "Miss Hermione, that's just my guess. Let's wait and see. But until then, we'll still have to trouble Severus with a defense against the dark arts course." "What, Snape again?" Ron looked reluctant. "It's Professor Snape, Mr. Weasley." Dumbledore smiled at Ron, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You seem to have some issues with him." "No, I just..." Ron felt Dumbledore had seen right through him, so he dropped the pretense. "Yes, sir, you know, Professor Snape has always been targeting Gryffindor and favoring Slytherin. He's already lost a lot of points in potions alone, and if you were to also teach defense against the dark arts, if that's the case, you don't need to worry." Dumbledore chuckled at Ron's amusement. "Since we're on the topic, I might as well give you a heads up. Even if Severus loses a lot more points, Gryffindor will still win the House Cup this year." "Really?" Ron's eyes widened. "I don't believe it." Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, both finding the flaw in Dumbledore's words. Losing points doesn't matter. Sherlock didn't care about the house grades at all. He was focused on other things. Mr. Dumbledore, this is Professor Snape's second time acting as the defense against the dark arts professor. I suggest we appoint him directly as the defense against the dark arts professor. Of all the current teachers at Hogwarts, besides yourself, he's the most suitable candidate." Harry, Hermione, Ron, Greek letter sigma, degree Cyrillic letter de degree. "Do you know what you're saying?" Compared to the surprised children, Dumbledore smiled even more broadly. "Sherlock, I'm glad you think this way. I believe Severus will be happy to know your trust in him. Severus has always wanted to be the defense against the dark arts professor, and his abilities certainly qualify him for the position. Unfortunately, there are very few potions masters as good as Severus. We need to find at least one potions professor who is no less capable than him so that he can spare the time to teach defense against the dark arts. In my opinion, this task is no less difficult than hiring a new defense against the dark arts professor." Dumbledore shook his head regretfully, then asked again, "So, do you have any other questions?" Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione all shook their heads. "I have it." Ron suddenly raised his hand, then, encouraged by Dumbledore's gaze, said, "Sir, Now that Sherlock has the sword, why insist on stabbing the basilisk first before destroying the diary? Hearing Ron's words, Sherlock raised an eyebrow, and Harry and Hermione looked at him in surprise. What, is there something wrong with what I said? Harry was a little embarrassed and said nothing. Hermione was direct. I didn't expect that you would find the blind spot this time. Sherlock was even more blunt, taking Hermione's statement a level higher. Even a fool can have a moment of inspiration. Hey, Ron glared angrily at Sherlock and Hermione's back and forth. These two were going too far. My brother Harry is still the best. Dumbledore, seeing this scene, looked on with envy. Youth is truly wonderful. I think Sherlock already understands the reason, but since Mr. Weasley has asked, let this old man, nearing the end of his life, tell you a story. Hearing Dumbledore say he wanted to tell a story, everyone perked up their ears. Sherlock, however, looked at Dumbledore with a rather intriguing gaze. It must be said, since his and Harry's last conversation with Dumbledore, the old man had indeed become much more endearing. I've said it more than once, Voldemort's power is beyond question. He possesses magic I'll never have. So even items he made at 16 are protected by powerful dark magic and cannot be easily destroyed. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, as if lost in distant memories, like the hat that sorted you into Gryffindor. This sword is also a relic of Godric Gryffindor, kept at Hogwarts. 1,000 years ago, a goblin named Legnarch commissioned this weapon for Godric Gryffindor. Goblins are the most skilled craftsmen in the wizarding world, and Legnarch was the most skilled silversmith among them, thus the king of the goblins. In goblin culture, the ruler works more and is more skilled than others. This sword is Legnarch's masterpiece, crafted from pure silver, inlaid with rubies, and enchanted. Godric Gryffindor's name is engraved below the hilt, but precisely because it was so successfully forged, even the maker himself, Legnarch, coveted it. So he lied, claiming that Gryffindor had stolen the sword from him, and sent his servant to retrieve it. Despicable. Harry, listening intently, found himself in Gryffindor's shoes and couldn't help but exclaim, then added sheepishly, I'm sorry, sir, it's all right, Harry. I don't think anyone would condone the goblin's actions. Faced with the attackers, Gryffindor defended himself with his wand, but instead of killing them, he sent them back to the bewitched king. He warned the king that if he dared to steal the sword again, Gryffindor would declare war. This time, the Goblin King heeded the warning, allowing Gryffindor to keep the sword as legitimate property, but his resentment remained until his death. Therefore, even now, rumors of Gryffindor's theft still circulate among some goblin tribes. If one day you encounter goblins who believe the Gryffindor sword belongs to them, not us, don't be surprised. Sir, may I ask one more question? Ron raised his hand again. Of course, Mr. Weasley. As I just said, I won't refuse any more answers. Encouraged by Dumbledore, Ron continued, why does a wizard need a sword? Shouldn't we all use wands? He glanced at Sherlock as he said this. This is a frequently asked question, and the answer is quite simple. Before the Statute of International Secrecy, wizards and muggles could interact freely. In those days, using a wand against a muggle was considered ungentlemanly. Of course, that doesn't mean it never happened. So, in that situation, wizards also needed swords to protect themselves. Many talented wizards were also excellent duelists in the traditional sense, and Gryffindor is one of them. Dumbledore also glanced at Sherlock at this point. Although he didn't speak, his meaning was clear. Using swords was, after all, a Gryffindor tradition. Now that the story's over, it's time to answer Harry's questions. Although the Gryffindor sword is very strong, it's still not enough to destroy a dark magic artifact made by Voldemort himself. However, the blade forged by the goblins has a unique property. It repels dust while absorbing anything that can strengthen it. That's why Sherlock killed the basilisk first, and then the diary. Do you understand now? I don't understand, Ron said honestly. Dumbledore. Hermione was about to speak when Dumbledore looked at her side. Harry, what do you think, Professor? I think it's like this, Harry said slowly. The basilisk's venom has powerful destructive force, capable of destroying dark magic items. The Gryffindor sword shouldn't have originally possessed the ability to destroy Voldemort's journal, but because it was a weapon forged by goblins, it absorbed the basilisk's venom when Sherlock used it to pierce the basilisk. After absorbing the venom, the sword possessed the properties of the basilisk's venom, thus enabling it to destroy Tom Riddle's journal. Harry explained slowly, pondering the basilisk's characteristics that Hermione had mentioned. He hesitated at first, but his explanation became increasingly fluent. After finishing, he couldn't help but look at Sherlock. Compared to Dumbledore, he hoped to receive Sherlock's affirmation more. After all, since meeting Sherlock, he had rarely thought independently. Sherlock did not disappoint Harry. "Harry, you've discovered a blind spot." Chapter 253 Sunshine always follows the storm. Lucius Malfoy's plot ultimately failed. After Dobby the house elf disappeared, he knew his plan to secretly slip the diary Voldemort had entrusted to him into Hogwarts had been exposed. However, he didn't give up. After careful consideration, he used a fight with Arthur Weasley as an opportunity to secretly insert the diary into Lockhart's work. From then on, he kept a close watch on Hogwarts. Until the warning appeared on Halloween Eve that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, he knew his plan had succeeded. From then on, he began targeting Dumbledore and the Wheel Eyes, mainly using his connections and wealth to manipulate the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors. Unfortunately, he misjudged the situation. The members of the Board of Governors who had supported Dumbledore were still struggling. After the Chamber of Secrets incident, the pure-blood supporters, led by the Malfoy family, were either ecstatic or extremely excited. After all, the rumors about the Chamber of Secrets were clear. Slytherin's goal was to purify the school and expel those who shouldn't be there. The so-called people who shouldn't be here were Muggle-born wizards and half-blood wizards. For these people, this was certainly a good thing. However, Hogwarts didn't seem to handle the situation well. In this situation, Dumbledore offered to temporarily leave the school, and both sides were perfectly in agreement. Lucius, unaware of the reasons, assumed Dumbledore's departure from Hogwarts was due to pressure from him. Even though many disapproved of this approach, he remained incredibly popular. His son, Draco Malfoy, followed suit, becoming quite arrogant at school. However, neither father nor son realized this was a huge pitfall. Especially Malfoy, who not only jumped into the pit but also went around telling everyone. His father wasn't much better. When Sherlock and Harry successfully solved Tom Riddle's and the Chamber of Secrets puzzle, and Dumbledore reappeared before the entire school to announce this, Lucius even came excitedly to confront him. "Dumbledore, who let you come back? The board of directors had already suspended you." Naturally, he arrived full of enthusiasm but left disappointed. The board's impeachment of Dumbledore was long gone. Instead, evidence of Lucius coercing and bribing other board members emerged. Only then did Lucius realize he'd been tricked. But it was too late, the tide had turned. His current concern was how to secure his position. But the sun always shines after the storm. News of the Lion King and the Saviors rescuing Hogwarts spread like wildfire. Unlike last term, this time the entire school, including the Slytherin's basilisks, cheered for the two. Slytherin wasn't entirely pure blood, a significant number were half-blood wizards. The basilisk attack had shown that the Slytherin heir was an extreme blood supremacist, targeting not only Muggle-born wizards but also half-bloods. Previously, the situation had dictated their actions, forcing the Slytherin half-bloods to feign compliance. Now that the matter was over, they no longer needed to pretend and revealed genuine smiles. Of course, there was a clear hierarchy in the understanding of the whole affair among the entire school's faculty and students. Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Dumbledore were the ones who knew the complete truth. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione confronted Tom Riddle, Voldemort's 16-year-old memory, in the Chamber of Secrets, and witnessed him controlling Lockhart through his diary. Unlike last year's Quirrell and Philosopher's Stone, this year Dumbledore successfully assumed the role of protector, possessing a deeper understanding of the entire affair thanks to his profound knowledge of the wizarding world. However, this crucial information was not disclosed to the entire school. Most faculty and students knew that the unfortunate defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, was misled and inadvertently opened the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the basilisk. When explaining this, Dumbledore emphasized Lockhart's manipulation rather than Voldemort's direct intervention. At the school banquet, he mentioned that someone used magical artifacts to mislead an innocent teacher, but did not mention Voldemort's name. Even the fact that Pansy Parkinson had been controlled was not revealed. This approach was primarily to avoid triggering panic about Voldemort's resurgence. After all, the entire wizarding world generally believed Voldemort was dead, and revealing his existence would shake public trust. On the other hand, the entire wizarding world, led by the Ministry of Magic, had not yet accepted the fact that Voldemort was still alive. On this point, Dumbledore insisted on his opinion, believing that revealing the truth too early could cause chaos. His insistence led Sherlock to a new deduction. Besides the known reason, Dumbledore was secretly investigating something, but he believed it was not appropriate to reveal this plan at this time. Dumbledore's speech at the school banquet deliberately simplified the details of the incident, emphasizing that Sherlock and Harry had shown extraordinary courage and wisdom in protecting their classmates at the most dangerous moment. Under these circumstances, the vast majority of people considered Sherlock and Harry heroes in their fight against the Slytherin heir. Ultimately, Sherlock and Harry received the Special Contribution Award for thwarting the Chamber of Secrets crisis and rescuing their teachers and classmates. Harry felt very embarrassed. This time in the Chamber of Secrets, he did even less than when he directly confronted Voldemort. Aside from using Papillon to open the door, he remained an observer throughout. This inevitably gave him the feeling once again that Chamberlain and I combined for 102 points. However, neither Sherlock nor Dumbledore thought so. Papillon is a crucial part of this whole affair, my friend. Without you, I probably wouldn't have imagined the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was the basilisk. Sherlock is right, Harry. In fact, this time I stood by and did nothing, just like you. If I weren't so useless, I'd award myself a medal. In short, after the announcement, Sherlock and Harry received even more acclaim than the previous school year. After all, what happened in the room where the Philosopher's Stone was kept was entirely based on Ron's account. This time, the students being attacked, even petrified, truly happened before their eyes. On the day the news was announced, the tall Ernie Macmillan rushed over from Hufflepuff's table, tripping and falling in his excitement. He gripped Harry tightly with his short, chubby hands, apologizing profusely, saying he shouldn't have doubted him. Actually, if I had known about your relationship with Miss Zhang, I wouldn't have doubted you then. Now I know you would never attack Cho Chang. Ahem. Well, it's alright. But my relationship with Cho isn't what you think. Don't misunderstand, Potter. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to say you and she are good friends. Compared to the magnanimous Harry, Ron wasn't so easily forgiving Ernie. He said sarcastically, "Hell, you're quite clever." Ernie knew Ron was being sarcastic, and just kept scratching the back of his cheek and grinning foolishly. Seeing his expression, Ron lost his temper. Not far away, Hermione was surrounded by a group of people, being questioned about the details of the Chamber of Secrets. I don't know anything. Hermione was thoroughly annoyed and had to repeat the same story over and over. I passed out, and when I woke up, I found myself rescued by Sherlock and Harry. She said this partly to cooperate with Dumbledore and temporarily conceal the fact that Voldemort was still alive. On the other hand, she was eager to escape the crowd and reunite with Sherlock. Didn't you see Gemma Farley already talking to Sherlock? Although she couldn't hear what they were saying due to the distance, it was precisely this distance that made Hermione incredibly curious, like a cat scratching at her heart. She desperately wanted to know what she was saying to Sherlock. Congratulations, Sherlock, I knew you could solve the puzzle. Gemma's azure eyes looked at the boy, 3 years her junior, and she didn't hold back her praise. Because of your efforts, Hogwarts students no longer have to worry about being attacked by the basilisk. Sherlock, however, wasn't entirely satisfied with his performance. It was still too slow. If you had been more decisive, you could have resolved the matter much faster. Compared to 50 years ago, you've done very well, Gemma said softly. The attacked students were only petrified. They'll recover as soon as the mandrake matures. You and Harry are true heroes. Don't turn people into heroes, my friend. Heroes don't exist, and even if they did, they wouldn't include me. Sherlock, aren't you being a little too hard on yourself? I think sometimes it's unnecessary, my dear Gemma. For a precision instrument that requires accurate calibration, any leniency towards the gears is a betrayal of the overall operation. You know, those bastards who roam the case won't stop just because their breathing slows down. What I need isn't a comforting "it doesn't have to be this way," but the discipline to ensure every cell is in peak hunting condition. A hunting dog chasing the truth, if it slacks off and becomes weary, will only end up biting its own tail in the maze. Sherlock, if I hadn't taken Muggle studies, I probably wouldn't understand your strange analogy. That's common sense, my friend. Every time I listen to you speak, it's like solving another puzzle. Since the Chamber of Secrets threat was resolved, Hogwarts has returned to its usual bustling state. Potions Professor Snape, just like when Quirrell briefly left last year, has begun teaching defense against the dark arts as well. This is good news for those who genuinely want to learn something. Although Snape is rude, short-tempered, and has a terrible teaching style, He is truly capable and genuinely wants to teach his students something new. It just goes to show, everything is relative. Lockhart could indeed teach them something, but after and during a lesson mostly filled with expressive recitations and immersive role-playing, even the sharp-tongued old bat seemed quite handsome. Chapter 254 I Want Harry. Professor Snape replacing Professor Lockhart as Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher was a major blow to Lockhart's fans. For them, playing role-playing games with Professor Lockhart was fun in itself. Add to that the new material taught at the end of each lesson, and it was perfect, learning through play. The most fervent among them even believed that it wouldn't matter if Tom hadn't taught them the actual knowledge after each lesson. Ginny somehow offended Snape. Before Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Ron said to Harry, clearly annoyed, "Lately, he's been focusing on deducting points from Ginny in potions and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes. Isn't he always like this?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Always targeting Gryffindor. I'm used to it, but he treats all the other Gryffindors the same, just as much." "Oh, Sherlock counts too. Lately, he's deducted more points from Ginny than from Sherlock. That's obviously wrong." Harry pondered for a moment, feeling lost, and instinctively turned to his friend. "Sherlock, do you know what's going on?" "Obviously, you really know." His eyes are as green as freshly pickled toads. "Stop." Sherlock had barely started when Harry stopped him. He looked at his best friend awkwardly. "Sherlock, why are you bringing this up again? Didn't you ask me why Professor Snape was targeting Ginny?" "Huh?" Harry looked at Sherlock in confusion, unable to connect the two things. Seeing Harry and Ron's bewildered expressions, Sherlock sighed. What does Harry resemble his mother most in? His eyes, of course. "Ah, I see." No wonder Snape was furious. This made Ron feel a little embarrassed. He could only blame his sister. Harry quickly changed the subject. "Sherlock, compared to Lockhart, wouldn't you prefer Professor Snape to substitute for you?" "Actually, I'm a little disappointed about that." To Harry's surprise, Sherlock directly stated the reason. "I was originally planning to meet the Boggarts." Harry and Ron suddenly understood. Hermione's eyes lit up. Then, she brought it up in class, just to see what would happen. The result was sad. "Miss Granger, it seems you not only have a head full of useless knowledge, but you also want to arrange the professor's study plan." "Sir, I didn't. Professor Lockhart has his own teaching methods and focus, but that has nothing to do with me, understand? Even if I am just a substitute teacher, I will not allow anyone to question me." I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir." "Very good." Hermione had just breathed a sigh of relief when Snape continued, "By the way, Gryffindor loses 20 points, Hermione." Cyrillic lettered X. Sherlock wasn't the only one who felt regret. Neville Longbottom also felt regret. Unlike Sherlock, Neville's regret wasn't about the course itself. For him, Lockhart's departure meant that besides herbalism, he lost a stable, reliable, and high-quality point of scoring. Snape's arrival meant that besides potions, he had another stable, reliable, and high-quality point of losing. A double blow. Fortunately, even without him, Gryffindor had already successfully defended its House Cup title. Because Sherlock and Harry, in addition to receiving the special contribution to the school award, each earned Gryffindor 200 points. A 400-point advantage was simply too great. Even if Snape were to deduct points ruthlessly, trying to wipe out all 400. In other words, Snape's time was running out. Besides the Defense Against the Dark Arts, there were naturally other changes at the school. With a monster in the Chamber of Secrets confirmed to have been defeated, Warden Argus Filch was in high spirits. He placed the special medals engraved with Sherlock and Harry's names in the school's trophy room, along with Tom Riddle's medal, in a corner display case. He even specially invited Sherlock and Harry to admire them. Before this, although he respected Sherlock because of Mrs. Norris's affair, he had always disliked Harry. Now, with this change, it could be considered a case of loving the house because of the dog. After Filch left, looking at the 3 gleaming gold medals standing side by side, Harry's gaze was complex. "I never thought my name would be listed alongside his." In his view, Sherlock and he deserved this award. But Tom Riddle's medal was purely a self-directed act. Yet now, the 3 medals were displayed side by side, which was undeniably ironic. "I thought you were used to it." Sherlock patted Harry on the shoulder upon hearing his sigh. "You know, the first time I saw the name Harry Potter, it appeared in the same sentence as Voldemort." Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, from birth, his name was destined to be linked with Voldemort. This, perhaps, was fate. 2 more weeks passed, and Professor McGonagall announced at breakfast, "I have good news to share." When she said this, the Great Hall didn't quiet down. Instead, it became even noisier. "Quidditch has resumed," Oliver Wood was the first to excitedly shout. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wood, although the Chamber of Secrets incident is now confirmed to be over, after deliberation by the teachers, the remaining Quidditch matches will not be restarted." What? Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Oliver Wood was struck dumb, staggering back several steps before plopping back into his seat. His sorrowful appearance was enough to break anyone's heart. Seeing Wood like this, Professor McGonagall also felt a pang of sympathy. She was also a Quidditch enthusiast, arguably no less so than Wood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made an exception and allowed Harry to join the Quidditch team in his first year. Breaking conventions requires considerable courage and determination, especially those established over a century. However, unlike Wood, she understood the urgency of the situation and prioritized matters. Compared to resuming Quidditch matches, the students' mental and physical well-being was clearly more important. She took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Professor Sprout told me the mandrake is finally ready to be harvested. Tonight, we can bring those petrified people back to life." Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, everyone cheered. Even the previously sullen Wood smiled genuinely. That evening, the school held another banquet. Compared to last year's banquet, everyone was even more excited this year. Almost everyone wore their pajamas, and the celebration lasted all night. Colin Creevey, Penelope Clearwater, Cho Chang, the nearly headless Nick, and Mrs. Norris, all petrified by the basilisk, were all restored to health. Filch, holding Mrs. Norris, wept with joy. The ghosts collectively congratulated the nearly headless Nick. The students surrounded the restored students, tossing them into the air repeatedly. Dumbledore took this opportunity to announce several things. First, the school decided to cancel the final exams for this semester to entertain everyone. This news was truly a bombshell. The excited cheers from everyone nearly lifted the roof off the Great Hall. Students in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds shared a common aversion to exams. Of course, there were very few, like Hermione, who considered it a terrible thing. Secondly, Gilderoy Lockhart wouldn't be able to continue as their defense against the dark arts teacher next term. The poor Professor Lockhart had been possessed by a dark magic object and would need a long period of rest to recover. This time, all the teachers cheered loudly, while most students felt a little disappointed, especially the young witches, who were often teary-eyed. Even Ron, who had never liked Lockhart, expressed his regret. "What a pity, I'm starting to like Lockhart more and more now." The third thing was the House Cup. Compared to last year's comeback, this time, thanks to Sherlock and Harry's 400 points, Gryffindor unsurprisingly retained their House Cup title. The little lions were completely enthralled. Next year we absolutely have to win the Quidditch Cup," Wood squeezed in front of Harry, grasping his hands. "Harry, you've already helped me win the House Cup twice. But next year I'll be in 7th year, and that will be my last chance to win the House Cup. Harry, please." Before Harry could reply, a figure rushed over. "Harry, Colin Creevey." He had been waiting to thank Harry privately, but hadn't had the chance until Dumbledore finished announcing all the good news. He finally managed to squeeze to the front. At that moment, he unleashed tremendous strength, even pushing aside Wood, a man of average build. Wood looked at Harry, this fervent fan, in astonishment at the immense power his small frame could generate. "Harry, oh Harry, you're my hero." Colin pushed Wood aside, hugged Harry tightly, and said with tears streaming down his face, "Thank you so much, Harry, you saved my life." "Colin, be gentle, I can't breathe. I heard everything. Thanks to you, we were able to avoid being attacked by the basilisk again." "Colin, this isn't just about me. Only you can talk to snakes. Only you can stop the basilisk." Harry helplessly realized that Colin Creevey was still the same as before, not listening to his explanation at all, only focused on venting his emotions. Unfortunately, Harry had already lost the initiative. In this situation, he couldn't use the method Lockhart had taught him to deal with Colin calmly. "Don't talk to yourself." Seeing Harry's troubled look, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward to pull Colin away. It wasn't Sherlock, nor Hermione, nor even Ron who intervened. Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family. This was the second time she had stood up for Harry. The first time was at Flourish and Blots, when she, who had never spoken to Harry before, stood up for him and angrily rebuked Malfoy. Now, Ginny was more mature than she had been at Flourish and Blotts. She angrily pulled Colin away and snapped, "Can't you see how upset Harry is? I just wanted to thank Harry." "That's not how you express gratitude," Ginny snapped, then turned to Harry, her face full of concern. "Harry, are you alright?" "I'm fine, thank you, Ginny, you've been a great help." Ginny's face flushed red, just like her hair. "And nothing, it's good to be able to help you." She was somewhat flustered by Harry's gentle smile. Just then, taking advantage of Ginny's momentary lapse in attention, Colin lunged at Harry again. "Don't stop me, I want Harry, I want Harry." Thank you to reader 20230501190818347 for the generous donation to Gemma Farley. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 255 My Hero Who Will Come to Save Me If I Cry Out. Not long ago, Ron told Ginny why Professor Snape had been targeting her. This made Ginny realize once again that the Valentine's Day gift she had mustered the courage to give Harry had caused him a lot of trouble. Therefore, she felt she should make amends and help Harry get rid of his troubles. Clearly, Colin Creevey, a fellow first-year student, was undoubtedly a problem for Harry. After finally pulling Colin away from the crowd, the latter angrily said to Ginny, "Weasley, why won't you let me near Harry? I already said, your behavior is very bothering Harry." "Then why can she?" "Who are you talking about?" Ginny turned sharply. There stood Cho Chang, a third-year Ravenclaw student, tearfully pulling Harry along. Ginny, Greek letter sigma, degree Cyrillic letter de degree. Taking advantage of Ginny's momentary lapse in attention, Colin broke free and rushed towards Harry again. Ginny was furious and immediately chased after them, yelling, "Stop! You stop right there!" Seeing Colin being dragged away by Ginny, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a fleeting moment, a dark thought even crossed his mind: if only Colin could wait until the end of the term to regain his senses. "Is something wrong?" Just then, a pleasant voice rang out. Harry turned around and suddenly felt a jolt of surprise. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, or perhaps because of the contrast from just recovering from petrification, Harry noticed that Cho Chang was even more beautiful than before. "It's nothing serious." "That's great, Cho, congratulations on your recovery. I have to thank you for this, Harry. Actually, I only did some trivial things. It was mainly thanks to Sherlock." "Then thank him for me too." "Huh?" Harry was stunned, not expecting Cho Chang to answer like that. Seeing Harry's expression, Cho Chang chuckled and pointed behind her. "Luna and I came with Penelope. Penelope went to see Percy, you know their relationship, and Luna went to see Sherlock. Just now, a boy named Ernie from Hufflepuff found me. He said he'd been misunderstanding you all along, but the moment I was petrified, he knew you were innocent." She reached out and took Harry's hand, "because he knew," he said, "you would never hurt me." Harry noticed that Cho Chang's eyes were not only red, but her face was also flushed as she said this. Then, holding Cho Chang's hand, he also blushed. His earlier thought was truly awful: the petrified person should have woken up much sooner. Just as he was about to say something, a dark figure rushed over again. "Harry, I still have something to say to you." "Oh, if only people had different constitutions, like one could wake up earlier and another later." "Stop right there." Just then, Ginny also chased after Colin and came to Harry. "Sorry, Harry, I couldn't hold him back." Her eyes swept over Harry and Cho Chang, who were holding hands. "I hope I didn't disturb you." Cho Chang quickly let go of Harry's hand. "Hello, I'm Ginny, Ginny Weasley." Except when she was with Harry, Ginny was very outgoing at other times. At this moment, she took the initiative to extend her hand to Cho Chang and introduced herself. Cho Chang looked Ginny over carefully for a moment, then extended her hand to shake hers. "Ravenclaw, Cho Chang, third year, you can call me Cho." It seemed like a very friendly scene, but for some reason, Harry always felt that these two girls were a little strange. Colin, completely oblivious to the atmosphere, continued to display his fervor for Harry. He took out his camera, first snapping photos of Harry and Cho Chang, then Harry and Ginny, and then having Harry pose for a group photo with Cho Chang and Ginny. He was busy having a great time. However, his presence inadvertently eased the awkward atmosphere between Cho Chang and Ginny. Watching Harry surrounded by Cho Chang, Ginny, and Colin, Ron, not far away, kept shaking his head. Being surrounded by Cho Chang and Ginny was one thing, but what was wrong with Colin? Thinking this, he felt that whether for the sake of his brother or his sister, he should pull Colin away. However, Seeing Colin's excitement, even more fervent than Cho Chang and Ginny, Ron instinctively wanted to ask Sherlock for help. With his help, dealing with Colin would be a piece of cake. But as soon as he turned his head, he found that Sherlock was gone. Where did he go? He looked around in surprise. Are you looking for Sherlock? Fred Weasley asked. He's over there, George Weasley pointed in a direction. Ron immediately turned to look. Then he saw Sherlock receiving the same treatment as Harry, surrounded by 3 people. Unlike Harry, however, the 3 people surrounding Sherlock were all girls. Ron, Greek letter sigma, degree Cyrillic letter de degree, who's that girl standing next to Hermione and Gemma? You actually know Gemma Farley. Fred Weasley was somewhat surprised. She's a Slytherin prefect, I know. I'm asking about the other girl, the one with the dark blonde hair. That's a first-year Ravenclaw student, the crazy Lovigad. George Weasley shrugged. She just came over with Cho Chang and Clearwater from Ravenclaw. Crazy Lovigad. Ron had never heard of that name before. But looking at Sherlock surrounded by 3 girls, and then at Harry surrounded by 2 girls and a boy, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness and isolation. For a fleeting moment, he suddenly felt he shouldn't be there. Maybe he should just go find Myrtle? Surrounded by 3 girls, Sherlock was clearly much more composed than Harry. In fact, before Gemma and Luna arrived, Hermione had been complaining to him, Sherlock, don't you think the school's decision to cancel final exams was too hasty? Without final review, the knowledge gap for next semester will be huge. Sherlock, however, didn't seem to care. My dear Hermione, don't worry about exams at the celebration. Professor Sprout and Professor Snape have already taken the basilisk's body. I was just about to go talk to them. After all, you paid for the tool that killed the basilisk, and I brought it into the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk is a treasure trove. We can't just leave them with nothing, can we? Whatever. The professors will handle it properly. I still think exams, my dear Hermione, please forgive my bluntness, but exams are just a means, not an end. But, exams for the sake of exams are meaningless. Alright, but speaking of the tape recorder, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. You mean, what if the rooster crowing on the tape recorder doesn't work on the basilisk? Yes, that's what I wanted to ask. It's alright, Mr. Dumbledore actually had 2 roosters with him too. You're something else. The 2 chatted for a few more minutes, and just as Hermione was getting into the swing of things, congratulations on winning the House Cup again, Mr. Sherlock, Miss Granger, with that voice. Gemma Farley appeared before them and greeted them. Sherlock wasn't surprised by Gemma's sudden appearance. Thank you. Hermione was also very friendly. Just call me Hermione, Miss Farley. Okay, please call me Gemma too, Miss Gemma. Congratulating someone on winning the House Cup doesn't sound like something a Slytherin, who values honor, would say. Hermione's gaze shifted towards the Slytherins. They seem quite unhappy. I've said it before. There's no need to be ashamed to admit you're not as skilled as others. Gemma withdrew her disdainful gaze, smiled sweetly at the 2, and elegantly raised her glass. After all, I contributed to Sherlock's solution to the Chamber of Secrets puzzle. What, aren't you going to have a drink with me? Hermione was taken aback by this. Looking at Sherlock, who had already raised his glass, she promptly followed suit. Cheers! The crisp sound of glasses clinking exploded in the air. As the 3 toasted, Hermione and Gemma's hair swayed gently with their movements, and a joyful atmosphere filled the air like the aroma of mead. Gemma put down her glass, her probing, sea-blue eyes curving mischievously into crescents, a strand of hair slipping onto her shoulder as she tilted her head. To be honest, I don't believe things are as simple as the headmaster makes them out to be. Sherlock, compared to last year's Philosopher's Stone incident, this year's battle with the basilisk is probably even more dangerous, isn't it? In fact, this year's battle was much easier than last year's. Sherlock's fingers remained in the position of holding his glass, his gray eyes revealing a composure beyond his years. Finding the Philosopher's Stone requires solving several puzzles, and while the basilisk seems powerful, its weaknesses are clearly written in the textbook. The moment it heard the rooster crow, its fate was sealed. That being said, making preparations to exploit its weaknesses beforehand is no easy task. Gemma suddenly leaned forward, her hand supporting her chin, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Miss Hermione, as the one who is rescued by the hero, I imagine you were quite excited when you saw Sherlock in the Chamber of Secrets, weren't you? More than just excited? Even now, Hermione hasn't told Sherlock how she felt at that moment. For 14-year-old Hermione Granger, after the Chamber of Secrets incident, Sherlock Holmes had become a special figure. Only she knew how overwhelming fear was when the shadow of the chamber loomed over her. 2 years ago, when she encountered the troll on Halloween, she was just a panicked freshman, cowering in a corner awaiting her fate. That time, Sherlock's appearance was like a ray of light piercing the darkness, illuminating her desperate world. But at that time, she was too young to realize the significance of this event to her. Until this time. They say plans can't keep up with changes, but Hermione never expected that while she was being protected by Chicken at school, Voldemort would pull a surprise move. Instead of attacking students, he directly kidnapped her to the Chamber of Secrets. For Hermione, that smiling face disguised as her idol Lockhart was more terrifying than the basilisk or even Voldemort himself. That's why she seized the opportunity to act decisively, only to be countered. At that moment, she thought she would face a more terrifying fate than her classmates who had been petrified. It's no exaggeration to say that she almost felt a breath of death. Just then, Sherlock appeared again. Twice he saved her, always so composed, always speaking with a calm, almost arrogant tone, yet he became her only light in her most desperate moment. Sherlock had said more than once that people shouldn't be made heroes, even if they existed, he wouldn't be one of them. But Hermione didn't think that way anymore. Some heroes don't need cloaks, as long as their weapons are always pointed at darkness. For Hermione now, Sherlock had become the hero who had come to her rescue whenever she cried out. Happy holidays everyone! I guess everyone's out having fun during the long holiday, and not many people are reading, but I'll still update as usual. Chapter 256 3 Women Make a Drama. For Hermione, Sherlock had become her own hero, but she didn't want Gemma to know, much less Sherlock. So, upon hearing Gemma's words, her ears instantly flushed crimson, and she forced herself to straighten her back, feigning composure. And no, I'm not excited at all. I just didn't expect him to come so quickly. She took another sip from her glass. But the expression behind the glass betrayed her eyelashes trembled slightly, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. This scene was clearly seen by both Sherlock and Gemma. Sherlock was completely oblivious to Hermione's insincerity. Gemma chuckled softly. What an insincere little thing. Luckily, she didn't have any feelings for Sherlock yet. Otherwise, Hermione's actions would only result in her losing out in the competition for affection. Thinking this, she shook her head slightly and then turned to Sherlock. So, can you tell me what happened now? Hearing Gemma's words, Hermione instinctively wanted to say no. Although Dumbledore hadn't asked them to keep this a secret, Hermione believed it was because Dumbledore thought they knew their limits. However, glancing at Sherlock, she ultimately bit her lower lip, swallowing back the no that almost escaped her lips. This was something Sherlock should decide for himself. But to her surprise, before Sherlock could speak, another voice abruptly interrupted. Sherlock, I need to know what happened too. It was Luna Lovegood, a first-year student. Hermione and Gemma both looked surprised when they saw her. Especially Gemma. As a prefect, she knew this Ravenclaw first year better than most. After all, crazy girl wasn't a compliment. But precisely because of this, she keenly sensed that Luna and Sherlock's relationship was unusual. Even just from how they addressed each other, it was clear. You see, even now, many of Sherlock's classmates still called him Holmes. Outside of Gryffindor, only a handful of people, including herself, called him Sherlock. Yet Luna, a first-year student from Ravenclaw, a different house from Sherlock, addressed him by his first name. Furthermore, Luna was a loner, even in Ravenclaw, a house known for its independent students. She was the type to avoid the group, yet she had gone to Ravenclaw to find Sherlock. There must be something hidden behind this. Just as he had when he saw Gemma, Sherlock wasn't surprised by Luna's appearance and asked directly, "What do you want to know? Who used dark magic to control Lockhart? Is he truly a Slytherin's successor? How did you find the Chamber of Secrets, and how did you defeat him and the basilisk? Good heavens!" Hermione looked at Luna in surprise, realizing she still didn't understand this girl. Gemma's carefully crafted roundabout questions seemed ridiculous and superfluous in the face of her direct questioning. Luna's bluntness also surprised Gemma, who then chuckled. Having participated in Sherlock's solution to the Chamber of Secrets puzzle, she had been quite reserved when asking questions. Luna, however, had been so direct. And not just one direct question. Impressive. But then again, The questions Luna wanted to ask were exactly the same questions she wanted to ask. Almost instantly, she realized this was a golden opportunity. So, without hesitation, she decisively offered a helping hand, regarding Miss Lovegood. "Sherlock, I'd also like to know, so, may I ask?" Hermione, Gemma, and Luna all looked at Sherlock. Under the gaze of the three girls, Sherlock finally put down his cup. "I can say anything, there's nothing I can't say. The real question is, will you believe me after I tell you?" Hermione nodded slightly. Yes, given the current state of the magical world, even if she revealed that Voldemort was the mastermind, not many people would believe her, right? However, the answers from both girls surprised her. Gemma smiled sweetly. Truth is often held by a minority. Luna was even more direct. "I'll believe you if you say so." Hermione, Cyrillic lettered X. "You guys are so good at talking. The one who used dark magic to control Lockhart is Voldemort." However, the next moment, Sherlock's words stunned the three girls. Their reasons for surprise differed. Hermione already knew the answer. Her surprise stemmed from the fact that Sherlock had actually told Gemma and Luna the truth without reservation. Telling Gemma was one thing, as Gemma herself had said, she had played a role in the matter. Moreover, Hermione vaguely suspected that Gemma, with her intelligence and pure-blood family background, must have already guessed something. But telling Luna was something she hadn't expected at all. Since returning from Christmas, she had already asked Sherlock and Luna how they met. When she heard that they had only met once at the school gate and then started calling each other by name, she found it unbelievable. She had known Sherlock since before school started. She was now the first of all Sherlock's friends. Even so, she only changed her address a month after school started. Yet Gemma and Luna, those two were faster than each other. Me first. I was here first." Gemma's surprise stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, it was because of the answer itself, Voldemort. Although not from one of the 28 holy pure-blood families, Gemma was still a pure-blood wizard, and Voldemort's fearsome reputation had been with her since childhood. It was naturally legendary. However, her upbringing didn't allow her to be like Sherlock, so hearing the name Voldemort still made her shudder. Fortunately, before Sherlock revealed the answer, she had secretly cast an ear-blocking spell. This was a spell to prevent eavesdropping. Once cast, it filled everyone around with an indistinguishable buzzing sound. As for the second reason, despite her composed demeanor, she wasn't entirely sure Sherlock would tell her the truth. Sherlock's opening line was a bombshell. "Is this something I can just say?" "Sherlock, you really trust us?" Compared to Hermione and Gemma, Luna was simply astonished. The mastermind is the mysterious man? So, he's still alive, right? Obviously. Then what about the other questions? Luna asked anxiously. Hermione and Gemma exchanged a glance at Luna's appearance. They both understood the meaning behind each other's gazes. This little girl is a bit crazy. However, Sherlock ignored this and answered in a matter-of-fact tone, "Voldemort is indeed a descendant of Slytherin. This time, he controlled Lockhart to open the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk to attack everywhere. As for the process of finding the Chamber of Secrets, it's very complicated and can't be explained in a short time. The main contributor is Harry. I'll tell you later when I have the chance. Actually, compared to finding and opening the Chamber of Secrets, defeating Voldemort and the basilisk is simpler. A rooster's crow is enough." Although Sherlock's answer sounded somewhat simple, Gemma and Luna were already very satisfied. The answer was short, but full of substance. Moreover, Sherlock had promised them that he would tell them the details later when he had the chance. "Sherlock, this matter should be kept secret, right?" After a moment's thought, Gemma asked. "Mr. Dumbledore didn't say anything about it, which must have been his consideration." "It doesn't matter, what? Even if you told everyone, not many people would believe you." Sherlock held up two fingers. "First, the same words spoken by different people have different effects. Second, people always believe what they want to believe." Hearing Sherlock's words, Gemma thought for a moment and then slowly nodded. If Dumbledore said that Voldemort had returned, everyone would definitely take it seriously. But if it was just a student, most people would think he was talking nonsense. Hermione knew this all too well. Last year, Sherlock clearly said that Quirrell missed class because he had stabbed him, but no one believed him. Ron even lost his right to choose a partner before he turned 20 because of it. Just then, Luna suddenly interjected out of the blue, "If we publicize it, the Ministry of Magic will arrest us." Hearing her words, Hermione and Gemma both laughed. Hermione, Lovegid, you're really overthinking it. How could the Ministry of Magic possibly have such a problem, Gemma? They'll probably just think it's childish nonsense and laugh it off at most. Sherlock remained silent. Although he had been in the wizarding world for less than 2 years, he had already indirectly dealt with the Ministry of Magic several times. Especially with the Chamber of Secrets incident, judging from the Ministry's handling of Hagrid 50 years ago, these guys were really no match for Scotland Yard. In his opinion, if the Ministry didn't know Voldemort was back, they might indeed have handled it as Gemma suggested. But once they knew Voldemort was back, judging from their attitude towards the previous cases, they would most likely handle it as Luna suggested. Covering up, playing the ostrich. If that doesn't solve the problem, then deal with the person who raised it. That's the Ministry of Magic. The celebrations continued all night, until 4 or 5 in the morning, when people finally succumbed to sleepiness and began to return. As dawn broke, everyone returned to the common room and began daydreaming. There wasn't much to say about the rest of the summer term. With exams and Quidditch matches cancelled, Harry finally had time to resume morning exercises with Sherlock. Thus, the morning exercises became Sherlock, Harry, and Neville. Sherlock tailored his training to Harry and Neville's individual talents. Harry initially enjoyed fencing, but after punching Malfoy and winning the Gryffindor boxing title, he suddenly fell in love with the visceral feeling of each punch. His daily morning practice focused primarily on boxing, with fencing as a secondary activity. Neville, on the other hand, devoted himself entirely to fencing. His tenacity astonished everyone in the dormitory except Sherlock. Ron and Dean both tried to join Sherlock in boxing and fencing. Sherlock didn't mind having 2 extra people, but they only lasted 2 or 3 days before giving up. Ron preferred eating and sleeping to early morning practice. Dean's interests included singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Thanks to Reader 20230501190818347 for the donation to Gemma Farley. Your support is my motivation to update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 The Source of Pain. Getting up early isn't difficult, the difficult part is sticking to it. Hearing Ron's complaint, Sherlock gave a direct answer, whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding world, as long as you persevere, you've already beaten more than 80% of people. Sherlock is right, Neville said with admiration. Harry didn't speak, just nodded. Yeah, how could Sherlock be wrong? If it were before, hearing Sherlock say this, Ron might have felt ashamed. But now, Ron said lazily, then let me be that 80%. Days without exams are wonderful. Morning exercise was done by 3 people, but evening exploration could only be done by 2. Without the basilisk threat, Sherlock began leading Harry on a nighttime exploration of the Forbidden Forest. Since Sherlock had already scouted the route before the attack, it was much easier to walk. However, since he had given the invisibility cloak to Harry, Sherlock didn't immediately take him deep into the Forbidden Forest, but instead led him around the outer edges first. They could explore deeper next semester when he was in his 3rd year. Even so, Harry's knowledge and experience began to grow rapidly. He even started to try one-on-one combat with some creatures of lower danger levels, achieving considerable success. Thus, the summer term ended in a cheerful atmosphere. After Sherlock once again helped Neville find his pet Raffer, the day of parting arrived again. The Hogwarts Express arrived. This time, several new people joined the compartment that had previously housed Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, Cho Chang, Ginny Weasley, and Luna Lovegood. Since solving the Chamber of Secrets puzzle, Harry and Cho Chang's relationship had grown increasingly close. Without exams or Quidditch practice, Harry suddenly had a lot more time. Besides regular classes, morning exercises, and evening strolls, Harry would spend time with Cho Chang. Of course, given their current ages, this relationship couldn't be considered dating. Their time together usually consisted of discussing Quidditch or practicing the water and fire immunity charm. On the other hand, Colin, insisting that Harry had saved him, became even more fanatical than before. In this situation, Ginny fully utilized her initiative, helping Harry intercept Colin multiple times. Over time, she no longer blushed when speaking to Harry as she used to. This is why Cho Chang and Ginny ended up in this carriage. As for Luna, she was looking for Sherlock. She hadn't forgotten what Sherlock had said at the previous celebratory dinner. According to Luna, the Hogwarts Express train journey would last for most of the day, enough time for Sherlock to explain everything related to the Chamber of Secrets. Moreover, the privacy of the Hogwarts Express's compartments was much greater than the banquets held in the Great Hall. At least, there was no need to deliberately use earplugs to listen for spells. So, Luna, who was usually alone in the last carriage, chose to take the initiative. Halfway there, she ran into Cho Chang, who was also looking for Harry. Since they were both Ravenclaws, they exchanged information and decided to come together. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at their destination, they also ran into her good friend Ginny. Thus, Luna experienced double the joy for the first time. "What a shame, those 2 seats were supposed to be ours," Fred Weasley said, looking at the newly arrived Cho Chang and Luna. "It's all right. We'll give them some of the hard-to-pull fireworks and then go find Leonardo DiCaprio," George said, glancing at Ginny. Once the Weasley twins left, the compartment immediately became lively. They played with popping bombs, setting off the last few hard-to-pull fireworks the Weasley twins had given them. Then, Harry began to recount the entire Chamber of Secrets to everyone in the compartment. He spoke very earnestly, for almost half an hour. The entire compartment was silent, even Sherlock and Hermione, who had already experienced it all, listened intently. By the time Harry finished the story, his voice was hoarse. "Have some water, Harry." Seeing Harry finally pause, Cho Chang immediately handed him a glass of orange juice. "Thanks." Harry took it and drank it down in one gulp. His gesture brightened Ginny's eyes, who had also prepared a drink but was somewhat annoyed at being a step behind Cho Chang. "Here's more, for you." "Oh, thank you, Ginny." Harry glanced at Ginny with some surprise. However, he was indeed thirsty and could easily drink another glass of water. After Harry gulped down 2 glasses of water, Sherlock spoke up. "Harry, you certainly have a talent for summarizing and generalizing. Every time you recount something, it always gives me something new to discover." "Really?" Harry looked at Sherlock with delight. "I don't lie in most cases, and obviously, that still applies. So what did you find?" "Tom Riddle's diary." Sherlock smiled slightly. "It might be more important than we think, as evidenced by Dumbledore's attitude towards it." "Sherlock, you mean, based on my deduction, Dumbledore has a hypothesis, but it's not fully formed yet. He was still studying the diary when we left school. But next term, we should have something new to do." At this point, Sherlock's gray eyes gleamed. A new storm had arrived. How could they stand still? Magic, how fascinating. "Oh, right, Malfoy's father got kicked out of the Board of Governors." Ron laughed. "You didn't see how dejected Malfoy was during that time. He was so proud before, and so depressed during that period. That was inevitable. When Dumbledore decided to leave the school, Lucius's fate was already sealed," Sherlock explained. "Dumbledore also warned him not to circulate any more of Voldemort's old stuff from his student days. If any of these things were to come out again, it wouldn't just be a matter of being expelled." "Well done." Ron slapped his thigh happily. "But what about that little guy named Dobby? House elves must obey their master's commands, so once it's released again, even if it's unwilling, it will do as Lucius commands." "So it's still locked up at Hogwarts," Hermione suddenly interjected. "Speaking of which, it did help us a lot in solving the Chamber of Secrets problem." "Objectively speaking, that's true, but its interception of our letters to Harry and its unauthorized attempts to prevent Harry from going to school caused Harry a lot of trouble." Harry nodded repeatedly. Dobby the house elf, Colin Creevey, and Gilderoy Lockhart, besides Voldemort himself, were the sources of his suffering this semester. Fortunately, Dobby was now imprisoned, Lockhart was unconscious, and Colin wouldn't have to face him for a long time, which immediately improved his mood. After finishing about the Chamber of Secrets, at Luna's request, Sherlock talked about his work as a consulting detective at school, helping other students. Some of these things were unknown even to Harry and Ron, who shared his dormitory. So everyone listened with great interest, and their relationships grew closer. "The only regret is not being able to see the bog art." "It's all right," Cho Chang, hearing Sherlock's words, explained. "Knowing and defeating the bog art is originally a second-year topic. Professor Quirrell did give us a lesson last year. Unfortunately, he only taught the theory." Cho Chang paused here. That semester, Voldemort was practically glued to Quirrell's head. If he could control Quirrell like he controlled Lockhart, He might even give them a practical lesson. Anyway, since you didn't learn it this semester, a new defense against the dark arts teacher will definitely make up for it next semester. That depends on what kind of teacher Mr. Dumbledore can find for us, Ron said irritably. After Quirrell and Lockhart, I've given up hope on this course. Don't say that, Ron. Lockhart is actually quite good, Ginny said, somewhat displeased with Ron's disparaging remarks about Lockhart. The one who performed well wasn't Lockhart, but the one who controlled him, Void. That's still better than Quirrell, Hermione retorted bluntly. This time, everyone in the carriage nodded in agreement. With the most powerful dark wizard of that era personally teaching, how could it not be amazing? Then everyone started chatting again. Ron, you didn't know Luna's family lived nearby, isn't that normal? I know Diggory and Fawcett live nearby, but I haven't really spoken to them much at school. But Luna is different, she's my friend. Okay, I know now. If Ron doesn't follow local news, it's understandable that he didn't know. Although Luna and I are in the same house, I only found out today that she also lives in Autry Street. Catch bold. After that, Hermione suggested that everyone make the most of the last few hours before the holidays when magic was allowed. Mainly practicing offensive spells. These were all taught to them by Lockhart and Snape, especially the disarming charm, which could disarm an opponent. Harry was already very proficient at this spell. However, when it came to the defensive spell, obstacles, things weren't so good. Harry, why are your movements different every time? Ginny's question made Harry feel a little embarrassed. He had tried many times on his own, and if he didn't perform the complex precasting motions beforehand, but simply recited the obstacle spell directly, the spell wouldn't work. The spell only took effect when the motions were performed. Harry didn't understand why, feeling as if he'd learned a mixed bag, learning from Voldemort and Lockhart, yet mastering the essence of both. It's a defensive spell, it doesn't matter, Cho Chang, noticing Harry's embarrassment, kindly comforted him. You can change your approach, use those complex motions to confuse the enemy, after all, no one will suspect you're casting magic. Ha ha ha. The carriage was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. And so, the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed down and finally stopped. This is my phone number. Harry suddenly remembered something, quickly pulled out his quill and a piece of parchment, wrote down his phone number, and handed it to Cho Chang. Besides communicating with me by owl, you can also call me, okay? Cho Chang smiled sweetly at Harry. Seeing this, Ginny hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered her courage. Harry. Can I call you too? Of course. Harry returned the smile Cho Chang had given him to Ginny. I've already given my phone number to Ron. I also told your dad how to use the phone last summer. He'll understand. Okay, Ginny blushed and nodded emphatically. The group got off the train and joined the crowded flow of people, slowly walking towards the enchanted partition. Compared to previous trips back to the Muggle world from the platform, this time Sherlock and his friends group was much larger. Ron and Ginny walked at the front, Cho Chang and Luna followed closely behind, and Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione brought up the rear. The reason was the same, too many people couldn't cross the platform at once, otherwise it would attract the attention of the Muggles. They crossed the platform and arrived in the Muggle world. Parents were already waiting for their children. By this time, the young wizards were practically indistinguishable from Muggles, especially those from mixed race or Muggle families. The second year at Hogwarts has come to an end. Thank you to Reader 20230501190818347 for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update. Second day of the holiday, has everyone arrived at their destination? Chapter 258 Once the most beautiful. In the Middle Ages, those who didn't possess magic, more commonly known as Muggles, were particularly afraid of it. However, Muggles occasionally managed to capture wizards or witches, and in such cases, they often chose to burn them. But Muggles lacked sufficient understanding of magic, because in most cases, burning had no effect on wizards. When being burned, wizards would often cast a basic spell to freeze the flames, enjoying the mild tingling from the fire while feigning pain and screaming. According to the eccentric Gwendolyn, she particularly enjoyed being burned. She deliberately allowed herself to be captured in various disguises a total of 47 times. A spell to freeze flames, that's certainly powerful, but this Gwendolyn sounds like a pervert. I feel the same way. Huh? I thought you'd side with the wizards. Why would you think that? Because you're a wizard too. Harry was doing his homework. An essay titled The 14th Century Practice of Burning Witches is Utter Nonsense, The preceding passage was from Bathilda Bagshot's A History of Magic. Harry's cousin Dudley was reluctant to do his holiday homework, but was quite excited about the magical world's assignments. So, after listening to Harry read the passage aloud, the two had this conversation. Compared to last summer, Harry's treatment at the Dursleys' house had improved once again. Learning from last year's experience, Harry brought back even more delicious, novel, and fun snacks for his cousin Dudley this time. Besides the ever-popular chocolate frog and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, there were also exploding gummy bears, ice mouse, pineapple candy, mint toad candy, and super bubble gum. Many of these snacks weren't sold on the Hogwarts Express food cart. But Harry had money. He asked the Weasley twins to bring him a lot of goodies from Hogsmeade. Dudley was delighted to see these magical world snacks and readily shared his muggle snacks with Harry, even contributing a complete set of The Adventures of Tintin. Seeing the two brothers' relationship grow stronger, and their overweight son gradually returning to normal weight thanks to the special weight loss drugs, Aunt Petunia, who had been harboring resentment about the past, finally let go. She and her husband, Vernon Dursley, approached Harry and opened up about her story with her sister Lily. Although Aunt Petunia had previously recounted this story at Sherlock's request, this time she spoke in much more detail. This made Harry and Vernon truly realize for the first time that Petunia, who seemed to have always hated magic, had once so desperately longed to enter the magical world. As the eldest daughter of the Muggle Evans, Petunia and her sister Lily originally had a good relationship. However, as Lily grew older, she began to display many unusual abilities, such as making the petals of a flower open and close in her palm without touching it. The Evans constantly praised Lily for this, which left Petunia, the eldest daughter, with mixed feelings, jealousy and indifference. At that time, neither Petunia nor Lily realized it was magic. Petunia was unhappy about it, but her relationship with her sister didn't deteriorate. Later, the sisters met a little boy with similar abilities to Lily, Severus Snape. He was also a boy living in Kirkworth and a neighbor of the Evans family. Petunia looked down on Snape because she thought he was aloof, gloomy, and obviously not a good person. But Lily became good friends with Snape because he had abilities similar to hers. And so, the three children grew up. Petunia and Snape continued to dislike each other, with Lily acting as the mediator between them. If it had only been that, it wouldn't have been so bad. But everything changed in the summer when Lily was 11. Both Lily and Snape received acceptance letters from Hogwarts. It was then that the Evans family learned that Lily's incredible abilities were actually magic. The Evans were relatively open-minded and didn't reject magic. Far from being repulsed, Petunia was delighted to learn there was a witch in the family and paid even more attention to Lily. At that time, Petunia was unwilling to be separated from her sister. So, with great hope, she wrote a letter to Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore, asking if she could attend Hogwarts like her sister and Snape. Dumbledore replied quickly. He told Petunia he understood her eagerness, but unfortunately, magical talent is predetermined at birth. In England, every child with magical talent has their name written in the book of admission at the moment of birth by Hogwarts' pen of acceptance. Therefore, even though Dumbledore was the headmaster, he couldn't force a Muggle to learn magic, and more importantly, she wouldn't be able to. Dumbledore's refusal was tactful. He explained the pen of acceptance and the book of admission to Petunia, showing great sincerity. Unfortunately, women are often unreasonable, especially for the then young Petunia. Dumbledore's refusal hurt her deeply. From that moment on, Petunia resolved to sever all ties with the wizarding world. My sister's abilities make our parents proud, but mine don't. Petunia trembled slightly as she spoke, a hint of sadness in her voice. Seeing this, Vernon quickly reached out and embraced his wife tightly, glaring fiercely at Harry. Harry, despite feeling innocent, he could only lower his head, avoiding Vernon's gaze as he became fiercely protective of his wife. Encouraged by her husband, Petunia's demeanor improved, and she softly called out, "Harry." Harry looked up in shock. Good heavens! This was the first time his Aunt Petunia had ever called him by his name since he could remember. Before, it was either you, or hey, or more often, she'd simply omit the title and speak directly. Your eyes are exactly like Lily's. At that moment, Petunia's memories flashed back to that summer decades ago. London, King's Cross Station, Platform 9¾ On September 1st, the Evans family accompanied Lily to Hogwarts. As they were about to part, Lily gripped Petunia's wrist tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly. "Please listen to me, I'm so sad, Petunia. I'm really so sad. Maybe once I get there. No, listen to me, Petunia. She held tightly to her sister, who refused to speak, her voice trembling with tears. Maybe once I get there, I can find Professor Dumbledore and persuade him to change his mind. I don't want to go. Petunia abruptly shook off Lily's hand, deliberately feigning indifference. She knew perfectly well that no matter how much Lily pleaded with Dumbledore, it wouldn't make a difference. You think I want to go to some ridiculous castle and learn to be Petunia hesitated for a long time before finally steeling herself and uttering a word that would deeply hurt Lily. You think I want to be a freak? I'm not a freak. Lily's eyes were red, her nails digging deep into her palms. That's too harsh to say. That's where you're going, a school for monsters. You and that boy named Snape, freaks, you're both freaks. It's good that you're separated from ordinary people, for our safety. Petunia would never forget the sadness in Lily's green eyes after she said those words. Snapping out of her reverie, Lily's eyes gradually transformed into Harry's eyes, and at that moment, Petunia felt as if she were in a different world. As Lily entered Hogwarts, the rift between the two sisters widened. Every time Lily returned from holidays, her pockets would be filled with toad eggs, and sometimes she would even turn the teacups in the house into mice. The Evans were naturally both surprised and delighted to see their youngest daughter perform magical tricks, constantly referring to Lily, which inadvertently dealt Penny a second blow. Later, I left my home in Cockworth and went to London to learn typing, a skill that helped me find an office job. There I met Vernon, who was a manager at the company, and we went on several dates. Later, I accepted his proposal. Penny took a deep breath at this point. After one date, I mustered the courage to tell Vernon that Lily was a witch. Although Vernon was shocked, he assured me that he wouldn't distance himself from me because of it. She turned to look at her husband. Seeing his wife's gaze, Vernon's heart skipped a beat. Reminded by his wife, he also recalled that scene. During that date, Vernon had bought Penny fried sausages. Later, the two sat in the car, looking at the fried food shop where they had bought the sausages. It was then that Petunia mentioned her sister, Lily Evans. When Vernon learned that Lily was a witch, he was utterly shocked. However, out of love for Petunia, he solemnly told her that he would never distance himself from her because she had a witch sister. Hearing Vernon's promise, Petunia rushed into his arms with overwhelming gratitude, causing Vernon to drop the fried sausage he was holding. Snapping out of his reverie, Vernon looked at Petunia before him, feeling as if he had been through a lifetime. His wife loved him so deeply, and he had actually doubted her? He was truly despicable. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on Petunia's arms, as if afraid she would leave his embrace. Harry watched his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia display their affection in front of him, unsure of what to say. He, of course, couldn't accept Petunia calling his mother a freak, but seeing Petunia's current expression, it was clear she also regretted treating her sister that way. After 2 years in the wizarding world, he had increasingly understood the Muggles' views on magic. Furthermore, after learning from Aunt Petunia's description that his grandparents doted on their younger daughter while neglecting their older one, Harry found it somewhat understandable. Wasn't Gilderoy Lockhart in a similar situation? The difference was that Lockhart's mother was a wizard, while his own mother and Aunt Petunia were from Muggle families. Aunt Petunia's next words further confirmed this. Thank you to King Shuzizzy for the donation to Chiu Zhang. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 259. A woman's heart, like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Although they had decided to sever all ties with the wizarding world, the two sisters still met when Vernon and Petunia were preparing to get married. Lily also happened to have a boyfriend at that time, so James was also present. Unfortunately, the meeting was far from pleasant. Vernon initially valued the meeting, even trying to impress James by showing him his newly purchased car. Of course, this was partly a way of showing off to his brother-in-law. However, when he asked James what kind of car James drove, James introduced his flying broomstick, which naturally baffled Vernon. During their subsequent conversation, upon learning that James didn't need to work, Vernon immediately assumed James was living on unemployment benefits. He even kindly offered to introduce James to a job. James arrogantly told Vernon that he had inherited a large sum of gold from his parents in Gringotts, enough to ensure the Potter family's comfortable life for generations. The two had different values and personalities, and coupled with various problems in their communication, Vernon became increasingly angry, eventually storming out of the table. Thus, the meeting ended unhappily, with Petunia chasing Vernon out of the restaurant. As she left, she glanced back and saw Lily crying her eyes out. Uncle Vernon, I think you might have misunderstood, Harry explained earnestly. Wizards do use brooms as transportation, and Gringotts gold is real, but those are magical currency, usable only in the wizarding world. As he explained, a question arose in Harry's mind. Perhaps his father wasn't as perfect as he imagined? Spending so much time with Sherlock had taught him some things. For example, he could now tell that Aunt Petunia wasn't lying. Of course, having already decided to tell him these past events, she had no reason to lie, otherwise, she could have simply avoided the topic as before. It was Uncle Vernon who looked down on him first. Harry silently defended his father in his heart, arguing that it was because he had assumed his father was living on unemployment benefits that his father retaliated. That's what he thought, but Harry asked himself honestly, if it were him, he would never have retaliated with a reason like "I have a lot of gold." After all, she was his brother-in-law, why be so mean? Not long after that unpleasant meeting, Petunia married Vernon. "Lily offered to be my bridesmaid," Petunia said softly, "but I refused, and she was heartbroken." "Why? Why did you refuse your sister?" Hearing this, Harry finally couldn't help but question her for the first time. "Boy, watch your mouth," Vernon glared at Harry. "Because I was worried that your mother's arrival would overshadow me. I know very well that I'm far inferior to her." "No, Petunia, you're the best. No one in the world can compare to you," Vernon quickly said. "Harry, kid, you're much more pleasing to the eye than your father," Uncle Vernon suddenly chimed in, as if deliberately trying to provoke hatred. "I didn't speak to James at the wedding. When people asked, I said he was a magician." This time Harry said nothing. To Muggles, magic and sorcery weren't that different. "Let me speak, my dear," Petunia said, pressing Vernon's hand. "Okay, I'll listen to you," Vernon said, gazing lovingly at Petunia. Harry, after Petunia and Vernon got married, they moved to 4 Privet Drive in Little Hooken, Surrey, the place Harry had stayed for years. With their own families, Petunia and Lily rarely contacted each other. She and Vernon didn't even attend James and Lily's wedding. On June 23, 1980, Petunia and Vernon's son, Dudley, was born. Just a month later, Petunia received the last letter Lily had sent her before her death. From this letter, Petunia learned that Harry was born on July 31, 1980. Hearing his wife say this, Vernon opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. He clearly remembered that Petunia had only glanced at the letter before throwing it away. Now it seemed that deep down, she still cared about Lily. A woman's heart is unfathomable. He had been completely deceived. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and Petunia and Vernon, married to Vernon, were very proud of being an ordinary family. At any time, they would proudly tell others that they were a very proper family. Because they never associated with anything mysterious or strange, and they didn't believe in any superstitious beliefs. Petunia was willing to firmly be a Dursley, avoiding any discussion of her sister. However, deep down, Petunia knew that Lily had always loved her, so she always felt a little guilty about severing ties with Lily. But this guilt was often quickly overshadowed by jealousy and resentment. She didn't tell Vernon that long ago she too had hoped to build a school like Lily and Snape, showcase her magical talents, and be sent to Hogwarts. She thought such days would last forever. Until 1981, when Dudley and Harry were both 1 year old, everything changed. On the morning of November 1st, Petunia screamed as she opened the door to put down her baby bottle. She found a baby on the steps and a letter in a blanket. The letter was from Dumbledore, in which Petunia learned that Harry's parents, Lily and James, had been murdered and hoped the Dursleys would adopt him. Dumbledore explained that because Lily had sacrificed her life to protect her son, Harry would be safe from Voldemort and the Death Eaters as long as he lived in a place where her bloodline existed, a place he could call home. Since Petunia and Lily's parents had died young, Petunia became Lily's only surviving blood relative, and number 4 Privet Drive became Harry's only refuge. "I didn't want to accept you, because every time I see you, I think of Lily. You constantly remind me that I have a sister who is far better than me, who joined the magical world I once longed for." Petunia looked at Harry and said, word by word, "But I had no choice. I couldn't just watch you be killed by Voldemort and his minions. All these years, I've never treated you as my second son, nor have I told you the real cause of your parents' deaths. I made you live in the storage room under the stairs for 10 years, made you do most of the housework, and never celebrated your birthday. All of this punishment and abuse was out of jealousy." Hearing this, Harry clenched his fists tightly. It was easy to imagine how shocked and angry he was upon hearing these words. But I never expected that Dudley would be the first to accept you." Petunia wiped away her tears. "As long as he's happy, everything is fine. I mean, I don't expect you to forgive me, but I still have to say to you, Harry, I'm sorry." After saying this, Petunia could no longer control her emotions and ran crying towards her bedroom. Vernon glared at Harry again before chasing after him. He didn't think he was wrong, unlike Petunia. However, as long as his wife accepted Harry, he didn't care. Harry, left behind, was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. This heart-to-heart talk reminded him of Sherlock's words, "Many misunderstandings begin with a lack of communication. Once things are out in the open, many things become easier." Essentially, the Dursleys were indeed selfish and bullied the weak. Aunt Petunia envied those more talented and capable than herself, even if that person was her sister. But they weren't bad people. So when she learned from Dumbledore's letter that she needed the strength of blood relatives to protect herself, she adopted him despite a reluctance. As Petunia herself said, her bullying and neglect stemmed from jealousy of her sister. "But perhaps she just wants me to stay alive," Harry chuckled self-deprecatingly. But thinking of Petunia's earlier "I'm sorry," Harry felt relieved. He thought he'd never hear Aunt Petunia say those words in his life. He could forgive Snape on behalf of his parents, so forgiving Aunt Petunia was a piece of cake. "I'm the kind one," Harry muttered to himself. In the days that followed, Harry's time on Privet Drive became increasingly interesting. Aside from homework time, Harry still volunteered for chores, but neither Petunia nor Vernon ignored him as before. Harry could sense that both Vernon and Petunia were trying to adapt to this new relationship. However, 10 years of habits couldn't be broken overnight. Even Petunia's way of addressing Harry sounded stiff. Dudley, on the other hand, was much more natural. He even introduced Harry to his cronies, telling them that he was now Harry's protector, and anyone who dared to treat Harry like before should watch out. This made Harry secretly amused. Even without his intervention, these kids couldn't bully him now. Nevertheless, he accepted his cousin's kindness. On the other hand, since Petunia had opened up to Vernon and Harry, she inadvertently helped Vernon clear up his misunderstandings about Professor Snape and his wife. However, this didn't stop him from continuing to dislike the man. "I don't like that guy," Uncle Vernon said bluntly. "He has this gloomy, resentful face, like we owe him money." Vernon was naturally referring to the incident last summer when Snape came to Privet Drive to help deal with the house elf Dobby. It was that meeting that made him suspicious of Snape's identity. Of course, now that his suspicions were completely dispelled, he wouldn't tell his wife about it. "Not many people at school like him either," Harry said to Uncle Vernon without the same caution as before, "so everyone calls him Old Bat." "Hey, which kid came up with that?" "It's a very fitting nickname." Finding a common topic, Harry immediately skipped the part about magic at school and only recounted how Snape usually targeted Gryffindor, especially him. After hearing Harry's words, Petunia sighed deeply, looking at him with a complicated expression. "He still can't forget Lily. If that's the case, shouldn't he be nicer to this kid?" Vernon asked, puzzled. "Why is he targeting him?" "Vernon, Harry is Lily's child with another man." "Oh, I understand." "No, darling, you don't understand." Petunia looked into Harry's green eyes and slowly said, "Every time he sees Harry's eyes, he thinks of Lily. I think he's probably regretting it just like me." Third day of the holiday. Chapter 260. Please call me Gemma Holmes. "Listen to me, kid." Vernon looked at Harry, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "If Hogwarts doesn't want you anymore someday, you can go to Smeaton School with Dudley." "You know what I mean, Harry." "I don't understand." "I mean, you played a big part in getting that big order from Mr. Mason last time. If you don't have a school to attend, I can let you go to the same school as Dudley." "Isn't it Stonewall School?" "That's not suitable for you," Vernon said sternly. "Dudley said that on the first day of school at Stonewall, they'll put the new students' heads in the toilet." Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at? It's fine if you want to go to Stonewall, no need. I think I should be able to make it to Hogwarts until graduation. HMPH, that would be best." "Thank you, Uncle Vernon," Harry said sincerely. "HMPH, don't think I'm being nice to you. I just don't want people to laugh at me." "Yes, yes, yes." After Uncle Vernon and Uncle Petunia left, Harry's smile widened. This was the first time in 13 years that Privet Drive felt like home. It turned out that the Dursleys, who had always disliked him, weren't so hateful after all. Thinking back to last term, Ernie, that Hufflepuff boy, had said he hated the Dursleys, which was why he targeted muggles. Harry shook his head. He was overestimating himself. Even if their relationship hadn't improved, he wouldn't have done that, let alone now. Again, he was just too kind. Come to think of it, the biggest contributor to his restored relationship with the Dursleys was Sherlock. If this world didn't have Sherlock, Harry couldn't help but shudder, quickly banishing the terrible thought from his mind. The thought of counting down the days until school started on Privet Drive was suffocating. Thinking of Sherlock, Harry felt it was time for Hedwig to write him a letter. Or perhaps just a phone call? That was Sherlock. Unless it was something important, he would never contact him first. Just as Harry was pondering this, Dudley's voice suddenly came through. "Harry, you have a call." Harry immediately jumped up. It was exactly what he'd been thinking of. It must be Sherlock. Because besides him, only Hermione had called him. However, Hermione had already gone to France as soon as her vacation started. What was that saying again? When you eliminate the impossible, the remaining one, however improbable, must be the truth. Harry happily went to the living room, only to see Dudley holding the phone a foot or two away from his ear, his arm outstretched. "What are you doing?" Seeing him like this, Harry was completely baffled. Perfect timing. Seeing Harry approach, Dudley suddenly gave him a smile. Harry immediately felt uneasy. Before their relationship had improved, whenever Dudley gave that smile, it meant he was about to find a way to bully Harry. Now that their relationship had normalized, he shouldn't be giving him such a wicked and arrogant smile anymore. The next moment, Dudley shouted into the microphone, "Harry's here." He then shoved the microphone to Harry's ear. Harry instinctively took the microphone, only to see Dudley take a large step to the side. Harry was even more surprised. It was just a microphone, not a bomb. Why the fuss? But then he understood. "Harry," a loud voice came from the other end of the phone, as if shouting towards the other side of a football field. "It's Ron. Can you hear me, Harry? Degree, $. Degree." For a moment, Harry felt like he was about to be deafened. Harry finally understood why Dudley had held the microphone so far away and then held it so close to him. He had clearly been tortured by Ron's loud voice. "Ron, it's Harry. Harry, how are you?" "Stop," Harry quickly interrupted Ron. "Just pretend I'm talking to you normally. No need to shout. I can hear you. Really. If you keep this up, I'm hanging up." Harry felt utterly helpless. He turned around and saw Dudley rolling on the floor laughing. There was no way around it. A child from a pure wizarding family knew the Muggle world just as little as a Muggle child knew the wizarding world, completely clueless. Finally, Ron listened to Harry's advice and stopped yelling. He called today mainly to tell Harry some good news. Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, had struck it rich. He really had struck it rich. He had won the Daily Prophet's annual grand prize, a whopping 700 galleons. Undoubtedly, this was a huge sum of money. After discussing it, Ron's family planned to use the money to go to Egypt. It just so happened that Ron's older brother, Bill Weasley, was in Egypt working on breaking spells for Gringotts Magical Bank. Their trip to Egypt would allow them to visit Bill and have a good time guided by him. According to Ron, they would be staying in Egypt for the next month. Ron's voice came from the other end of the phone, and even without seeing him, Harry could feel his excitement. "You know what, Harry, I've never seen so much money in my life. Those glittering galleons are blinding. Your metaphors are always so fresh and unique. Haha, have the Muggles been giving you any trouble?" "No, I've had a great summer." The two chatted for a long time before Ron reluctantly hung up. Sorry Dudley, Ron disturbed you just now." "No problem," Dudley waved his hand magnanimously. "That kid is quite interesting. By the way, he doesn't know how to use a phone." "Yes, it's his first time making a call." "Good heavens, how old is he?" "The same age as us, 13 this year." "That's unbelievable. 13 years old and still can't use a phone?" "He's even dumber than me," Harry wanted to say. "You have some self-awareness," but then thought better of it. After all, Dudley was more curious and surprised than angry, so there was no need for Harry to tease him further. The two chatted for a while longer, and Dudley felt a little hungry, so he went to his bedroom to eat some snacks. His appetite was even greater than Ron's. Harry remembered Sherlock's advice and never gave him all the snacks at once, which now seemed to be a very good decision. Otherwise, he would have eaten as much as he was given. Thinking of Sherlock again, Harry suddenly felt that he should call Sherlock. As he dialed the number, he pondered that he had ultimately made the mistake of relying on past experience. Prematurely drawing conclusions without ruling out all possibilities naturally leads to a completely wrong answer. Sherlock certainly wouldn't make such a mistake. Thinking about it carefully now, it's not just Ron who just called him, Cho Chang and Ginny could also be calling. However, Cho Chang has returned to the Far East and might not contact him for a while. As for Ginny, given Ron's call, it's unlikely she'll contact him again. Just then, the phone rang for the third time before being answered. "Hello." Hearing a woman's voice, Harry immediately snapped out of his thoughts and said, "Hello, Mrs. Holmes, this is Harry. Could you please call Sherlock for me?" Having just learned his lesson from Ron, Harry's words were polite and flawless. However, an eerie silence fell on the other end of the line. The sudden stillness was the worst thing. At that moment, Harry could even hear his own heartbeat. Just as Harry was filled with doubt, wondering if he had accidentally said something wrong like Ron, a soft laugh came from the other end of the phone, a voice tinged with a hint of teasing. "Mrs. Holmes? Mr. Potter, if you want to call me that, you'll probably have to ask Sherlock for permission first." Harry instantly realized, his eyes widening in surprise, his voice rising involuntarily. "It's you, Gemma Farley?" This time, he finally recognized a voice, hence the surprise in his tone. "Potter, it's not very polite to call your senior by her first name." Gemma deliberately drew out the syllable, her words carrying a touch of playfulness. "Besides, according to how you addressed me just now, I should be called Gemma Holmes now, shouldn't I?" Although he couldn't see Gemma's face, Harry instantly pictured her lounging lazily on the sofa, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Harry scratched his head awkwardly, trying to explain. "Sorry, Prefect Gemma, I was just so surprised." "So, your surprise is because you didn't expect me to be at Sherlock's house?" Gemma seemed to read Harry's mind, directly voicing his doubts. "Yes," Harry answered honestly, his curiosity growing stronger. "All right, I'll forgive you for being so honest." Gemma chuckled again, then raised her voice. "Sherlock, it's Harry Potter on the phone." Hearing Gemma call out his full name, Harry couldn't help but smile wryly. This senior was saying she forgave him, but she still wouldn't miss the chance to tease him. Girls really are so petty. "Harry," when Sherlock's familiar yet somewhat aloof voice came through the receiver, Harry immediately snapped back to reality and hurriedly asked, "It's me, Sherlock. Why is Prefect Gemma at your house?" The moment the words left his mouth, Harry regretted them. This question sounded exactly like Hermione's tone when she questioned Sherlock about why he was always nowhere to be seen. However, Sherlock's answer surprised him even more. "Actually, I'd like to know the answer to that question too." Sherlock on the other end of the phone turned his head, glanced at Gemma who was watching him with interest, then turned back to the phone and said, "She said she's here as a guest." Harry was momentarily speechless. He knew Gemma and Sherlock were close, but he really hadn't expected Gemma to go directly to Sherlock's house. "That's not important. Tell me why you called me." Sherlock's voice remained calm. "I could sense you had something to tell me. It's not really anything important." Harry took a deep breath and began to slowly recount his story. "Thanks to reader 20200317133455150 for the donation to Chiu Zhang. Your support is my motivation." Chapter 261. Everyone has their own misfortunes. After hanging up Harry's call, Sherlock looked thoughtful. The Wheel Eyes had won the grand prize, 700 galleons. That was incredible luck. Sherlock remembered clearly that before the start of school last year, the Wheel Eyes were struggling to buy school supplies for their 5 children. By the time school started, Ginny had even bought many second-hand items. Of course, this was mainly because Geo Lockhart's books were so expensive. They had hoped that books would be cheaper this year, but before the book list even arrived, the family had struck it rich. The old saying was absolutely true. Everyone has their own misfortunes and their own happiness. Who can say that their misfortune won't be happiness? For the Wheel Eyes, 700 galleons was indeed a huge sum of money. As for their decision to travel to Egypt after winning the prize, well, to each their own. If it were the Dursleys, they would definitely use the money to improve their lives after winning the grand prize. Your friends' holidays are going to be wonderful. Just as Harry had imagined, Gemma leaned lazily against the sofa, a smile playing on her lips. From Sherlock and Harry's conversation, she already knew what had happened. First Miss Granger went to France, and then the Wheel Eyes are going to Egypt. Speaking of which, aren't you planning to go somewhere too? After all, summer vacation is only halfway over. Sherlock put down the phone and turned to look at Gemma. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a halo of light on Gemma's chestnut hair, making her look exceptionally beautiful. As she spoke, she poked at the lemon tart on her plate with a silver fork, her posture as elegant as if she were sitting in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Travel. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, looking at the uninvited guest. I thought you'd be more interested in the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup next semester, dear Sherlock. A prefect's duties don't extend into summer vacation, Gemma said slowly, swallowing her dessert, the fork tinkling crisply on the plate. Besides, knowing you, you should be interested in the ancient magical ruins of Egypt. Her drawn-out voice was like a cat's paw gently scratching, her azure eyes gleaming mischievously in the backlight. I do think it's interesting, Sherlock didn't deny it, but that doesn't mean I have to go there. That being said, staying home all summer is a bit boring. Not all the time. Sometimes I go out. Sherlock paused. So, what brings you here today? It was early July, just over a week since summer vacation began. Gemma's sudden visit was indeed unexpected for Sherlock. Can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? Gemma put down the porcelain plate and smiled mischievously at Sherlock. Even in the face of Gemma's playful smile, Sherlock remained expressionless. Every individual has a purpose in doing things. There is no such thing as a purposeless act in this world. Can't I just come to visit a friend because I'm bored? That's killing time. That's also a purpose. Killing time. Gemma glanced at Sherlock with a hint of helplessness. This boy, 3 years younger than her, possessed a maturity and rationality far beyond his years. Being with him always made one forget his age. Fine, just consider me as someone who came to kill time. Tell me about the Chamber of Secrets. Sherlock nodded. That's right. Even a friend wouldn't go to great lengths to travel halfway across England to see him. So Sherlock had already figured out that Gemma had clearly come prepared this time. This was quite normal. After all, Gemma, like him, was a very curious person. At the banquet before the holidays, Sherlock had promised Gemma and Luna he would tell them about this, so when Gemma asked, he didn't hide anything and recounted the whole story in detail. Although he noticed a hint of resentment in Gemma's expression, Sherlock didn't pay much attention, assuming she felt he had told her too late and hadn't considered other possibilities. However, as Sherlock continued his explanation, Gemma's initially resentful gaze gradually became serious. Sherlock, however, laughed after recounting the whole story. Dear Gemma, compared to Harry, Hermione, or Ron, my description seems utterly pale and weak. Although their descriptions were somewhat superficial and didn't strictly adhere to facts and data, they were very engaging for an audience like yours. For example, when I mentioned the key clues like the crawling words, the water stains, and the spiders, I was very direct and blunt. If they had presented them, they would have been much more captivating. On the way back from the Hogwarts Express, it was Harry's account that drew everyone's attention in the carriage and led me to this new discovery. Gemma didn't seem to care about Sherlock's praise of his 3 friends, and instead muttered to herself, the mystic, the basilisk. 50 years ago, before arriving at Sherlock's house, she hadn't realized the matter was more serious than she imagined. She pressed further, so, Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone last year, also Voldemort, can you tell me? Of course, Gemma. Oh, after Sherlock finished recounting his 2 encounters with Voldemort, Gemma fell into a long silence. There was just too much information. She needed to catch her breath. Children, stop chatting and have some drinks. Just then, Mrs. Holmes approached with a tray. Seeing that Gemma had finished the snacks she had prepared, her eyes immediately lit up. Gemma, regaining her composure, stood up and handed the empty plate to Sherlock's mother. Madam, you're too kind. Etiquette is essential for guests, Mrs. Holmes said, placing orange juice on the plates and taking away the empty ones. As she turned to leave, she paused, giving Gemma a kind smile. Miss Gemma, it's getting late. Why don't you stay and have your meal before you go? Is that all right? Gemma's eyes lit up with delight. Of course. You're Sherlock's friend. Mrs. Holmes smiled even more broadly than Gemma. Then I'll take my leave. Mrs. Holmes carried the plate back to the kitchen and immediately began whispering to Mr. Holmes. Judging from their frequent glances over, their discussion was clearly about Sherlock and Gemma. And indeed it was. Gemma's unexpected visit today was a surprise to Sherlock, but for Mr. and Mrs. Holmes, it was a wonderful surprise. They had never imagined that Sherlock had other female friends besides Hermione, and such an outstanding girl at that. While it might be unfair to Hermione, in terms of appearance alone, Gemma Farley was far superior to Hermione Granger. Of course, judging by appearance is superficial, But if someone possesses both excellent qualities and striking looks, then 1 + 1, 2. Gemma Farley was precisely that kind of person. The only thing that troubled the couple was that their son treated Gemma exactly the same way he treated Hermione. Fortunately, the 3 children were still young, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Looking at Mr. and Mrs. Holmes, Gemma looked on with envy. Uncle and aunt are such kind people. My father and mother also have a very good relationship, but because of their work, they often don't see each other often. I can see that, Sherlock said without looking up. Gemma's eyes lit up with curiosity. How did you figure that out? Was it deductive reasoning again? Are you sure you want me to tell you? Seeing Gemma nod slightly, Sherlock took a sip of his orange juice. Actually, it's not a big deal, because you've revealed just too much information. You've told me more than once before that your Christmas presents from your parents came from different places. Of course, that's only one reason, but your behavior today alone is enough to tell you something. The stitching on the second button of your shirt is crooked, unlike the neat stitching of the other buttons, which means you hastily sewed it yourself. Usually, your mother will do this, unless she's not around often. Your hair is neatly trimmed, but the ends are slightly split. Knowing you as I do, it's impossible to overlook such a detail, unless the person who usually does your hair isn't around often. Also, there are 3 obvious scratches on the dial of your watch, while the strap is brand new and shiny. This usually happens when an old strap is replaced after it's worn out. But judging from the distribution and depth of the scratches, this damage has accumulated over at least 6 months. You haven't changed your watch strap until recently, which means your parents haven't reminded you to take care of your belongings. The most reasonable explanation is that they're often away from you due to work, and therefore can't always take care of the details of your life. Gemma rested her chin on her hand, watching Sherlock speak eloquently, her eyes full of admiration. When Sherlock mentioned watches, she looked down at her wrist, a slight smile playing on her lips. Actually, most wizards are prejudiced against or uninterested in Muggle items, especially pure-blood families. They prefer to use magical items to maintain their pure connection with the magical world and avoid being influenced by Muggle lifestyles. As for the watch you mentioned, Gemma lightly raised her wrist, handing it to Sherlock, her smile widening. It's actually an anti-theft buzzer, a magical device that prevents thieves from stealing items. Sherlock, it's the second to last day of the holiday, everyone should be on their way home by now, right? Chapter 262. What if Sherlock married a pure-blood wizard? Seeing Sherlock's expression, Gemma chuckled, then explained earnestly, don't be like that, Sherlock. As a Muggle-born wizard, your understanding of the magical world can't be perfected in just a few years. Even many wizards from pure-blood wizarding families might not have seen these magical items by the time they graduate from Hogwarts. Conversely, a child raised in a wizarding family will also have only a superficial understanding of Muggle artifacts. That's why I've always believed that Muggle studies are a very important subject, but unfortunately, many wizards disdain them. At this point, Gemma sighed softly, a complex look in her eyes. In the past, wizards could work in isolation, but in the last century, the technological progress in the Muggle world has been phenomenal. Look at the enormous changes these technologies have brought to people's lives: television, telephones, computers. The living space for wizards is being squeezed smaller and smaller. If we continue to remain stagnant, at this point, Gemma shook her head repeatedly, a look of regret on her face. However, she quickly regained her usual elegant demeanor. If I can't change the world, I'll try to change myself. Sherlock, I will try my best to adapt to this world from now on. Whether in the magical world or the Muggle world, I hope you can lend a helping hand when I need it. Okay. Gemma's sea blue eyes blinked as she looked at Sherlock, awaiting his answer. Sherlock nodded matter-of-factly, no problem, Gemma. Oh, time passed quickly. After Gemma finished eating, her parents came to King's Road to take her home. This was the first time Sherlock had met Gemma's mother. Mrs. Farley was tall and had soft features, not much like Gemma. She had a distinct scholarly air about her, giving the impression of an intellectual rather than a wizard. Mrs. Farley thanked the Sherlock family for their hospitality and warmly invited Sherlock to visit their home sometime. Mrs. Holmes immediately accepted on Sherlock's behalf. My mother is a Ravenclaw, Gemma whispered to Sherlock as she was about to leave. My father is a Slytherin, a real Slytherin, a real Slytherin. Sherlock immediately understood Gemma's meaning. It wasn't the kind of formalism that valued bloodlines like the Malfoy family. That made sense. After all, A family capable of raising a girl like Gemma couldn't possibly be like that. A Ravenclaw and a Slytherin union. Watching Madame Farley disappear before his eyes with Gemma, Sherlock couldn't help but clasp his hands together, resting his chin on them. Apparition, what a convenient way to travel. Unfortunately, according to Hogwarts rules, only 6th-year students who were 17 years old by August 31st of the following year could voluntarily enroll in apparition class. So he'd have to wait at least another 3 years. He needed to think of a way to pull off a heist. Just then, Sherlock's parents arrived beside him. Noticing her son's gaze fixed on the spot where Mrs. Farley and Gemma had left, a thought struck her, and she quickly asked, "Sherlock, what do you think of that girl?" Hearing her mother's question, Sherlock answered without hesitation, "Gemma Farley's very existence is a delicate paradox, like the Slytherin serpent class blocking the soul of a moon-obsessed beast. Compared to other Slytherins, she crushes the arrogance of pure blood into the dust of logic, measuring the subtle distance between rules and morality with a prefect's scepter. Both her intelligence and rationality are outstanding among her peers. Being with her certainly enlightens me to some extent." "This child, who asked you that?" The Holmes couple exchanged bewildered glances. For them, Gemma Farley had left a very good impression. This was the first time one of their son's female classmates had come to visit. Hermione didn't count, she always came with her parents, because her father was always worried. But Gemma, 3 years older than Sherlock, was much more mature. According to the unwritten rules of the wizarding world, Gemma Farley will be an adult after graduating from Hogwarts next year. Seeing Sherlock's earlier demeanor, they initially thought it was just a female classmate visiting, and perhaps Sherlock had finally come to his senses with age. But now it seems they were mistaken. This inevitably made them worry about their son's future. Although it's a bit early, their eldest son has already set a good example, so with the older one unreliable, they had to practice the younger one. But now, it seems that the younger one is also unreliable. Sherlock's evaluation of Gemma contained nothing of what they wanted to hear. What happened to adolescence? What were they going to do? However, in the following month, things seemed to gradually turn for the better. Gemma visited Sherlock's house twice. The first time, she came with her father. Upon learning that the Sherlock family had wizard chess, and that Mr. Holmes was a master at it, Mr. Farley immediately challenged Mr. Holmes to a game. The second time, Gemma and her family arrived at the Sherlock's house with gifts. This delighted the Holmes couple. A family should always be together. Mr. Holmes even offered to drive them around to see the sights. Mr. Farley, who was also interested in cars, readily agreed. However, just before they were about to leave, Sherlock received a call from Harry, who made a request he hadn't expected at all. "Sherlock, may I stay at your house for a while?" "Of course, my dear friend," Sherlock agreed without even asking why. When he told his parents, unsurprisingly, they supported him. Vernon Dursley had originally planned to drive Harry directly to Sherlock's house. However, after speaking with Mr. Dursley, Mr. Holmes learned that he needed to pick up relatives at King's Cross Station after dropping Harry off, and generously told him it wasn't necessary. Mr. Dursley only needed to drop Harry off at the station, and he would drive to pick him up, while Mr. Dursley went to find his relatives himself. Uncle Vernon, of course, had no objection to the favors he was given. When the Farleys learned that the renowned wizard Harry Potter would be staying with the Sherlock family for a while, they were also very interested. So, after some discussion, they decided that Mr. Holmes and Mr. Farley would accompany Sherlock and Gemma to the train station to pick up Harry. Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Farley would stay home to prepare for their guest's arrival. "Muggle technology is truly amazing," Mr. Farley remarked, sitting in the passenger seat on the way to the train station, showing great interest in the four-wheeled tin monster. "My dear Mr. Farley," another wizard said the same thing, but he was much more excited than you were. "The other wizard you're talking about, is it Mr. Arthur Weasley?" "Yes, that's him. You know him too, of course. As a member of the 28 Holy Pureblood families, he's quite famous. I've heard about him. I've heard that Mr. Weasley is very interested in everything Muggle. That's why, to some fanatics, his behavior is heretical." Mr. Farley paused here, then smiled. "But, aren't those who think the Weasley family is fanatical in another way?" Mr. Holmes gave Mr. Farley a somewhat approving look. Sherlock wouldn't bring up magic school on his own initiative. But when his father asked, Sherlock wouldn't hide anything. Therefore, he was well aware of the divide between pureblood, half-blood, and Muggle-born wizards. Speaking of which, Mr. Farley, you should be considered pure-blood wizards, right? Yes, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Farley glanced at Mr. Holmes with some surprise. You're interested in that too? A little, Mr. Holmes said modestly. I happen to have a question I'd like to ask you. Please go ahead, I'm all ears. If a wizard marries a muggle, then their offspring will be half-blood, right? That's correct. My question is, if my Sherlock marries a pure-blood wizard in the future, will their children be pure-blood or half-blood? Mr. Farley turned to look at Mr. Holmes. This question seemed to have a hidden meaning. However, seeing Holmes driving with complete focus, Mr. Farley raised an eyebrow. Perhaps he was overthinking it? He didn't notice that his daughter, who was chatting with Sherlock in the back seat, had also quietly perked up her ears after hearing this question. Only Sherlock remained calm and composed. Mr. Farley had already answered. Broadly speaking, what you described could be considered pure blood, but narrowly speaking, it's still mixed blood. Pure blood has broad and narrow definitions. Seeing Mr. Holmes's surprised expression, Mr. Farley couldn't help but smile wryly. The concept of pure blood was originally proposed by a famous wizard 1,000 years ago, referring to a wizard or wizarding family possessing pure or nearly pure wizarding blood. 1,000 years later, a considerable number of wizards in the magical world still hold this view. True pure blood means that no muggle has ever appeared in their family tree. In fact, I think this is simply self-deception. Oh, Mr. Holmes clearly became interested upon hearing this. I'd like to hear more. Thanks to Gotham Detective for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 263 Harry, Hermione, Danger. On the way to King's Cross Station, Mr. Farley is explaining to Mr. Holmes the concept of pure blood in the magical world. According to their definition of pure blood, that means these people's family trees have never contained any muggles, which is impossible. Because if you trace back to the source, if an ancestor didn't have muggle parents or didn't marry a muggle, then that family simply couldn't exist. At this point, Mr. Farley's eyes flashed with disdain. In fact, the so-called pure blood concept is more of a political appeal, a means to gain benefits and achieve goals. To truly believe that pure bloods are superior is the real fool. Perhaps realizing he'd said too much, Mr. Farley steered the conversation back. In fact, similar behavioral concepts exist in the muggle world. Mr. Holmes reacted quickly. You mean, the one-drop rule? Exactly. Mr. Farley gave a slightly embarrassed smile. I don't know who copied whom. Anyway, let's get back to the topic. In fact, the Harry Potter we are going to meet now is a case in point. His father, James Potter, belongs to the Potter family, just like our Farley family. Although not on the list of the 28 holy pure-blood families, they are a pure-blood family. His mother, Lily Potter, was a muggle-born wizard. Broadly speaking, since both of Harry Potter's parents were wizards, he was a pure-blood wizard. In most cases, we consider him that way. But narrowly speaking, although his mother was a wizard, she was a muggle-born wizard, so Harry Potter is still mixed blood and not pure blood. Mr. Holmes's assessment of this classification was, making a fuss over nothing. Indeed, Mr. Farley agreed, then frowned. We've been stuck here for almost half an hour. Is this traffic? This time it was Mr. Holmes's turn to sigh. London is like this. If only we could fly there. At times like this, he couldn't help but miss Ron's family's Need for Speed car from last summer. Mr. Farley misunderstood. You mean the flying broomstick? Mr. Holmes realized his mistake. He couldn't reveal the flying car. Although Gemma seemed to have a bit of a crush on her son, just like the Granger girl, it was best to be cautious. They couldn't afford to cause trouble for the Wheeleyes. Yes, that's it, Mr. Holmes said, following Mr. Farley's mention of the flying broomstick. With that, we'd never have to worry about traffic jams again. If flying broomsticks cause traffic jams, that's a real problem, Mr. Farley laughed. But we don't only have flying broomsticks for transportation. And even the Ministry of Magic's cars aren't that bad in terms of traffic. Is that so? Mr. Holmes immediately became interested. Tell me the details. While the two fathers in the front row chatted enthusiastically, Gemma, sitting next to Sherlock, was also very interested. After all, it was her first time riding in a car, and the experience was very novel. Doesn't the Muggle Studies course cover cars? Yes, but it's a theoretical course, never practical, Gemma said, turning her gaze back to Sherlock with amusement. Thanks to you, I only learned about cars and telephones after meeting you. Oh, and television. Sherlock, tell me about things that exist in the Muggle world but not in other magical worlds. Sure, What do you want to know, Gemma? Due to traffic, Uncle Vernon and Harry were already there when Sherlock and his group arrived at the train station. Although he knew beforehand that Gemma and her father would be picking him up with Sherlock and his son, Harry still found it somewhat unbelievable when he actually saw Gemma sitting next to Sherlock and Mr. Farley sitting in the passenger seat next to Holmes. The relationship between Sherlock and Gemma Farley had progressed by leaps and bounds. Last holiday, they only corresponded. Last school year, Gemma had already begun participating in the investigation of the locked chamber case. A month ago, Gemma had visited Sherlock's house. Now, both sides have met each other's parents. Wait, this scene seems familiar. Thinking about it carefully, isn't this the same group they had when they went to Godric's Hollow last summer? Only Hermione and her father have been replaced by Gemma and her father. Just thinking about Hermione gave Harry a headache. At that moment, it was as if two little voices were fighting in his mind. The first voice said, "Sherlock is your brother, you absolutely can't tell Hermione about this." The other voice said, "Sherlock is a good brother, but isn't Hermione a good brother too? Harry, you can't show favoritism." What favoritism? Sherlock and Gemma are just good friends, there's no need to be so nervous. HMPH, do you even believe that yourself? Even if Sherlock doesn't have such thoughts, Gemma is graduating this year. If she really has any ideas, Hermione will be in danger. Isn't that perfect? Once Gemma graduates, she won't have anything to do with it anymore. Sherlock and Hermione will have plenty of time. Too naive? There's still a whole year to go. Who knows what will happen during that time? Besides, why should she have nothing to do with it after graduation? Neither voice could convince the other. One moment one had the upper hand, the next the other. Just as Harry's mind was in a jumble, Mr. Farley approached, looked Harry up and down with interest, and then said, "Mr. Harry Potter, I've heard so much about you, your name is legendary." Because Harry was still caught up in choosing between helping Sherlock or Hermione, he didn't hear Mr. Farley's words. Mr. Farley had heard Gemma tell the story of the Lion King and the Savior more than once, so he was equally interested in Harry. Seeing his expression, he wasn't angry, and chuckled, saying, "The boy who survived, the savior of the wizarding world, the nemesis of the Dark Lord, the Gryffindor boxing champion." Hearing Mr. Farley say this, Harry finally snapped out of his daze, his face instantly turning red. He stammered, "And no, that's not it, haha, enough joking. Let's get acquainted. I'm Gemma's father, Sebastian Augustus Farley," Mr. Farley said, extending his hand to Harry. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Farley." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Farley." "It's a pleasure to meet you too. By the way, may I call you Harry?" "Of course, Mr. Farley." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Harry's Uncle Vernon said he was in a hurry to pick someone up, so he said a few words and left first. Mr. Farley watched Uncle Vernon flee as if escaping, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The pure-blood families also differed in their attitudes towards Muggles. The Malfoy family, for example, was purely resistant, otherwise, Malfoy wouldn't have called them Muggles so often at school. The Weasley family was the opposite. They had a strong curiosity about Muggles, but their attitude towards them was also very friendly. The Abbott and Longbottom families were somewhere in between, neither resistant nor friendly. As for the Farley family, they were more pragmatic. They were very willing to befriend Muggle families who were useful to them or whom they found agreeable. For example, Sherlock's parents. Of course, Gemma Farley played a crucial role in this. But naturally, they looked down on those like Vernon Dursley who actively rejected them. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Farley," Harry said awkwardly, managing a forced explanation. "Uncle Vernon didn't mean any harm, he's just always been averse to magic. He's actually a very nice person." "It's alright, Harry, the entire wizarding world should thank you." Mr. Farley took Harry's hand and said warmly, "Without you, the British wizarding world would be shrouded in the shadow of the Dark Lord, and we wouldn't have this relaxed and comfortable life we have now." Harry was somewhat surprised by Mr. Farley's enthusiasm. After all, the other party was a Slytherin. But thinking about Gemma's performance at school, Harry understood. According to Sherlock, this was a true Slytherin. People like Malfoy and Pansy had simply gone astray. "I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Farley, I've caused you trouble." Harry felt a little embarrassed as he watched Mr. Holmes and Mr. Farley efficiently move his luggage into the trunk. His relationship with the Dursleys had clearly returned to normal. He had long ago decided to stay on Privet Drive for the holidays. But plans hadn't gone as expected. For the long term, he had no choice but to resort to this. "Hey, what are you saying, little one?" Mr. Holmes patted Harry on the shoulder. "Verita wanted to invite you and Ron over last Christmas, and she was quite disappointed when she heard you were staying at school." Mr. Farley smiled slightly, his elegance surpassing even Gemma's. "It was just a favor, don't worry about it." Their words moved Harry even more. In this world, he had never met anyone better than the Holmes family, even including his eccentric older brother Mycroft, who was 7 years older than Sherlock. And then there's the Weasley family. Every Christmas, Mrs. Weasley never forgets to give me a hand-knitted sweater. Meeting Sherlock and Gemma was much more natural. Sherlock, needless to say, is a great older brother. As for Gemma, when Harry saw her, he couldn't help but remark that she was much more mature than last year. Harry's aesthetic sense was on point. In his opinion, only Percy's girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater, could rival her. In terms of looks alone, Cho Chang was a cut above the two, but she was only a year older than him, and compared to them, she still looked a bit immature. Below them were the prettiest sisters in the entire year, the Petty twins. Wait, what nonsense am I thinking? Harry couldn't help but secretly despise himself. It was like he'd never seen a beautiful woman before. So embarrassing. I didn't miss a day of updates during the holidays, so my performance was passable. It's just that the last day of the holidays has come so quickly, and I have to go back to work tomorrow. Cyrillic letter there. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. The way she looks at you is like she's looking at her own son. Harry had planned to tell Sherlock why he had left Privet Drive on the way back. He hadn't expected Gemma to be a guest at the Sherlock's house. What a coincidence. As the saying goes, don't wash your dirty linen in public, and Harry instinctively didn't want to reveal the reason in front of Gemma unless Sherlock asked. But to his surprise, neither Sherlock nor Gemma brought it up. Sherlock barely spoke the entire way, as Gemma had the situation under control. As soon as Harry got in the car, she began asking questions out of curiosity. Not about the reason for Harry's departure from Privet Drive, but about the details of their daily interactions. She wanted Harry to start from their first meeting. Although Harry was somewhat surprised, Gemma's suggestion suited him perfectly. So he began to recount their acquaintance and the growing friendship. After being praised by Sherlock so many times, even Harry himself felt he had a talent for storytelling. The two parents in the front seats listened with great interest, occasionally letting out exclamations of admiration at his descriptions. When Gemma heard about Sherlock's first encounter with a Malfoy trio on the train, she nodded slightly. So that's how it happened. This was the first time she had heard the name Sherlock Holmes. In 1991, Gemma Farley had just become a Slytherin prefect. One of the prefect's responsibilities was to patrol the corridors of the Hogwarts Express and hold meetings in the prefect's car. Percy Weasley often mentioned this. Because of this, Gemma knew about the conflict between Sherlock, Harry, and Ron and Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. However, by the time Gemma learned of it, the matter was already over. Although Crabbe and Goyle had been beaten, since both sides were first-year students and hadn't yet chosen their houses, and both were swallowing their anger, the prefects didn't intervene further, seeing that the matter hadn't escalated. But since the protagonists of this incident included the famous Harry Potter, Gemma took note. He also remembered the name Sherlock Holmes, because, according to subsequent feedback, it was Sherlock, not Harry, who had taken control of the situation. By the time of the sorting ceremony, the name Sherlock Holmes was even more prominent. After all, it was a once-in-50 years embarrassment, hard to ignore. But it wasn't until this moment that Gemma heard the whole story from the perspective of those involved. She looked at Harry and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Harry, last semester I promised to have Draco apologize to you and Colin. But then Colin was petrified, and with the attacks happening frequently, the matter was put on hold." Harry looked at Gemma with some surprise. He hadn't expected her to remember this. He had completely forgotten about it if she hadn't mentioned it. Sensing Gemma's sincerity, Harry quickly said, "It's all right, I don't care about his apology, Gemma, prefect, she's really a good person." Harry couldn't help but think to himself, she's definitely different from the other Slytherins. Gemma smiled at Harry's words and said nothing more. She turned to look at Sherlock, their eyes meeting. They looked at each other, both smiling silently. Then, at Gemma's request, Harry recounted other stories about his time with Sherlock, which everyone else on the bus listened to with great interest, including Sherlock himself. As he said, each time Harry recounted a story, it always brought him new insights. This was one of the important meanings of Harry's existence. Back on King's Road, Harry received a warm welcome from Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Farley. Mrs. Holmes, in particular, hugged Harry tightly, affectionately stroking his messy hair. "Good boy, you should have come sooner." This relieved Harry, who had been somewhat worried about causing Sherlock trouble. He had stayed at the Sherlock family's house on King's Road during the Christmas holidays of 1991, and had felt very happy during that time. Sherlock's family atmosphere was completely different from the Privet Lutheran's house where he grew up, giving him his first taste of what a real home should be like, which, of course, might also be why Petunia never considered him family. During the summer of 1992, Harry stayed at Ron's house. Compared to the warmth of Sherlock's house, the cavern had a completely different atmosphere. It was noisier and more lively, but it brought Harry the same joy. Now, returning to King's Road, he found himself feeling no sense of unfamiliarity whatsoever. It was quite strange. After a lively lunch, the Farleys declined Sherlock's parents' warm invitation to stay. Mr. Farley played a game of wizarding chess with Mr. Holmes before taking his leave. "I have good news for you," Gemma whispered to Sherlock as they were about to leave. Her sea blue eyes sparkled with excitement. "Want to guess?" Without hesitation, Sherlock blurted out, "You've become the head of the schoolgirls, Gemma." Oh, my dear Sherlock, couldn't you just pretend you didn't know? Not guess, but deduce." "All right, deduce," Gemma agreed, then asked curiously, "How did you figure that out?" "When you said that, you unconsciously puffed out your chest." Sherlock's gaze fell on Gemma's chest. That was actually a self-suggestion. Gemma's face flushed instantly. This was the first time she had lost her composure in front of Sherlock. I think next time we meet, there should be a shiny badge there with HG written on it." "Right, yes, that's right." Gemma secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then raised her head and smiled. "The selection of the student council president was mainly between Penelope and me, and I ultimately won." "Well, congratulations." "Thank you." Gemma extended her hand and shook hands with Sherlock, then walked towards her parents. At this moment, Mrs. Farley bent down and said something to Gemma, who shook her head, and then both of them looked in Sherlock's direction at the same time. Seeing Sherlock's unfazed expression, Madame Farley covered her mouth and laughed. Then the three of them paraded away. Sherlock," Harry asked curiously from where Gemma and her family had disappeared, "isn't it okay for them to use magic here? Last year, I didn't use any magic at home, and I still got a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Dear Harry, I don't think the Ministry of Magic considers me a genius capable of using such advanced magic as apparition. Besides, Gemma's parents have a good relationship with the staff in the Ministry of Magic's department that handles these kinds of matters." "Oh," Harry suddenly understood. "So that's how it is." He came to his senses, thought for a moment, and then said, "Sherlock, I think the way Miss Gemma's mother looked at you just now was very familiar." "What did you say?" Seeing Sherlock's surprised expression, Harry couldn't help but feel a little smug. "I think the way she looked at you was very similar to the way Hermione's mother looked at you, like she was looking at her own son." Sherlock, when it was time for dinner, only Harry remained as a guest. He finally told the Sherlock family why he had suddenly left Privet Drive. It all started with a woman Harry called Aunt Marge. Aunt Marge, whose full name was Marjorie Erin Dursley, was Vernon Dursley's sister. So she wasn't actually Harry's blood relative. However, the Dursleys had been forcing Harry to call her aunt. If it were just a title, it certainly wouldn't have made Harry, who had already repaired his relationship with the Dursleys, choose to leave. The key was that this woman was awful, absolutely awful. She lived in a country house with a large garden and owned many bulldogs. Because of this, she didn't come to Privet Drive often. She couldn't bear to leave her precious dogs, and even when she did go out, it was always on vacation. But in her limited visits, she left Harry with indelible, terrible memories. Aunt Marge was very kind to her nephew Dudley, always greeting him with kisses and hugs and frequently buying him expensive gifts. But towards Harry, her adopted nephew, Marge's attitude was even worse than the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia usually told me to get out of their way and not get in their way, and I was more than happy to be told that. Aunt Maggie, on the other hand, always wanted me under her nose so she could offer suggestions for improvement whenever she wanted. Harry tried to explain the difference in his own way. She loved comparing Harry to Dudley. It was routine for her to glare at Harry while beaming at Dudley. Doing so gave her immense satisfaction. The first time Harry was truly impressed was at Dudley's 5th birthday party. Maggie hit Harry's leg hard with her cane, just to prevent him from beating Dudley in a musical freeze-frame game. A few years later, one Christmas, Maggie visited number 4 Privet Drive again. She brought Dudley a computer-controlled robot, but gave Harry a box of dog food biscuits. Her last visit to Privet Drive was in 1990, the year before Harry started school. Harry accidentally stepped on the paw of a bulldog named Lippy and was chased into the garden, where he had to climb a tree. Aunt Maggie didn't call the dog back until after midnight. In 1991, the year Harry first learned he was a wizard, Maggie didn't come to Privet Drive but instead went on holiday to the Isle of Wight. She fell ill after eating a contaminated moth snail there. She mentioned this in a postcard to the Dursleys. Even though she couldn't come to celebrate Dudley's birthday, she still sent a present. As for Harry, forget about it. Therefore, when he learned that this great wizard was going to stay at Privet Drive for a week, Harry made a decision without much hesitation. He wouldn't meet her but would go stay with his best friend for a while. Harry was fairly satisfied with his current relationship with the Dursleys and didn't want to ruin this hard-won relationship because of this person. After all, Aunt Maggie was Uncle Vernon's sister, and Harry didn't want to put her in a difficult position. Let's just avoid seeing it and not worry about it. Thanks to King Shoezizzy for the donation to Gemma Farley. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 265. It's all the principal's fault. The Dursleys had no objection to Harry's suggestion. Just as Harry had imagined, even though their relationship had been repaired, Vernon still didn't want anyone else to know of his existence. On the other hand, Vernon knew his sister's character well. She was even more sarcastic than he was. Petunia and Dudley had accepted Harry now, so he had no problem with it. But his sister was different. For years she had been urging the couple to send Harry to an orphanage. Expecting someone like that to accept Harry was simply impossible. If Harry stayed, and Maggie said something hurtful or did something unpleasant, everyone would lose face. It was all for the best that Harry had offered to leave for a while. It's better that you leave, otherwise I would have really had to rack my brains trying to figure out how to tell Maggie about you. Here's £100, take it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this out of concern for you. After all, you're the one who left my house. I just don't want others to look down on you. What, you say I still need to take you to your classmate's house? Isn't that obvious? Do you expect me to expect you to walk there yourself? Sherlock knew the rest. Outrageous. After hearing Harry's explanation, the usually good-natured Mrs. Holmes was angry. Werida Holmes was a very gentle and traditional English woman who deeply loved her husband and son. Take Mycroft, for example. Although he was already highly regarded by the government at a young age, which seemed like an honor, she would rather her son be an ordinary person who would never have to face danger. Unfortunately, sons grow up and are no longer under their mother's control. She could only keep her concern and worries to herself. That's why, upon hearing Aunt Maggie's actions, she was unusually angry, hitting a 5-year-old's leg with a cane, giving dog food and biscuits as gifts, and letting a dog chase you in a tree until midnight. How could she do such a thing? Is her heart made of stone? Mr. Holmes also frowned. He knew Harry had suffered greatly these past years when Harry last visited. So much so that when the couple mentioned Harry treating the place like his own home, Harry's first reaction was to want to live in the cupboard. He never imagined Harry had suffered so much more than he thought. It was simply outrageous. Harry was terrified. In his memory, Mrs. Holmes was gentler than Mrs. Weasley, and he always felt a sense of closeness to her. He had never even imagined Mrs. Holmes could be angry. Although Mr. Holmes also frowned, he found Mrs. Holmes more terrifying than him at this moment. Harry felt incredibly uneasy, as if he were sitting on pins and needles, walking on thin ice. He regretted ever bringing it up. Auntie, it's all in the past now. My relationship with them isn't the same anymore, he quickly explained. Actually, I think Aunt Maggie has a point. What are you saying, child? Mrs. Holmes looked at Harry. Her eyes filled with a mixture of helplessness and affection. She treated you like that, and you're still siding with her? Seeing Mrs. Holmes's expression, Harry secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because she always thought Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia shouldn't have adopted me, and she said if someone had dumped me on their doorstep, she would have sent me to an orphanage long ago. At this, Harry couldn't help but think of Tom Riddle. He grew up in an orphanage and eventually became the Dark Lord, feared throughout the wizarding world. If he had really grown up in an orphanage, would he have become a villain too? Probably, no way. Being with him is worse than staying in the orphanage, Mrs. Holmes said coldly, her anger still evident. Sherlock suddenly spoke up. It was actually the headmaster who did the wrong thing. The headmaster? Is that Professor McGonagall who came to our house? Mrs. Holmes immediately thought of the somewhat stern professor and was somewhat surprised. Did these things have anything to do with her? No, it's someone else. Albus Dumbledore, Sherlock said. He was the one who insisted on sending Harry to the Dursleys, and for all these years, he's believed Harry's doing well on Privet Drive. Doing well? Mrs. Holmes laughed bitterly, thinking that this headmaster named Dumbledore must have lost his mind. Because he's lived too long. Facing his mother, Sherlock spoke calmly and patiently. Our despicable country only passed a formal child protection law in 1989. Before that, there were instances of 3-year-olds being made to clean chimneys. Headmaster Dumbledore was born in the Victorian era. His perspective on many things is still rooted in that time, naturally different from ours, including this. Besides, his unique life experiences have influenced his worldview, which is why he has this understanding. Mrs. Holmes, hearing this, took a deep breath to calm herself before speaking. Harry, from now on, for all holidays, unless you want to stay at school, just stay here. Don't go back to Privet Drive. If the headmaster disagrees, let me speak to him. At this moment, Harry was convinced that even facing Professor McGonagall, Mrs. Holmes was in no way inferior. Indeed, it's the kind of person who can be terrifying when they get angry. He regretted once again that he shouldn't have brought this up, at least not in such detail. Now he didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Sherlock spoke up in time to save him from the predicament. Mama, that won't do. Why? Harry has an ancient protective spell. He has to stay there for at least a month each year, then stay for a full month before coming back. Hearing Mrs. Holmes's words, Harry was deeply moved. At that moment, he felt as if he had received maternal love from Mrs. Holmes. Mrs. Holmes, actually, my relationship with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia is much better than before, thanks to Sherlock. They don't treat me like they used to. If Aunt Maggie hadn't been coming this time, I would have had a pretty good summer. Now I have my own bedroom, and my cousin gave me a lot of comics and toys this holiday. Harry quickly spoke up for the Dursleys. His words only made Mrs. Holmes angrier. How much grievance must she have suffered to think that her cousin giving her gifts was something to be proud of? Seeing Harry's earnest gaze, Mrs. Holmes suppressed her anger and changed the subject. Harry, I heard from Sherlock that tomorrow is your birthday. Yes, where do you want to go? What? Never mind, you and Sherlock should get some rest tonight, and just listen to our arrangements tomorrow morning. Huh? Harry was bewildered. He didn't dare ask Mrs. Holmes in her current state, so he went to ask Mr. Holmes, but Mr. Holmes just smiled and remained silent. He could only ask Sherlock. However, he felt he wouldn't get the answer he wanted from Sherlock. Sure enough, Sherlock's answer was, time will tell you all the answers, Harry. Seeing the mysterious appearance of the Sherlock family, Harry could only go to bed early with a feeling of unease. The next day, Mrs. Holmes woke Sherlock and Harry early and told them they were going out today. Sherlock naturally expected this. Harry, however, was completely confused. But in the following days, he finally experienced the joy of his cousin Dudley. Mrs. Holmes believed Harry had been mistreated on Privet Drive and decided to give him a proper birthday celebration. She treated Harry like another child, taking him to every place she could think of. As Harry sat beside Sherlock, enjoying the gentle breeze, tears streamed down his face. Just 2 years earlier, on Dudley's birthday, Harry had thought himself incredibly lucky, simply because it was his first time riding in Uncle Vernon's private car to the zoo. Even if it was a reluctant choice made by the Dursleys because they couldn't leave him alone at home and had no other options. At the park entrance, the Dursleys bought Dudley and his friend Pilgrim a large chocolate ice cream. Feeling embarrassed by the ice cream vendor's questions, they bought Harry a cheap lemon popsicle instead. Harry thought the popsicle was quite nice at the time. At lunchtime, Dudley complained that his colored sundae wasn't big enough, so Uncle Vernon quickly ordered him a large one and gave Harry the original one. Harry happily licked his sundae, for it was the first time he'd ever tasted such an expensive treat. Last summer, Harry had also enjoyed his time at the cavern. Yet, even so, Harry couldn't forget that day. If it weren't for the month-long solitary confinement he'd been locked in after releasing the Brazilian python, it would have been the perfect day of his life. After learning he was a wizard and even spending 2 years at Hogwarts, Harry thought he'd long since adapted to life in the magical world. But today, as he visited the zoo with Sherlock and his family, enjoying himself like other children his age, he realized something. The reason he loved the magical world and accepted being a wizard so quickly was because his life in the Muggle world had been so miserable. He was, after all, just a child. First day back at work or school, are you still a little disoriented, not quite adjusted from holiday mode yet? Chapter 266 Read more books and newspapers. At the park entrance, the Holmes let Sherlock and Harry choose their own ice cream and drinks. At the zoo, the two used their extensive knowledge to explain the habits of various animals to Sherlock. This was also the first time Harry learned that male peacocks can display their plumage, tigers can climb trees, and elephants can swim. At lunchtime, Mrs. Holmes reminded the two children not to eat too many sugary, high-calorie snacks and to have a balanced diet. In the afternoon, they went to the amusement park. The Holmes took Sherlock and Harry to almost every ride. During this time, Mr. Holmes astutely noticed that Harry preferred thrilling rides. So he decisively changed course, choosing rides more suited to Harry's temperament, such as the pirate ship, roller coaster, and log flume. This gave Harry an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, even rediscovering the feeling of playing Quidditch. Leaving the amusement park, it was already evening. Harry thought that was the end of it all. Unexpectedly, the Holmes took them to see a movie. Emerging from the cinema, Harry once again felt that the trip had been worthwhile. This was his first time watching a movie in a theater. The experience was completely different from watching adult films at the Dursleys' house. It was so much fun. Even after leaving the theater, Harry was still immersed in the captivating plot. The story itself wasn't complicated. A weatherman, caught in a blizzard during a mission, is stuck on the same day, unable to escape, and thus begins his recurring life story. Harry was so engrossed in the plot partly because the film itself was of high quality, the actors' performances were excellent, and the plot was full of tension. On the other hand, after watching the movie, he couldn't help but worry, what if he woke up one morning and found himself stuck on a particular day, just like in the movie? If that day happened after he learned he was a wizard, it would be fine, like in the movie, knowing magic existed, he could explore it as he did in the film. If that day happened after he met Sherlock, even better. He could just tell Sherlock, and he would surely have a solution. But if that day happened before his birthday in 1991, that would be utterly tragic. Harry didn't think his worries were unfounded. In the past, he would have thought anyone seeking realism in fictional stories must have something wrong with them. But things were different now. Even magic was real, seemingly fictional concepts like time confinement and time travel weren't impossible. However, Harry's worries only lasted a short while. When he returned home after the movie, he was surprised to find that the surprises the Holmes couple had prepared for him weren't over yet. A simple yet exquisite birthday party, exemplified by the birthday cake. Mycroft had promised to come back, but then something happened, Mrs. Holmes said, frowning, then apologetically patted Harry's head. So it's just the three of us with you, Auntie. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. After saying this, Harry realized he was already in tears. If his parents were still alive, they would surely treat him the same way. With Mrs. Holmes' comforting words, Harry gradually calmed down. Good boy, don't cry. Go and rest early today, get some more sleep. Mrs. Holmes then looked at Sherlock. You two should rest at home for a couple of days. If you want to go somewhere else in a couple of days, Tannen and I will take you. Oh, and don't forget your homework while you're playing. Even the gentle Mrs. Holmes, like most mothers, didn't forget to remind her children to do their homework during the holidays. Harry thought Mrs. Holmes' words made a lot of sense, so after saying good night to Sherlock, he prepared to return to his bedroom. Just then, Sherlock stopped him. You'd better wait a bit before you go, my friend. What is it? Harry stopped and asked, puzzled. Look there, Sherlock pointed out the window. Harry followed Sherlock's gaze and looked out the window, and was stunned. Under the golden moonlight, a strange, crooked, dark shadow was flying towards Harry, getting closer and bigger in Harry's eyes. Before Harry, with his glasses, could even figure out what it was, Sherlock had already opened the window and pulled him aside. The next moment, a dark shadow whistled in through the window. Only then did Harry realize that the shadowy figure was actually three owls, two of them protecting the third. They landed heavily on Sherlock's bed after entering the window. The middle, larger gray owl, which had been protected, slumped down and lay motionless. A large bundle was tied to its leg. Clearly, it was exhausted, and without the help of the other two owls, it probably wouldn't have been able to fly here. "It's Errol," Harry exclaimed in surprise at such close range, finally recognizing the unconscious owl as Errol of the Weasley family. Sherlock had already untied the bundle from Errol's leg, removed it, and placed it in Watson's cage. Relieved, Errol opened one sleepy eye, gave Sherlock a sound of thanks, and then slowly began to drink water. Of the remaining two owls, the larger, white female was Harry's Hedwig. She too carried a large bundle, looking quite smug, as if boasting of being far superior to Errol. Harry untied a bundle, and she gently pecked him with her beak, a gesture of affection, before joining Errol and Watson. Neither Sherlock nor Harry recognized the third, beautiful, tawny owl. However, Sherlock recognized it at a glance. Besides the small bundle, it carried two letters, the envelopes bearing the Hogwarts school seal. Sherlock chuckled. Harry had only arrived home yesterday, and Hogwarts had already delivered his acceptance letter today, quite efficient. After Sherlock removed the mail from the owl's bundle, it solemnly shook its feathers, gave a crow to Sherlock and Harry as a greeting, then spread its wings and flew out the window into the night sky. Aside from the school owl bringing Sherlock's acceptance letter, the other two emails, including the last small package, were addressed to Harry. A birthday present. Sherlock glanced at his watch and chuckled. Not too late. Sherlock hadn't given Harry a birthday present today. But that wasn't a problem. In Harry's eyes, Sherlock had already given him the best gift, companionship. Harry decided not to go back to his own bedroom, but sat on Sherlock's bed, grabbed the package Errol had brought, and tore open the brown paper. Just as Sherlock had said, a gift wrapped in gold paper appeared before them. It was a birthday card, and Harry, with trembling hands, opened the envelope. Two pieces of paper fell out, a letter, a newspaper clipping. Harry eagerly read the letter, while Sherlock picked up the clipping. He glanced at it, then pulled one from the newspapers beside him and placed the two together. Clearly, the clipping Errol had brought was from the Daily Prophet from a week ago. The black and white photograph showed people still moving. The photo showed the Weasley family of 9 standing in front of the pyramids, waving enthusiastically at him. Judging from the photo, Ron had grown taller in the nearly 3 months since they last met. He stood in the middle of the family, his arm around his sister Ginny, with Scabbers, the little mouse, perched on his shoulder. Clearly, this photo was taken during their trip to Egypt after winning the lottery. The headline above the photo, in large font, read, "Ministry of Magic employee wins big prize." The text was official publicity about the Weasley family winning the grand prize. Harry, having finished reading Ron's letter, turned and saw the clippings and the complete newspaper in Sherlock's hand, momentarily stunned. "Sherlock, this is, my dear Harry, your expression tells me you don't know I've been subscribing to the Daily Prophet." Sherlock pointed to the stack of newspapers in his left hand. Whether in the wizarding world or the muggle world, reading more books and newspapers is a good habit. "So, you saw this picture a long time ago, obviously." Well, Harry shook his head helplessly, then opened the package Ron had sent him with his letter. A small spinning top appeared before them. A miniature spyglass. "Sherlock, you haven't even read Ron's letter. How did you know?" Harry asked again in surprise. "It seems you've forgotten that last year when we went to school, the professors used this to examine us." Harry had indeed forgotten. Because of Dobby the house elf's reminder, last year before enrollment, the Hogwarts professors specifically checked all the students at the train station. One of the tools they used was a spyglass, but that one was much larger than this. As Sherlock said, this looked more like a portable, miniature spyglass. Harry felt a little embarrassed recalling the incident. He fiddled with the spyglass for a while, then handed it and Ron's letter to Sherlock, before picking up the package Hedwig had brought. It was Hermione's birthday present to him. Sherlock read the letters much faster than Harry. Before Harry had even finished reading Hermione's letter, Sherlock had already finished Ron's. In short, Ron's family had a wonderful month in Egypt, and Bill Weasley had even taken them to see the pyramids. They would return to London a week before the start of school to buy supplies for the new term, hoping to meet Harry there. Furthermore, Percy had become the head of the boys' council, and he was clearly overjoyed and even more smug upon hearing the news. As for the miniature spyglass Ron gave Harry, Its function was to continuously glow and rotate when untrustworthy people were nearby. Bill believed it was a counterfeit sold to wizards because it continuously glowed and rotated during the Wheel-Eyes dinner. Clearly, Bill, as the eldest brother, considered the entire Weasley family to be honest and reliable. However, this was actually due to the Weasley twins having already put beetles in the soup. Thanks to White Lemon for the donation. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 267 Hagrid's Taste. Sherlock placed a miniature viewing mirror Ron had given Harry on the table. In the private moment, it neither lit up nor rotated. Interesting, Sherlock. Hermione's talking to you more and more like you, Harry, having just finished reading Hermione's letter, said with a mixture of excitement and exasperation. She also thinks it's good to keep up with the wizarding world through the newspapers. He handed the letter to Sherlock and then went to open the birthday present Hermione had given him. Hermione's letter to Harry was more detailed than Ron's. However, Sherlock knew almost everything in Hermione's letter. Even after going to France, their contact hadn't been interrupted thanks to Hermione's insistence. According to Hermione, she had originally wanted Watson to help send a gift to Harry, but Hedwig unexpectedly appeared before her. What followed was predictable. Just as Harry had told Sherlock, Hermione had also suggested that Harry keep up with the wizarding world through the newspapers. Because the gift she gave Harry came from an advertisement in the Daily Prophet, and she also saw Ron's family portrait in the newspaper. Besides that, there was a passage very characteristic of Hermione. There are some interesting local histories of witchcraft here in France, and I've completely rewritten my thesis on the history of magic to include some of the things I've discovered here. Unlike Ron, Hermione directly suggested that Harry go to London with Sherlock, rather than saying she hoped to meet Harry in London. Sherlock finished reading the letter and turned around just in time to see Harry opening the gift Hermione had given him. It was a beautiful black leather box with silver lettering, flying broomstick repair toolbox. Good heavens, Harry exclaimed, looking at Sherlock with delight. I thought she was going to give me a thick book full of difficult spells. Sherlock, seeing Harry's excitement, teased, I bet Hermione would take this back if she knew you thought that. Please, Sherlock, don't tell her. Harry quickly clasped his hands together and said to Sherlock, then pushed the box towards him and eagerly unzipped it. Wow, Harry couldn't help but exclaim again. Before them was a large jar of Fleetwood's perfect flying broomstick polish, a pair of gleaming silver broom twig clippers, a small brass compass to attach to the broomstick on long journeys, and a flying broomstick care manual. Seeing these things, Harry's green eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but plead with Sherlock again, please, please don't tell Hermione what I just said, as long as she doesn't ask. Hearing Sherlock's answer, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing Hermione as he did, she probably wouldn't ask. Next was the last package. Even without Sherlock's deduction, Harry recognized the messy handwriting on the parchment. Without a doubt, this gift was from Hagrid. Harry thought of that big guy who couldn't keep a secret, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He tore off the top layer of paper, and a green leather object came into view. However, before he could properly open the package, he noticed that the package trembled strangely, and then it screamed loudly. What the hell? Harry's smile instantly froze. He knew very well that Hagrid, as his first friend, would never intentionally send him anything dangerous. But the problem was that Hagrid's view of danger was different from that of ordinary people. 50 years ago, when he was just a child, he had already befriended a giant, man-eating spider of the XXXXX level. As an adult, it goes without saying that he called the three-headed hound, capable of biting Professor Snape, little cutie Fuzzy, and secretly and illegally brought dragon eggs to his hut to hatch. With such a record, it wouldn't be surprising if Hagrid did something truly astonishing. What's wrong? Sherlock, who was flipping through the flying broomstick care manual, noticed Harry's unusual behavior and turned to ask. Hagrid's gift seems a little off. Oh, Sherlock immediately became interested. Let me see. Sherlock grabbed the remaining wrapping paper that Harry hadn't yet torn off and pulled, and the contents fell out. It wasn't anything dangerous, just a book. The cover was a beautiful green, with a gold title printed on it, The Monster Book of Monsters. Harry's dynamic vision only allowed him to see this much, because the next moment, the book leaped onto the bed. To Harry's surprise and dismay, it suddenly stood up and began to waddle across the bed like a crab. The turn of events was so unexpected that Harry could only stare in disbelief. With a sharp thud, the book fell from the bed to the floor. It quickly stood up again, seemingly trying to move to the other side of the room. However, it didn't succeed. A strong hand grabbed it from the floor. "Watch out," Harry immediately warned, because the book opened its mouth to bite Sherlock. Snap! Before being bitten, Sherlock reached out and closed the book with both hands. Even so, it continued to struggle, trying to break free from Sherlock's grasp. Unfortunately, under Sherlock's control, no matter how much it struggled, it was futile. Sherlock's hands were strong and powerful, so it could only tremble in anger, no longer able to run or bark. "I'll go find a rope or a clip." Although Sherlock had the book under his control, he couldn't let Sherlock stay in that clasped hands position forever, so Harry immediately prepared to act. "No need, let's see what Hagrid said first. Yeah, maybe he mentioned how to deal with this thing." Harry slapped his forehead, immediately picked up Hagrid's greeting card, and read it aloud. "Dear Harry, happy birthday. I think you'll find this book useful next term. I won't say more here, we'll talk when we meet. I hope the Muggles treat you well. All the best, Hagrid." At this moment, Harry's mind was full of question marks. Why would Hagrid think a book that bites would be useful? Harry immediately felt this was not a good sign. "Sherlock, I'd better go find a rope," Harry said helplessly. Hagrid didn't say anything. "It's okay, I already know what this book is for." "You know again? What is it for?" Harry's voice rose a few decibels as he asked excitedly. Hagrid's taste is as unique as ever. Sherlock's reply felt like a random, read-only message to Harry. The next moment, he placed the book on the table and released his grip on it. "Sherlock," Harry was immediately startled by Sherlock's actions. Wasn't this like releasing a tiger back into the wild? Sure enough, as soon as the monster book was freed, it lunged fiercely at Sherlock. It seemed ready to transform into a tiger and tear the person who had just restrained it to pieces. However, Sherlock was faster. He grabbed a quill from the table and handed it over. The book didn't care what was coming at it. Seeing a foreign object poking at it, it opened its mouth wide and bit down hard. With a crisp sound, the broken pen rolled onto the table. "Autonomous defense system, based on tactile perception," Sherlock said softly. He then raised his hand and placed it above the spine of the book. He had been observing carefully when he handed over the quill, so it was easy to see that when the monster book bit down, the spine would bulge out and form a groove in the center. At the very moment of biting, the leather texture briefly contracted, like breathing. "Pressure trigger point," Sherlock muttered again. Seeing Sherlock's actions, Harry knew his friend was once again lost in that state of engrossed puzzle solving. Clearly, he was trying to figure out how the book bit. Harry knew that when Sherlock was in this state, nothing he said would matter. He could only watch his performance. The book seemed stunned after biting off a quill pen, not reacting to Sherlock's actions. But this was only for a moment. The next instant, it snapped back to reality and opened its mouth again, trying to bite Sherlock's finger, clearly wanting a second strike. However, this time, Sherlock didn't give it the chance. He acted decisively, sliding his hand down the raised texture. A magical thing happened. As the texture changed from rough to smooth, the Book of Monsters trembled violently, then suddenly fell silent. The beautiful green leather cover slowly unfolded in Sherlock's palm, revealing the text inside. Harry pushed up his glasses in surprise. He finally saw the contents of the book clearly. It seemed to be about some terrifying creatures. Sherlock quickly flipped through it, confirming that the entire book described magical creatures of the wizarding world, very similar to fantastic beasts and where to find them. The difference was that the creatures described in this book were often enormous and highly aggressive, and generally ranked above XXXX in the British Ministry of Magic's hierarchy of powers. As Sherlock read it, it lay open in his hands like an ordinary book, completely at his disposal. There was no trace of its earlier defiant demeanor. Sherlock smiled, closed the book, and turned to his friend. "Dear Harry, I bet you a galleon that Hagrid would think all the creatures in this book are cute little things." "No need for a bet, because I think so too," Harry said decisively. Hearing Harry's words, Sherlock shook his head somewhat listlessly, then said, "How about we make another bet? Hagrid will definitely think that everyone who gets this book can open it without any instruction. To him, something like gently stroking it like I just did is perfectly normal." "How could that be?" Harry said in surprise. "Such a thing, no one else could possibly think of it except you." "Okay, it's a deal then. You're definitely losing this galleon." Of course, a galleon was nothing to either Sherlock or Harry. Sherlock was mainly enjoying the process. Harry gave a wry smile. He really couldn't compliment Hagrid's taste. For example, the handmade flute that Hagrid had given him as a Christmas present. Harry's musical talent wasn't very good, so apart from playing music for his three-headed dog, Furry, at the end of his first year, he mostly used it to crack walnuts, which was very useful. Chapter 268 The Infectious Deductive Method. Having unwittingly made a bet with Sherlock, Harry picked up the last letter, the one from Hogwarts. He was somewhat surprised to find it much thicker than the ones from the previous 2 years. Tearing open the envelope, the first parchment was the same as always, informing him to arrive at King's Cross Station on September 1st, as the Hogwarts Express would depart from platform 9¾ at 11 a.m. sharp. Next came the usual enclosed reading list for the next term, which Harry ignored, drawn to a particular note. Third-year students are permitted to visit Hogsmeade Village on certain weekends. Please have your parents or guardians sign the enclosed permission form. Hogsmeade, Harry exclaimed, quickly pulling out a Hogsmeade permission form. It was precisely this form that made the envelope thicker than the previous 2 years. The Hogsmeade permission form detailed the village, pointing out that it was the only village in all of England entirely populated by wizards. For Hogwarts students, only those in their third year, with permission from their parents or other guardians, are allowed to visit Hogsmeade on certain weekends. In short, Hogsmeade is the official off-campus activity practice base of Hogwarts School. The train station that the Hogwarts Express train stops at is located near this village. Harry carefully put away the permission form, looking at Sherlock with envy. Sherlock, I remember you went there in your first year, right, for the case of the Greek interpreter, once with Professor Hagrid, and once with Professor Flitwick. Harry was completely focused on Hogsmeade, so he didn't notice the change in Sherlock's way of addressing Hagrid. You didn't go back after that, no. Besides investigating cases, there wasn't anything I needed there. Harry realized that Sherlock didn't seem very interested in Hogsmeade. But Harry was different. To him, this was a very strange thing. Thank you, Sherlock. Without your help, my relationship with the Dursleys would still be terrible, and Uncle Vernon and Uncle Petunia certainly wouldn't have signed the form. You're welcome. So, you want to go there this weekend? Yes. Harry's green eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Now, if Hedwig takes the permission form to Aunt Petunia, she'll be happy to do it for me. Then I suggest you wait a week. Why, my dear friend, have you forgotten why you're here? Oh, right, Aunt Maggie. Harry slapped his forehead. I've been having so much fun here that I completely forgot. You're right, we should wait until Aunt Maggie leaves before writing the letter. There's still time, it's almost dawn. My friend, we should rest up. Harry blushed slightly. Yes, it was already so late. Thinking this, he quickly grabbed the 3 greeting cards and gifts his friends had given him and returned to his room. Watching Harry's hurried departure, Sherlock shook his head and picked up Harry's acceptance letter from the table, the only thing he'd forgotten. He opened his reading list and quickly found what he needed, the Monster Book of Monsters, the textbook for the Magical Creatures class. Sherlock sighed, took out a new quill and parchment, and prepared to write a letter. However, he stopped just before putting pen to paper. After a moment's thought, he put the pen away and went straight to bed. Because he slept so late, Harry didn't wake up as early as usual the next morning. When he finished washing up and came to the living room, he found the Sherlock family already sitting in front of the television. Darling, I was just about to have Sherlock wake you up, Mrs. Holmes said with a gentle smile when she saw Harry. I'm so sorry. Harry felt very embarrassed that he had overslept while staying at someone else's house. What nonsense are you talking about? Mrs. Holmes patted Harry's head affectionately. Sleeping in during holidays is perfectly normal. Sit down, breakfast is ready, I'll go get it. Me too. Harry immediately followed Mrs. Holmes into the kitchen. Good boy. Mrs. Holmes patted Harry's head again. This gesture made Harry feel very comfortable. Besides Mrs. Holmes, only Mrs. Weasley could make him feel a maternal love he had never felt before. When the two returned to the living room, they found the news anchor on the television reporting on a fugitive. The public must be aware that Black is armed and extremely dangerous. We have set up a hotline, and anyone with information about Black's whereabouts must report it immediately. Harry noticed that the man on the screen had a fierce appearance, with a thin face surrounded by tangled, foot-long, unruly hair. Compared to him, his own messy hair seemed neat. Mr. Holmes sighed when he noticed Harry glued to the television. He knew Harry never had the freedom to choose his TV programs at the Dursleys. Well, want to change the channel, Harry? No, no need, Harry quickly replied. Watching the news in the morning is fine, Sherlock's parents were so good to him that he almost didn't know how to handle it. The Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries announced today. Seeing the news jump to the next item so quickly, Mr. Holmes was puzzled. Strange, why did they only report the person and the level of danger, without even saying where they escaped from? Because they escaped from Azkaban, Sherlock said calmly. Harry's eyes widened immediately. Mr. Holmes looked at his son curiously. Azkaban, what's that? The name of a prison, I see. Mr. Holmes nodded, not asking any further questions. He and his wife had long since stopped being surprised that their son always knew things they didn't. No, to be precise, they weren't surprised after discovering that Sherlock possessed abilities approaching Mycroft's. However, because both of them were looking at Sherlock, they didn't notice the other little boy's bewildered expression. After breakfast, Harry volunteered to help Mrs. Holmes wash the dishes. Although Mrs. Holmes objected, Harry said he had done plenty of cleaning and chores at the Dursleys' house and was quite skilled at it. After helping Mrs. Holmes with these tasks, he went to Sherlock's bedroom. Sherlock, who was reading the newspaper, heard the knock, looked up at Harry, and smiled. I suppose you haven't slept this long in a long time, Harry. Yes, although my relationship with the Dursleys has improved, I still have a habit of getting up early. Harry nodded, then asked, Sherlock, you said this morning that the escaped convict escaped from Azkaban. Before asking that question, I suggest you pack your things first. Sherlock smiled and pointed to the table. Harry looked curiously at the table, only to realize he'd left the last letter there yesterday. Oh, my brain. Harry tapped his head lightly, about to put the letter away, when he noticed a line underlined on the accompanying book list. Curious, he looked closer and saw the Monster Book of Monsters. Ah, Harry exclaimed, relieved at the realization. So this is the textbook for this year's magical creatures class. I thought Hagrid needed my help dealing with some scary new pet. Harry, your imagination runs wild. Harry smiled sheepishly and put the letter away again. Just then, he noticed Sherlock looking at him with interest, and a thought struck him. That look. He immediately began to recall. A moment later, as if struck by a sudden realization, he exclaimed, wait. Just a minute. He glanced again at his mental list of books. Sherlock, didn't you say yesterday that Hagrid assumed everyone who got this book would know how to open it correctly? Yes, I did say that, but even if this book becomes this year's textbook, it has nothing to do with Hagrid. It's not surprising that he knows this, and it's not surprising that he gave it to me as a gift, but why is he having a headache because other people can't open this book? Unless what? Sherlock looked at Harry encouragingly, as if gesturing for him to continue. Unless he chose this book himself, Harry exclaimed excitedly. I know. After solving the Chamber of Secrets, it proves Hagrid was wronged 50 years ago. Mr. Dumbledore will definitely seize this opportunity to clear Hagrid's name and bring him back to Hogwarts. Let me think. Harry became more and more excited and certain as he spoke. Being a student again is definitely out of the question, and as for a teacher, he might not be qualified enough, but what about an assistant? I remember Hagrid saying that Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, who teaches magical creatures, is quite old and in poor health. With Hagrid's abilities, he could definitely be his teaching assistant. So, there's only one truth. Harry looked up at Sherlock, his eyes shining, and said, Hagrid will be helping Professor Kettleburn teach this class this year. He specially chose this book as the teaching material and even gave it to me as a birthday present. Hearing Harry's words, Sherlock finally burst into laughter. My dear Harry, I've always said that deductive reasoning is contagious. Look, now you're using it to study problems too. Chapter 269 Prison Break. Harry, a little embarrassed by Sherlock's praise, scratched his head. Sherlock, I learned all this from you. It's really nothing. You're right. That's why I suggest you write a letter to our big friend right now. Write a letter to congratulate him on getting the position, Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. Isn't it a bit too early? I know Sherlock, someone who can't keep secrets wouldn't have left this out of my birthday card. It's really illogical. I think he's waiting to surprise us when school starts. No, not that. Sherlock shook his head. Remember what you said last night. No one else could possibly have thought of this. Dear Harry, I ask you to use your imagination. What would happen if Hagrid found his carefully prepared textbook bound tightly by everyone during his first magical creatures protection class? Harry gasped. He'd be dejected and heartbroken, just as Harry had told Sherlock. He knew Hagrid very well. This giant, though burly and imposing, was actually very sensitive. often bursting into tears in front of them over trivial matters. If the situation Sherlock described were to actually occur, it would be a disaster for him. "I'll write it now." Without hesitation, Harry wrote a letter to Hagrid. Firstly, to tell him about the day's events and congratulate him on successfully clearing his name and gaining a new lease on life. Secondly, to remind him that not everyone could find a solution to the bug like Sherlock, and that they needed to prepare in advance. "Please, Hedwig." Only after Hedwig delivered the letter did Harry finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Sherlock. I thought you wouldn't care about these things, normally." "That's true." Sherlock tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "However, if that scene really happens, it will inevitably affect Hagrid's teaching quality. To be frank, I don't doubt Hagrid's personal abilities, but I'm not optimistic about his teaching. I'm still somewhat interested in this course, and to avoid wasting time, it's better to let him resolve this potential problem beforehand." Although Sherlock's words made sense, Harry felt that Sherlock was actually being somewhat insincere. He should actually care about Hagrid too, shouldn't he? Harry glanced at Sherlock furtively, thinking to himself. "I was originally planning to write to him last night," Sherlock said calmly, "but I think it's more appropriate for you to say this, just as I thought. You can be so dishonest sometimes. Let's get back to the point, my friend," Sherlock said, taking 2 more newspapers from the table and handing them to Harry. "I told you last time, reading the newspapers helps you stay informed." Harry took them, puzzled, and saw that Sherlock had given him the Times and the Daily Prophet from the Wizarding World. The Times carried the very news they had seen on television that morning, with a striking headline, "Prison Break." The content was similar to what was on television. The escaped prisoner, Black, was carrying a gun and was extremely dangerous and violent. The public was urged to call the hotline immediately if they saw him. Then there was a picture of Black, exactly the same as on television. Compared to the Times' somewhat vague headline and content about the prison break, the Daily Prophet's content was much more detailed. "Black still at large." The Ministry of Magic confirmed today that Sirius Black is still at large. "He is probably the most wicked prisoner ever held in Azkaban. We are doing everything in our power to bring Black back to justice," Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge said this morning. "We urge the wizarding community to remain calm." Some members of the International Confederation of Wizarding Arts criticized Fudge for informing the Muggle Prime Minister about Black's escape. "Frankly, I had to do it, didn't you know that?" Fudge expressed his indignation in opposition to this statement. "Black is a complete outlaw, and anyone who encounters him is in danger, whether you're a wizard or a Muggle. I have received assurances from the Prime Minister that he will not reveal a word about Black's true identity to anyone. Besides, even if he did, who would believe him? Muggles have been told that Black carries a gun, a type of metal one that Muggles use to kill each other, and the wizarding community fears a repeat of the massacre of 12 years ago. P.S. Black once took 13 lives with a single spell." After reading the main text, Harry looked at Black's photograph. The animated image effect unique to the wizarding world made Black's image even more prominent. His face was sunken, his long hair tangled, and he was slowly blinking at them. Only his blurry eyes seemed somewhat angry. Harry had never encountered a vampire before, but he had seen the pictures in Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Now, the waxy white skin of Black in this picture gave him the impression of a vampire. However, Harry looked at the picture more closely and was surprised to find that Black was unexpectedly handsome. As he grew older, Harry found himself to be very sensitive to things with high aesthetic appeal. This was true for both men and women. That's why he noticed Black's hidden good looks. After reading the Daily Prophet's report, Harry finally understood why a fugitive from the wizarding world would appear on a Muggle television program, and why Sherlock would immediately identify the man as someone who had escaped from Azkaban. "Sirius Black, member of the 28 Holy Pureblood families," Sherlock suddenly said, seeing that Harry had finished reading the report. "What did you say, dear Harry?" "I think you should remember the case we had at Christmas in our first year." "Of course I remember," Harry nodded. "It was that case that made Sherlock famous as the school's consulting detective." "Then you should also remember the criminal's name." Harry didn't have Sherlock's ability to search for information directly in his memory attic. He thought for a moment before exclaiming, "Right, Black. Could he be related to the Black who escaped from prison this time?" "I thought so too, but unfortunately, it seems there's no connection between the two," Sherlock said, taking a book from the bookshelf. "I think you should know that Black is a very famous surname in the wizarding world." "No, I didn't know," Harry thought to himself. After Mr. Abbott's case, I discovered that Mr. Blacklight wasn't in the Black family. However, Sirius Black is a member of the Black family. With that, Sherlock handed the book to Harry. Harry took the book and found its title was The Register of Purebloods, written by Cantankerous Knot. The Black family's initial was B, following only the Abbott, Avery, and Bulstrode families, so Harry easily found descriptions of them. The Black family's history dates back to the Middle Ages. They claim all their ancestors were wizards. This family highly values bloodline, considering themselves as noble as royalty in the wizarding world, while holding muggles, squibs, pureblood traitors, and muggle-born individuals in contempt. The Black family's motto can be found on their family crest, the French phrase toujours pur, meaning forever pure. Following this was the register of the Black family members. But when Harry reached the last line, he frowned. Sirius Black III. The Black family usually names their children after stars, constellations, or galaxies. Names like Cygnus, Regulus, and Arcturus, appear at least twice. As for Sirius, that name has been used for at least 3 generations, which is why this one is called Sirius. Listening to Sherlock recount these details with such familiarity, Harry nodded. So he's dangerous? Obviously. Seeing that Harry had finished a book, Sherlock pulled another book from his desk and gave it to him. I suggest you take a look at this one too, A History of Magic, Bashida Bagshot. Harry immediately noticed the underlined text. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement established a prison on a small island in the frigid waters of the North Sea, known as Azkaban Castle, or simply Azkaban. Azkaban was a terrifying place, guarded by Dementors, a group of horrible creatures called soulless demons. Dementors fed on positive human emotions. Once prisoners were imprisoned for a period of time, they lost all their beliefs, good feelings, and thoughts. The darkest and most terrible memories constantly replayed in their minds. Some went mad, and others died in despair. Due to the terrifying power of the Dementors, Azkaban, built in the 15th century, had never had a successful escape record. Clearly, after nearly 3 centuries, the perfect record has finally been broken. Sherlock's eyes gleamed with a research-like light. I'm really curious to know how Mr. Black managed to escape from Azkaban. Seeing that Sherlock didn't seem nervous, Harry couldn't help but say, Sherlock, you just said he was dangerous? That's right, Sherlock nodded. That's why the Ministry of Magic joined forces with the Muggle world this time. Chapter 270 The Reserved Nature of an Eastern Girl. Sherlock differed from Harry in that he had witnessed far too many cases. This understanding allowed him to know that even in the Muggle world, there were ruthless criminals like Sirius Black. During wartime, there were even more brutal war criminals. Crucially, criminals like Black, who could kill 13 people instantly with a single spell in the streets, were extremely rare. Sherlock had already witnessed the power of the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, he held little hope for Fudge's claim that he would do everything in his power to recapture Black. Looking at the cases he had been involved in, 2 years had passed, and former Ministry of Magic member Wright Black was still at large. John Smith, the mastermind behind the Greek interpreter case, remained at large despite pursuit by both the British and Greek Ministries of Magic. And these were only the cases he knew of. How many more remained unsolved? Scotland Yard was more powerful than the Ministry of Magic, but for a wizard, they could only play a supporting role. Compared to 2 years ago, Sherlock has made significant progress, but he is still no match for a vicious prisoner who managed to escape from Azkaban. His interest in this case stems from 2 reasons. First, the name Sirius Black. The shared surname inevitably reminds him of Wright Black, who was involved in the case of Hannah Abbott's father being framed. Although Wright Black isn't listed in the pureblood register, given that the Black family maintains its purity by expelling half-bloods or squibs, this Blacklight might indeed be a relative of the Black family, or a member who has already been expelled. The second reason is Azkaban. As is well known, the wizarding world, like the Muggle world, does not have the death penalty. Back in 1969, the UK officially abolished the death penalty through a parliamentary vote, with a maximum penalty for the most serious crimes being life imprisonment without parole. Even so, this is one of the later Western European countries to abolish the death penalty. In judicial practice, Britain had not actually carried out the death penalty for a long time before its abolition. The highest punishment in the wizarding world was also life imprisonment, in Azkaban. Because of the existence of Dementors, this life sentence was far more terrifying than in the Muggle world. Sherlock was naturally interested in Black, the first successful escapee in centuries. In the following period, the Holmes couple took Sherlock and Harry out several more times, allowing Harry to fully experience the warmth of family. In his spare time, he also completed his homework. Harry didn't understand why Sherlock had such extensive knowledge about medieval witch burning. But Sherlock had indeed provided a great deal of help with his paper. One Saturday morning, Watson and Hedwig brought mail to Sherlock and Harry one after the other. The difference was that Sherlock received 3 letters, while Harry received a package. Sherlock, I've missed you dearly these past few days. At the family dinner, my uncles mentioned Black. You must already know about his escape from Azkaban, so I won't go into details. He was the first criminal to successfully escape Azkaban, and a fanatical follower of Vader. Once the Dark Mark resurfaces, he'll become Vader's second in command. He lost everything after Harry stopped Vader. Please remind Harry to be careful, according to the elders. Black likely believes that killing Harry will allow Vader to rise again. He's been lying low in Azkaban for 12 years, his escape is a serious matter. Through the frost on the window pane, I saw 3 horned snorts screeching. They said a shadow in black robes was crawling towards your friend Harry. Sirius Black's name echoed in my ears, his head must be filled with angry gnats, like the flapping of butterfly wings on glass. Sherlock, don't let Harry walk alone in the moonlight. The escaped convict carries bite-inducing memories in his pocket, and Harry's eyes are too bright in the dark. Mr. Holmes, I apologize for writing so abruptly, but it is a warning. According to the Azkaban guards, Black was mentally unstable before his escape, often saying in his dreams, he's at Hogwarts, he's at Hogwarts. Therefore, Sirius Black's target after his escape was clear: Harry Potter, who is staying with you. This man is extremely dangerous. Although the Ministry of Magic is keeping quiet, it is already on high alert. Please be sure to increase security. I personally suggest that Mr. Potter stay indoors as much as possible. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic is particularly concerned about your safety. Colleagues may visit in the coming days. Please be aware of the urgency and handle the situation appropriately. Although the 3 people used different wording, they were all saying the same thing: beware of Black. It wasn't Sherlock who was being warned, but Harry. Compared to the warning Sherlock received, the letter Harry received was much more comforting. The wooden thief carving outside the window flutters its wings on the desk, but the quill pen lingers for a long time. Please forgive my clumsiness. I always catch glimpses of your fluttering clothes on the Quidditch pitch, but now I don't know where to begin. First of all, happy birthday. I hope you like my gift. The scarf stitching might not be perfect, but at least it should keep out the biting Scottish winds. Laughs. This holiday, my mother took me to visit the Kunlun Mountains, where snowy owls dance under the moon carrying ice crystals. I saw the frost that has lasted for millennia on the summit of Jade Void Peak. If there's a chance, I'd like to show you the moment the ice soul butterfly awakens from its bud, so much like the spell bursting from the tip of a wand. Perhaps when the new semester begins, we can chat about our new understanding of the water and fire immunity spell in the morning light of the library. Or perhaps we can have a drink at the 3 Broomsticks pub in Hogsmeade. I hope you can offer your valuable advice during the Gryffindor vs Ravenclaw match. Looking forward to your reply. A few ice petals clung to the edge of the letter, creating a magical effect as miniature snowy owls circled around it when unfolded. The handwriting was as neat as a mountain stream, possessing a free and flowing elegance. Unlike Hermione's equally neat handwriting, it held a subtle gentleness and reserve characteristic of an Eastern girl. Perhaps because it was in the Far East, Cho Chang's birthday present hadn't arrived on time. But Harry didn't mind. A gift from afar carries great meaning. Besides, what Cho Chang gave him wasn't a goose feather. It was a hand-knitted scarf, with the golden initials HP embroidered on a bright red background. Harry held the scarf up to his neck, and as the soft edges brushed against his chin, he caught a faint, lingering scent of mugwort. Just as Harry was about to share his joy with his friend, he turned his head and saw Sherlock frowning. Curious, he asked, Sherlock, whose letter is this? A few old friends. Sherlock's gaze swept over the scarf in Harry's hand. Miss Zhang's gift suits you perfectly, my dear Harry. Don't look at me with that surprised look, your expression tells me the answer. It's almost exactly the same as before last Halloween. Looking at the scarf itself, the embroidery of HP is slightly messier than the rest, and the stitches are unusually dense. The vertical line of the H is off to the left, and the circle of the P is crescent-shaped. This is a sign that the stitches were unraveled halfway through. I think this must be her first work." Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry felt a warmth in his heart. Then, Sherlock suddenly changed the subject. "However, I think you probably can't go to Hogsmeade this semester, What?" Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry was completely stunned. He had just been imagining drinking and chatting about life with Cho Chang at the Three Broomsticks pub. But now Sherlock was saying he couldn't go? "Why?" Harry asked urgently, his scarf slipping unnoticed from his shoulder. Before he could finish speaking, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. "Is this the Sherlock Holmes house? I'm Arthur Weasley, Mr. Weasley." Hearing the familiar voice, Harry was immediately startled. Why was Ron's father here? Sherlock, this. Harry instinctively turned to Sherlock for help. Sherlock frowned. When did the Ministry of Magic become so efficient? "If I were him, I would open the door myself." Sherlock's words were like a prophecy. The next moment, they heard Mr. Weasley's voice outside the door. Alohomora, the Sherlock family's door hadn't been counter-enchanted, so a simple unlocking spell opened it. When Harry saw Mr. Weasley's familiar face, he was shocked again. "Seriously? You actually broke down the door?" "Sorry, Harry." "Oh, and Sherlock too." Mr. Weasley seemed delighted to see Sherlock and Harry. But then he awkwardly touched his nose, a gesture exactly like Ron's. "I know this isn't polite, but please believe me, I have my reasons for doing this, and I have already obtained permission from the Ministry of Magic." Harry hadn't yet recovered from Mr. Weasley's surprising actions when Sherlock asked with a grave look, "So, our situation has deteriorated to this point, Sherlock? What are you saying? Let me be frank, Mr. Weasley, your colleague, Mr. Pisket of the Reversal of Accidental Magic Unit, has told me everything." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Mr. Weasley waved his hands in denial upon hearing Sherlock's words. "Sherlock, don't try to trick me this time. The Ministry of Magic has strict confidentiality procedures." "Arnold couldn't possibly." "Is that so?" Seeing that Mr. Weasley was still playing dumb, Sherlock simply countered. Then, "Mr. Weasley, why did Black keep saying in his dreams, 'He's at Hogwarts,' before leaving Azkaban?" What? As soon as Sherlock uttered those words, Mr. Weasley immediately looked utterly astonished. He glanced around, strode into the room, and closed the door behind him. This action puzzled Harry even more. He looked at Sherlock, hesitant to speak. His intuition told him that trouble seemed to be coming his way again. Enough was enough. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. That's the person. Arthur Weasley pulled Sherlock and Harry down to sit, glancing around. "Isn't Mr. Holmes home? Uncle and Aunt Holmes are out on business," Harry immediately asked eagerly. "Mr. Weasley, what happened?" Mr. Weasley didn't answer immediately, but turned to Sherlock. "This. Arnold told you." "What else?" Sherlock retorted. "I couldn't have guessed it myself, could I?" "Really? That Arnold?" Mr. Weasley shook his head, a helpless expression on his face. "In that case, I have no choice but to tell you." Hearing Mr. Weasley's words, Harry perked up immediately. Although he initially didn't understand why Mr. Weasley had come all the way to Sherlock's house, let alone why he was in such a hurry to use magic to open the door, through his conversation with Sherlock, Harry had a vague guess. Judging from Mr. Weasley's expression, he was also planning to tell him. That's good. He hated being kept in the dark. To his surprise, Sherlock said no sooner had Mr. Weasley finished speaking than Mr. Weasley said, "Actually, you're the one who wanted to tell Harry about this, aren't you?" "Huh? What?" Mr. Weasley looked at Sherlock in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. Harry first glanced at Sherlock with the same surprise as Mr. Weasley, then turned his gaze back to Mr. Weasley. He was completely bewildered by Sherlock. What was going on? To get Mr. Weasley off to business quickly, Sherlock spoke rapidly. "First, you just used a lock-picking charm to force your way into my house, yet you insist it was authorized by the Ministry of Magic. If you truly had official authorization, why didn't you contact them through normal channels beforehand? Even Ron has learned to make phone calls. I don't think Mr. Weasley, who's more interested in the Muggle world, wouldn't do the same." This seemingly reasonable but unnecessary caution only exposes your attempt to create the illusion of urgent business to conceal your true purpose. Second, your left lapel button is wrong, and there are small balls of yarn on your cuff, the wool Mrs. Weasley usually uses when knitting sweaters. There's a fresh tear on your left elbow, caused when someone grabbed you urgently. Also, your tie is crooked, and you have noticeable eye bags. You were initially very happy to see Harry, but then showed embarrassment. So I've made a double deduction: you've been under a lot of stress lately. Your happiness upon seeing us stemmed from confirming your safety, while your embarrassment suggests you've gone against the wishes of some people. Among these people are your superiors and your wife. This further suggests that you had an argument with Mrs. Weasley about this matter before you came here. Third, when I mentioned Black was at Hogwarts, your first reaction wasn't to question the veracity of the statement itself, but rather to immediately ask if the person who told me was indeed Mr. Pisgid. This eagerness was as obvious as ink on a blank sheet of paper. Fourth, Mr. Pisgid, as a member of the Reversal of Accidental Magic Task Force, didn't have the authority to interrogate Azkaban prisoners, yet he clearly knew the content of Black's sleep-talking before his escape from Azkaban. Fifth, I received 3 letters, all warning of the escaped Black, but only Mr. Pisgid knew that Harry was staying at our house and even mentioned that someone from the Ministry of Magic would soon be coming to our house. These 3 contradictory behaviors, unusual information, and conflicting authority are enough to reconstruct your struggles within the Ministry of Magic and with your family. Based on my understanding of the Ministry of Magic, Minister Fudge likely treated Harry like a child, yet you objected to his childlike perception of Harry. On the other hand, you've been trying to reconcile your relationship with your wife, ultimately choosing this roundabout way to awaken Harry's sense of crisis. So there's only one truth. Sherlock paused. You, Mr. Arthur Weasley, are the one who truly wants to tell Harry what's going on. Under the surprised gazes of Mr. Weasley and Harry, Sherlock stared intently at Mr. Weasley. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Hiss. Mr. Weasley couldn't help but gasp. He paused for several seconds, then looked at Sherlock and slowly said, if I didn't know you well enough, I'd probably suspect you'd secretly cast legilimency on me. Mr. Weasley, you're not the first person to say that to me. Yes, I can imagine. Mr. Weasley gave a wry smile. As you said, I believe Harry has the right to know all this. I tried to tell Fudge, but he insisted on treating Harry like a child, even though Harry is already 13. Thank you, Uncle Weasley, Harry said, quite moved. He was fed up with being deceived so many times. No need to thank me, Harry. There's no point in not telling you. You know, the entire Ministry of Magic went crazy the moment they learned Black had escaped Azkaban. It's now clear he's after you. Even if Fudge doesn't want it reported, the fact remains. If you hadn't happened to be at Sherlock's house at that time, I would be here on Privet Drive right now. But, your unexpected arrival here is actually more convenient than Privet Drive. Convenient? Convenient in what way? Of course, it's more convenient to monitor, or rather, protect you. We're obviously more cooperative with the Ministry of Magic than the Dursleys. So, Mr. Weasley, you did have an argument with Mrs. Weasley earlier. Yes, Molly believes Harry's absolutely safe at Hogwarts, and telling him the truth would only scare him. Hell, the Ministry of Magic also said Azkaban was absolutely safe, yet someone escaped without anyone noticing, and they even told the Muggle Prime Minister. Ahem, that's what I said too. Molly, however, hoped Harry would have a pleasant time at school, rather than return with such a burden. It's alright, Uncle Weasley, as long as Mr. Dumbledore is at Hogwarts, Black won't be able to get in. Harry finally understood the situation. In short, Sirius Black was looking for him. He took a deep breath and, under Mr. Weasley's worried gaze, said, you know, I'm not trying to be a hero, but honestly, Sirius Black can't be more terrible than Voldemort. Sorry, I didn't mean it. The previously smooth conversation stalled when Harry mentioned Voldemort. Mr. Weasley visibly flinched upon hearing the name. It's alright, Harry. I know you're braver than Fudge thinks, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. So you mean, seeing that Mr. Weasley was still hesitant, Sherlock spoke for him, you want Harry to stay in Hogwarts Castle and not go anywhere until Black is caught, right? Harry was stunned by Sherlock's words. Mr. Weasley paused, then gave a wry smile. You see, nothing escapes your notice. Sorry, Harry, but this is the only thing Molly and I agree on. You and Sherlock have never been the type to stay put. You always sneak off to play. As far as I know. You've already ventured into the Forbidden Forest more than once. But, Harry, Sherlock, you absolutely cannot do that again this year. You know, anything could have happened on the way here from Privet Drive with your uncle. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Thankfully, you made it here safely. For the next period of time, the Ministry of Magic will provide you with tight protection until you enter Hogwarts. It took Harry a long time to recover from his shock. He finally understood why Sherlock had said he couldn't go to Hogsmeade this term. Despite knowing that Sherlock's deductions had never been wrong, he still asked, just in case, "Is that really so, Mr. Weasley? You want me to promise to be a good boy and not leave Hogwarts Castle? Not even Hogsmeade?" Seeing Harry's sullen expression, Mr. Weasley felt a little ashamed, but still nodded. "That's true, but not entirely." Hearing Mr. Weasley say this, Harry, who was already sullen, felt even worse. Not being allowed to leave the castle wasn't enough? What else did he want from him? Sherlock, on the other hand, looked at Mr. Weasley with interest, waiting for him to continue. He could sense that Mr. Weasley had prepared something big. Sure enough, the usually amiable Mr. Weasley became serious. "Harry, I want you to promise me that you will absolutely not go to see Black." Harry was stunned. Mr. Weasley, what are you saying? Sherlock raised an eyebrow, gave a soft "oh," and then revealed a thoughtful look. "Promise me, Harry," Mr. Weasley continued, seemingly oblivious to Harry's surprise. "No matter what happens, you absolutely mustn't go to Black." "But, why should I go to someone I know will kill me?" Harry asked, puzzled. He even wondered if Mr. Weasley had been driven insane by Black's escape. Knowing the other wanted to kill him, why would he go to him? What was this? Was he courting death? Because, a hint of hesitation appeared on Mr. Weasley's face, as if he had some unspeakable secret preventing him from readily telling Harry the truth. "Please, Mr. Weasley, tell me the truth." Seeing his expression, Harry panicked. He said he was 13 and had the right to know the truth. But when it came to crucial questions, he started stammering. Was he playing a trick on him? Thinking this, he turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock." Harry wanted Sherlock to help him persuade Mr. Weasley. To everyone's surprise, after seeing his friend's pleading look, Sherlock immediately gave the answer. "So, Sirius Black is that person, isn't he, Mr. Weasley?" Thanks to reader 20200317133455150 for the generous donation to Chiu Zhang. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 272 Harry Holmes. "Harry, I think you haven't forgotten what happened in Godric's Hollow last summer, have you?" Sherlock looked at Harry and said slowly, "You met your grandparents at Potter's old house." Harry stiffened instinctively at the mention of this, the image of Godric's Hollow flashing through his mind, its old yet familiar atmosphere seeming to wash over him. He steadied himself, his voice tinged with a wistful recollection. "Yes, I remember. I told you then that they were consciously avoiding the presence of someone. This person might be a close friend of your parents, and played a dishonorable role in the events surrounding your parents." Sherlock paused, considering all the clues. "This person is him, Sirius Black." With a boom, Harry felt as if something had exploded in his mind. He abruptly stood up, the movement so sudden that the chair scraped against the floor with a sharp, piercing sound. His gaze, sharp as a sword, instantly locked onto Mr. Weasley, his eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and a hint of impending rage. "Mr. Weasley, is that so?" Arthur Weasley stammered. He had known Harry for 3 years. Especially last summer, when Harry stayed at their house for over a month. He considered himself quite familiar with Harry. He was a kind, generous, intelligent, and brave boy. If he could, he would even use more positive adjectives to describe Harry, but that would seem superfluous. After Black's escape, the Ministry of Magic rushed to Privet Drive to protect Harry. They learned that he had been driven to Sherlock by Vernon Dursley. Because of his special relationship with Harry, Arthur deliberately took some time to learn that Harry had reconciled with the Dursleys. This gave him a deeper understanding of Harry's kindness and generosity. Even after the Dursleys' mistreatment of Harry, Harry had been able to forgive him. He almost thought Harry wouldn't be angry anymore. But at this moment, he saw anger in Harry's eyes. Deep anger. He bet Harry hadn't even shown that look to Voldemort. "Harry, is it him, Sirius Black? Is he a friend of my parents?" "Yes, good, I understand." "Harry, are you alright?" Arthur was worried about Harry's mental state. "I'm fine." Harry smiled at Arthur and said softly, "Don't worry about me. Mr. Weasley. I know Black is strong, so I won't go after him. That would be suicide. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. However, before he could finish speaking, Harry continued, from now on, I will strive to become stronger, strong enough to defeat him, and then I will go after him. Harry, Arthur was immediately shocked. He was able to escape Azkaban. He's the second most powerful person after Voldemort. Even Flitwick and Snape wouldn't dare say they could definitely defeat him. I know, so I will wait until I can beat Professor Snape before going after him. I really hope he won't be caught by the Ministry of Magic so quickly. But if he were caught by the Ministry of Magic so quickly, he wouldn't have escaped from Azkaban in the first place. At this point, Mr. Weasley began to wonder if he should listen to Minister Fudge and his wife Molly and not tell Harry about this. But then he shook his head. Actually, he hadn't said anything. The whole truth was deduced by Sherlock. His arrival had only helped Sherlock confirm his deductions. Enough already. No wonder Snape had always avoided further interaction with Sherlock. That was the reason. Fortunately, it would probably be a long time before Harry's strength reached Snape's level. By then, Sirius might have already been captured. Even if he wasn't, once Harry had Snape's strength, his thoughts would definitely have changed. However, just as Arthur was about to apparate away, Harry suddenly looked up at his head and asked, Uncle Weasley, is the Potter family's shampoo any good? Huh? Arthur was stunned. He hadn't expected Harry to ask that question. Last Christmas, Harry had given him a gift, the Potter family's hair growth shampoo. With its help, his baldness had clearly improved. It works very well, thank you, Harry. Then this year's Christmas present will still be the same. What was all this about? And so, Arthur Weasley left King's Road, heavy with worry. Meanwhile, Harry, knowing that Sirius Black, who had escaped from Azkaban, was after him, wasn't particularly nervous. But when he learned that Sirius was the man his parents' friend, Harry was enraged. Betrayal by friends and family was far more infuriating than murder by an enemy. However, after 2 years with Sherlock, Harry had matured considerably. Just as he had told Arthur Weasley, he wouldn't do anything suicidal. But his desire to become stronger had never been so urgent. Because of this, his originally leisurely summer vacation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Unfortunately, due to the restriction against casting spells outside of school, Harry could only focus on improving his physical fitness. His original plan was to visit Coach Morin at the boxing ring in the alley behind St. Bartholomew's Hospital, just like he had done during his first Christmas when he stayed at Sherlock's house. However, on the very afternoon Arthur Weasley arrived at Sherlock's house, Minister for Magic Fudge visited the Sherlocks again. Unfortunately, just as Mr. Weasley had told Sherlock and Harry, Fudge treated them like children. He only told them that Black was a very dangerous person, and said nothing more. Furthermore, he demanded that Sherlock and Harry stay home for the time being, not go anywhere. It was cannot, not shouldn't. He even met with Sherlock's parents for this purpose. However, even with Sherlock's guardians, he still didn't tell the truth. He didn't mention Black's relationship with Harry's parents, nor did he say that Black left Azkaban to find Harry. He only said that a dangerous person had escaped from the wizarding world, and hoped that Sherlock's parents would fulfill their parental responsibilities and keep a close eye on Sherlock and Harry. This continued until the two went to Hogwarts. On King's Road, he even pointed out that the Ministry of Magic had people patrolling nearby, and that Sherlock and Harry would be warned if they broke the rules. He's teaching me how to do things. Mr. Holmes frowned after Fudge left. I can sense that he wasn't telling us the truth. Harry looked at Mr. Holmes in surprise. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. Sherlock calmly said, "It's obvious. This Minister for Magic is a weak-willed, cowardly, power and money-grubbing man. His deep-seated inferiority complex manifests as arrogance and haughtiness." Sherlock, isn't that a bit harsh? Harry thought Sherlock's words were rather venomous. "I'm just stating the facts," Sherlock said bluntly. Despite his attempts to hide it, I can still see that he's constantly worried about losing his position. The source of this fear is our beloved headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Harry was even more surprised. He could hear the dissatisfaction Sherlock felt towards Dumbledore. To be honest, having someone like that as Minister for Magic isn't a big problem in peacetime, but in an emergency. Sherlock shook his head, not finishing his sentence. Harry fell silent. Magic was forbidden, and now even outdoor activities were prohibited. In that case, it was better to return to Hogwarts sooner rather than later. Fortunately, Sherlock quickly devised a way to exercise without leaving home. Push-ups and sit-ups, this combination could be done indoors. With the start of school fast approaching, on the morning of the day 3 days before school started, the Sherlock family's phone rang. Harry, who happened to be nearby, answered. Hello, Mr. Holmes, this is Hermione. Could you please speak to Sherlock for me? Dead memories began to flood Harry's mind. He finally understood how Gemma felt when he called her Mrs. Holmes. It was incredibly awkward. However, he wasn't Gemma, and unlike her, he wouldn't casually say something like, please call me Harry Holmes. Instead, he coughed and stated his identity. Hermione, this is Harry. What? You're Harry. Why are you at Sherlock's house? And why didn't you identify yourself immediately? Even though he couldn't see her, Harry could already imagine Hermione's furious expression. He said somewhat helplessly, I didn't know it would be you on the other end. I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already started greeting me. When I heard that it wasn't Sherlock answering the phone, and it was a man, I naturally assumed it was Uncle Holmes. Yes, that's what I thought when I called Sherlock too. Harry thought to himself. But the problem is, you can tell it's not Sherlock speaking, so why can't you recognize it's me? However, Harry wisely didn't continue arguing with Hermione about this issue. He decisively changed the subject and asked, Sherlock is upstairs. Do you need me to call him for you? No need, it's the same as telling you, I'm back from France. How about we go to Diagon Alley the day after tomorrow? My parents will drop me off at King's Cross Station in the morning. We're planning to stay there this time. The day after tomorrow is the last day of summer vacation. I'm fine with that, but Harry didn't know how to start. He hadn't told Hermione and Ron about his restricted movement, so he really didn't know if he could go to Diagon Alley before school started. Who knows, they might just go straight to Diagon Alley and buy everything they need. But what? Just as Harry was letting his thoughts wander, Hermione on the other end of the phone noticed his long silence and became puzzled. Although Harry hadn't explained why he was at Sherlock's house, it wasn't surprising to Hermione. After all, she'd been to Sherlock's house more than once during holidays. Chapter 273 He is Britain. Hermione spent a rather long time in France this summer, which is why she didn't visit Sherlock's house. So it's not surprising that Harry, in England, would drop by. But, arranging a time to go shopping in Diagon Alley together is a simple matter. Why hesitate for so long? Just then, she suddenly heard Harry say, Sherlock, it's Hermione on the phone. Hermione's heart leaped with joy. Harry, quickly give the phone to Sherlock. Harry, she was just saying it would be the same if she talked to me, but now, upon hearing Sherlock's voice. Muttering this to himself, Harry handed the phone to Sherlock. Hermione, you're back. Yes, I just got back. Hearing Sherlock's familiar voice, Hermione seemed cheerful. I was just talking to Harry about going to Diagon Alley together the day after tomorrow. Is that okay? No problem. Sherlock glanced at his watch. Meet me at Gringotts Bank at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. That's perfect. Hermione was very satisfied with Sherlock's quick thinking. Then you can tell Ron too. I'll talk to you later. We can talk when we meet. Sherlock faintly heard Mr. Granger's voice on the phone, and then Hermione quickly hung up. Hermione mistook me for Uncle Sherlock. Harry offered a perfunctory explanation as Sherlock hung up the phone, then asked, puzzled, Sherlock, can we go out tomorrow? Did Minister Fudge tell us to stay here until school starts and not go anywhere? Sherlock chuckled. My dear Harry, I remember you only promised Ron's father you wouldn't go anywhere else after school starts. You didn't make any promises to Fudge. That's true, but if the ministry doesn't agree, we won't be able to go anywhere, right? He said last time that there were still people from the ministry guarding this place. Was he just trying to scare us? No, the ministry does have people guarding this area. So far, there have been 3 shifts. That alone shows they're taking your safety seriously. Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise. You? How do you know? Did Mr. Weasley tell you, or did you find out yourself? I found out myself. Don't look so surprised, my dear friend. Those guys at the ministry are probably too confident. Their methods of concealing their presence are utterly clumsy, but this is a good thing. If I were serious, I definitely wouldn't choose to act here, but if that's the case, wouldn't we be unable to go to Diagon Alley? Just ask someone for help. Who? Sherlock smiled without saying a word and dialed the number right in front of Harry. Almost instantly, the call was connected, and a voice came from the other end. Help, that's rare. I didn't expect you to think of calling me. It was him. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He was all too familiar with its voice. During the Christmas holidays of 1991, he received the call here and heard the other person's voice for the first time. Now that voice came from the phone again, he immediately recognized it. He might not even recognize someone speaking directly in front of him. It was Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock's older brother, who was 7 years older than him. But wasn't Sherlock trying to solve the Ministry of Magic's surveillance problem? What use would calling his brother be? Harry thought to himself, even if Mycroft was powerful, as a muggle, he couldn't possibly influence the Ministry of Magic, could he? With this question in mind, Harry witnessed what a high-level game was like in the next few minutes. Sherlock cut straight to the point, saying, "Harry and I are going to Diagon Alley tomorrow." A clear clinking of a teaspoon against a glass came from the other end of the line. "Planning to buy books before school starts? My silly brother, my time is precious. Don't bother calling just to tell me this. An owl has been perched on my windowsill for 3 hours. Its droppings have corroded the stained glass. My dear brother, I thought you'd rather observe the chemical composition of bird droppings than complain about their habitats. They've detained 2 13-year-old wizards simply because some escapee might come to this area. Harry and I need to be at Gringotts at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow, with my friends, to prepare for the new term. Is it that little girl who can recite textbooks by heart and that red-haired boy? My dear brother, I thought you were past the age of playing spies this January. Playing dumb doesn't suit you, Mycroft. You should know perfectly well that this is pointless, and you should know even better what it means that I was able to get this phone number." A long sip of tea broke the silence. Yes, it's quite a surprise that my own phone is calling Downing Street. Should I quote a wording from the Daily Prophet's communication between the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle Prime Minister, Mycroft? No one else in all of Britain would use such language. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line, followed by the rustling of fabric. Harry guessed that Mycroft was sitting up straight in his down chair. "I almost forgot, the Ministry of Magic is even more useless than Scotland Yard. Those stupid goldfish have unknowingly revealed their information. Tell me, do you need me to make the Ministry's security systems malfunction when you leave tomorrow morning?" Harry noticed a noticeable smile finally appearing on Sherlock's lips. "Ideally, to confuse their memories, making them think we never left home. If possible, replace the CCTV footage with yes, Prime Minister." A soft chuckle came from the other end. "Very specific of a request. Unfortunately, I can't do it. You should know very well that I'm just a lowly clerk employed by a government department. In fact, I've only just passed my probation period." "No, you can. I can't. Mycroft, you don't want Mom to know what you've been doing all this time, do you?" "Goodbye, Sherlock. I will never accept threats against me, even from my brother." The dial tone sounded, and Sherlock angrily slammed the receiver back into the booth. Harry was about to say a few words of comfort when he saw Sherlock's smile widen. "Sherlock, Harry was a little confused. "What was this all about?" "It's kind of funny," Sherlock said, shaking his head and laughing. "Mycroft is even more capable than I imagined. Things are getting more and more interesting." "Sorry, Sherlock, I don't understand what you're talking about. In just 1 year, he has become an indispensable figure in the Queen's government." But Mycroft says he's just a clerk." Sherlock's smile widened as he handed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline, "Ministry of Magic Increases Security Patrols," prominently featured a dynamic photo of Fudge shaking hands with a Muggle Prime Minister. However, Harry knew that this wasn't what Sherlock wanted him to see. He looked more closely and indeed noticed a figure holding a black umbrella behind the Prime Minister. If it were a Muggle camera, Harry might not have recognized him. But under a wizard's camera, the person was incredibly clear. "My dear Harry, please trust my judgment." Under Harry's incredulous gaze, Sherlock slowly said, "In time, at some point, he will be England." After saying this, Sherlock instructed Harry to inform Ron to meet him in Diagon Alley the day after tomorrow. Over the next day, Harry imagined many scenarios. For example, like their adventure in the Forbidden Forest at school, he could wear the invisibility cloak, and Sherlock could use his incredibly powerful stealth skills to sneak off to Diagon Alley. Or perhaps Mycroft, with his sharp tongue but kind heart, would actually use some magical means to disrupt the Ministry of Magic's security measures, such as transferring ministry personnel. Or perhaps the Muggle government would directly intervene and mediate with the ministry. This scenario was too high level, but given Sherlock's higher regard for Mycroft, Harry felt it wasn't impossible. Of course, Harry didn't even consider the possibility of giving up on going to Diagon Alley. Since Sherlock said they could go, they definitely could. The next question was how to get there. Despite Harry's overestimation of Mycroft's abilities, he was still stunned when the Ministry of Magic's car appeared before them on the morning before school started. "Hello, I'm Arnold Pisgod, a member of the Ministry of Magic's Reversal of Accidental Magical Events team. I'm here today to escort Mr. Holmes and Mr. Potter to Diagon Alley, as ordered." After a mechanical self-introduction, Pisgod relaxed completely, extending his hand to Holmes. "Long time no see, Mr. Holmes." "Indeed, long time no see, Mr. Pisgod," Sherlock replied, unsurprised by Pisgod's presence. "Shall we depart now?" "Of course. Are you alone with Mr. Potter?" "Your guardians, my parents, are very reassured with you accompanying us. Thank you for your trust." Even sitting in the back seat with Sherlock, Harry remained incredulous. The Ministry of Magic had actually arranged for them to be taken to Diagon Alley. Such a thing? Amazing. "In a little while, he will be England," Sherlock's words began to echo in Harry's ears. At that moment, Mycroft Holmes's status in Harry's mind rose infinitely. Chapter 274 Hermione the Blackie. Although Sherlock had told Harry that Arnold Pisgod was a former student of Professor Flitwick and had helped Sherlock solve the case of the Greek interpreter, Harry still felt uncomfortable talking to Sherlock in his presence. Moreover, judging from Pisgod's appearance, he himself seemed unaware that his pickup was due to Mycroft's influence, assuming it was an internal ministry arrangement. This made Harry even more hesitant to bring it up. However, his attention was quickly drawn to something else. The car sent by the ministry appeared unremarkable, but it easily navigated several narrow gaps during its journey. According to common sense in the Muggle world, this was impossible. Compared to Mr. Weasley's flying Ford Anglia, it was quite remarkable. Because of this, they were almost unaffected by traffic and quickly arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. However, as they prepared to enter Diagon Alley, Pisgod announced that he wouldn't be going in with them. "Since we've come all this way, of course we should have a drink." Pisgod winked at Sherlock. "Mr. Holmes, I don't think you'll mind, will you?" "Of course," Sherlock, having anticipated this, readily agreed. "We'll come find you when we leave, but you must promise to stay in Diagon Alley and not go to any dangerous places." "Okay, you mean Nocturne Alley?" Harry's eyes narrowed sharply. "Ahem, Mr. Holmes, don't always do this, you'll have no friends later." "Don't worry, we won't go." Pisgod was quite reassured by Sherlock's promise, so he quickly dragged old Tom off for a drink. Harry was also pleased. He and Sherlock went to the backyard, where Harry consciously took out his wand, tapped the third brick from the left above the trash can, and then took a step back. Looking at the archway opening in the wall leading to Diagon Alley, Harry couldn't help but whisper, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Every time he came here, Harry's mood would improve. The long, cobblestone street was lined with some of the world's most fascinating magical shops. At this moment, even the threat posed by Sirius Black was forgotten. Sherlock glanced at Harry, knowing what he was thinking. "Let's go to Gringotts first." Arriving at Gringotts, they found they had some time to spare, so Sherlock accompanied Harry to the underground vault to refill his money pouch. This was Sherlock's first glimpse into the Potter family's wealth. It was truly legendary. Back at the Gringotts entrance, while waiting for Hermione and Ron, Harry finally had a chance to ask, "Sherlock, what's going on? Why did the Ministry of Magic send us to Diagon Alley? Was this arranged by Mycroft?" "Obviously, my friend. Mycroft, your brother, is he really that powerful?" "I already told you, it's a piece of cake for him." Even though Sherlock had told him beforehand, Harry still felt a sense of disbelief when faced with the facts. A Muggle, actually influencing the Ministry of Magic's decision. "This is unbelievable." Harry had barely finished speaking when a clear voice rang out. "What's unbelievable, Hermione?" Just hearing that voice made Harry smile happily. But when he turned around and saw the owner of the voice, he was startled. "Good heavens, how did you become Dean?" "What are you talking about?" Hermione said reproachfully. "I've just gotten a little tanned." Harry's statement was indeed a bit exaggerated. In fact, Hermione's exposed skin had only turned wheat-colored, far from being a dark-skinned person like Dean. It was just that her original skin was very fair, so the contrast was obvious, which made Harry feel this way. Hermione looked at Sherlock, her eyes showing the joy of her long-awaited reunion. She stepped forward generously and gave Sherlock and Harry a hug each. "My dear Hermione, you've learned the romance of the French, Sherlock said calmly. The West Coast is sunny, so I suggest you prepare sunscreen next time. Hearing Sherlock's words, Hermione hesitated for a moment. Sherlock, you prefer those with lighter skin? Sherlock was taken aback. No, this isn't a matter of personal preference, it's just advice for your health. Ultraviolet rays have strong penetrating power and can directly damage skin cells. If you're exposed to ultraviolet rays for a long time without protection, your skin will experience sunburn symptoms such as redness, swelling, pain, and peeling. This is because ultraviolet rays damage the stratum corneum and epidermal cells of the skin, leading to impaired skin barrier function and triggering an inflammatory response. Hermione, what was I expecting? Hermione took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to complain, and then turned to Harry. So what did you guys just say was unbelievable? Let's wait until Ron gets here. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Otherwise I'll have to explain it to him again. Hermione, Cyrillic letter deck. So what if I have to explain it to him separately? Hermione was 14 years old, in the prime of her youth. Ever since Sherlock rescued her from the Chamber of Secrets again last school year, he had become her hero, the one who would come to her rescue whenever she cried out. After that, Hermione's attitude towards Sherlock began to become subtle. But Sherlock seemed completely oblivious to this. Although she knew that was just his personality, it still made Hermione feel helpless. She took another deep breath, suppressing her distracting thoughts, and began to recount her recent travel experience. France boasts exceptional beaches, thanks to its long coastline bordering the Mediterranean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the English Channel. This time, Hermione's family spent nearly 2 months there, naturally indulging in a feast for the eyes. Just as she was mentioning the soft, fine sand of the Crozon Peninsula, a perfect place to enjoy the sun and sand, Ron appeared at the Gringotts entrance. He didn't care about the atmosphere and interrupted Hermione immediately. Hi, you're here so early. Ron, who hadn't gotten a tan from Egypt, had more noticeable freckles on his face. Hermione glared at him immediately. Ron, don't you know when you're talking? When? Ron, of course, had no idea what Hermione was thinking, only feeling confused when he heard Sherlock say, "You're late." "It's 10:05, please, Sherlock," Ron said helplessly. "We did agree to meet at 10, but there's no need to be precise to the minute, is there? You said we were early." "Ron, you make a good point, I'm speechless." "Okay, I'm late. By the way, my whole family is staying at the Leaky Cauldron tonight." Ron became very excited when he mentioned this. "Harry, why don't you stay here tonight too? I just asked old Tom, and there are still rooms available. That way, you can come with us to King's Cross Station tomorrow." Harry already told Ron he was staying at Sherlock's when he wrote to him the day before yesterday. That's why Ron thought it would be too much trouble for Harry to go back. So he came up with this idea. Oh, Harry hesitated, looking at Sherlock. "Maybe we should just forget it. I don't want to cause any more trouble for the Ministry of Magic." Sherlock nodded. "No need to create unnecessary complications. No need to cause trouble for the Ministry of Magic. No need to create unnecessary complications." Hermione immediately asked, "What exactly happened? Is it what you were talking about earlier? Wait, did I miss something?" Hearing their conversation, Ron immediately sensed a gossip brewing. Harry looked at Sherlock. "Can we talk about it now?" "Yes, let's find a place to sit down and talk about it slowly." The four of them sat down at Florent Fosco's ice cream shop and ordered 4 ice cream drinks. Harry then recounted how Mr. Weasley and Minister Fudge had come to see him. When he finished, Ron was stunned, while Hermione covered her mouth with her hands. After a moment, she lowered her hands and whispered, "So Sirius Black escaped from prison to find you? Good heavens, Harry, you have to be careful, very careful. Don't go looking for trouble." "I'm not looking for trouble." Harry was annoyed by Hermione's words. "Trouble always comes looking for me." Hermione felt a little embarrassed. She looked at Sherlock and, seeing that he didn't seem particularly nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, Harry, but I don't think you'd go looking for a madman who wants to kill you, right?" "Yes, I'll wait until I'm strong enough to defeat him." Hearing Harry's words, Hermione and Ron breathed a slight sigh of relief. Harry had made it clear that Sirius Black was incredibly powerful, the kind of wizard who could hold his own against Snape and Flitwick. Their strength was undeniable. The former could fight Lockhart, who was under Voldemort's control, to a draw, and the latter was a dueling champion in his youth. Even with Harry's extraordinary talent, reaching their level of power would require him to be an adult. By then, Black might already be captured. After all, this was the first time the wizarding world had enlisted the help of muggles, and the combined efforts of both worlds to find a fugitive demonstrated the intensity of the manhunt. However, I never imagined your brother was so capable, Hermione said, looking at Sherlock in disbelief. Before this, I never thought a muggle could influence the Ministry of Magic's decisions. Please, Hermione, that's Sherlock's brother. Ron wasn't surprised at all. He said casually, we met him when we lived at Sherlock's house. He's even better than Sherlock. Sherlock himself admitted it. Sherlock nodded. His observational skills and mastery of reasoning are indeed superior to mine. The four chatted for a while longer, paid for their ice cream, and crossed the street towards Flourish and Blott's. Compared to Sherlock and Harry, Hermione and Ron were clearly more worried about Black's threat. However, when they entered the bookstore, they were captivated by an astonishing scene before them. Chapter 275 Infinite Alternative Training. Flourish and Blott's. The place that used to house the enormous, gilded magic books was now a large iron cage. Inside were about 100 copies of the Book of Monsters. Clearly, even the bookstore manager didn't know how to handle them, so he simply locked them together. The result was a furious wrestling match, like crickets locked in a cage, biting and fighting, with torn pages flying everywhere. Seeing four young wizards enter, the manager hurriedly approached. You're not all from Hogwarts, are you? Here to buy new books? Yes, Ron said. We need. The manager first showed a hint of helplessness, then impatiently shoved Ron aside. Please move aside. He then put on a thick pair of gloves, picked up a thick, knotted stick, and walked towards the iron cage containing the Book of Monsters. Wait a minute, Harry said hurriedly, seeing the manager seemingly about to get a book. I already have this book. You already have it. The manager's face immediately lit up with relief. Thank goodness, I've already been bitten 5 times this morning. As he spoke, he showed the group his torn gloves and his knotted stick. Just then, a loud tearing sound came from the side. Everyone looked towards the iron cage and saw 2 copies of the Monster Book of Monsters, grabbing the third one and tearing it apart. Stop. Stop, the manager shouted, sticking the stick between the iron bars and opening the books. I'm never storing these books again, never. Which teacher chose them as textbooks? It's driving me crazy, the manager yelled hysterically, clearly on the verge of madness, launching into a frantic rant. We've had 200 copies of the Book of Invisibility before, and I thought nothing could be worse. Those books are so expensive, and we still haven't been able to find them. Okay, enough about that. Do you need any other books? Harry looked at the manager with pity. Well, although I already have that book, my friends don't. Oh, no. The manager stared at Harry in shock, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Then, a look of pain crossed his expression. But as a businessman, he had to face the situation. He took a deep breath and, with unwavering courage, strode toward the large iron cage. Wait, just then, Sherlock suddenly called out to the manager. What, you don't want them anymore? The manager looked at Sherlock with delight. Sherlock looked at Harry and pointed to the iron cage. Harry, you go get it. Harry looked at Sherlock in surprise. Me, Hermione, Ron, and the manager also looked at Sherlock in surprise. Are you crazy? The manager held out his gloved hand. I already said I've been bitten 5 times this morning. 5 times. Are you sure you want to get the book yourself? Of course, Sherlock said firmly. Hearing Sherlock's words, Harry understood. Now only he and Sherlock knew how to deal with these books. If they could just take them out and run their spines along them, these incredibly violent books would immediately become docile. The key was how to take one book out of these 100 books that were fighting each other. This must be Sherlock's test for him, right? If he couldn't even do something like this, how would he face Sirius Black in the future? Yes, that must be it. Harry quickly convinced himself. Alright, it would be even better if you could get them yourselves. Seeing that Harry, the person involved, had no objections, the manager handed him the gloves and stick. Harry took the tools, swallowed hard, and prepared to retrieve the book. No, however, just then, whether it was a sudden pang of conscience or professional instinct, the manager suddenly realized, I can't let customers do this kind of thing. You're still young wizards, it would be terrible if you got bitten. He then tried to snatch the gloves and stick from Harry's hands again. Harry instinctively took a step back, and then felt his hands lighten. Just when the manager thought he could get the gloves and stick back, someone was faster than him. In a flash, everyone saw the gloves and stick in Sherlock's hands. So fast, The manager was startled by Sherlock. "Who is this guy?" Sherlock glanced at the gloves, smiled, tossed them back to Harry, and then picked up the stick and walked towards the cage. Hermione was startled and instinctively cried out, "No, no there, Harry, Ron," and the bookstore manager all looked at Hermione. This made Hermione blush. Her words seemed somewhat ambiguous. Fortunately, her skin color had darkened, so it wasn't noticeable. Just then, Sherlock walked to the iron cage and, like the manager before him, stuck his stick into it. However, unlike the manager, Sherlock's stick had a purpose. Most of the books were pushed aside, with only a few pushed to a corner of the cage. At that moment, with lightning speed, he reached into the cage with his other hand and pulled out a book. Two other books nearby saw Sherlock's hand and opened their mouths to bite at it. Unfortunately, Sherlock was too fast, and they both missed. After taking out the book, Sherlock ran his hand along the spine from top to bottom. The book immediately shuddered, just like that night, and then lay quietly open in Sherlock's hand. Sherlock handed the book to Hermione amidst their astonished gazes. "It's simple, isn't it? Oh my god, holy crap, is that even possible?" Hermione, Ron, and the manager once again looked on in shock. Especially the manager. As he himself had said, he'd been bitten 5 times this morning alone. The thick gloves and the stick covered in knots were proof. He hadn't expected that this little wizard would solve the problem that had plagued him for almost a month so easily. Harry already knew how to deal with the book, so his surprise was the least. With Sherlock demonstrating, Harry knew what to do. He took a deep breath, took the stick from Sherlock, and put on the gloves. After all, he wasn't confident he could succeed like Sherlock on the first try. His caution proved correct. Separating the books with a stick was simple, but as he pulled one out, it seized the opportunity and bit him hard. Even with the gloves, it felt like a dog bite. It hurt quite a bit. Once the book was out, things were much easier. Harry ran his hand along the spine of the book, just like Sherlock had done, and it immediately quieted down. Handing the book to bewildered Ron, Harry was about to return the gloves and stick to the shopkeeper when Sherlock stopped him. Harry looked at Sherlock with a puzzled expression. The latter said to him, "Continue." Harry immediately understood and resumed his actions without a word. The shopkeeper also saw through Harry's intentions, but he didn't stop him. To the shopkeeper, making the books obedient was exactly what he wanted. Next, Harry repeatedly poked the stick into the iron cage, tapping the books to separate them, then seizing the opportunity to pull one out, smooth it out, and quiet it down. Again and again. Practice makes perfect, and after being bitten a few times, Harry's movements became increasingly skillful, and he was no longer bitten. Later, Hermione and Ron, finding it amusing, joined in. Seeing the three of them enjoying themselves, Sherlock smiled and handed his book list to the manager. "Prepare 3 sets according to this list, except for the Monster Book of Monsters." The manager nodded and hurriedly went to find the books. When he returned, he found over 100 copies of the Monster Book of Monsters neatly and quietly laid out on the floor in the large iron cage. At that moment, the manager couldn't help but burst into tears. Heaven knows how much pain he had been enduring. Looking at these 4 young wizards, he felt that they must be angels who had come to redeem him under the guidance of Merlin's spirit. Out of gratitude, the manager gave all the books the 4 wanted to buy a 50% discount. Originally, he had planned to give them away for free. However, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione wanted to buy quite a lot of books, 3 bulging bags. Giving them away for free would be a real burden for him. But a 50% discount was already a very good deal. Ron was the happiest of all. Because every year before the start of the school year, textbooks were always the most expensive expense. "I should have called Ginny along, she wanted to come with me anyway," Ron said, glancing at Harry. Sherlock and Hermione exchanged a smile, while Harry looked a little embarrassed. All 4 knew that Ginny's offer to come with Ron was just a pretext. Ron continued, but Mother was worried and insisted on coming with her, along with Percy, Fred, and George. Undoubtedly, as the youngest child and only girl in the Weasley family, Ginny was the most pampered. So, such treatment was not surprising at all. Next, they had the bookstore staff deliver the books they had bought to the Leaky Cauldron, while they went to the apothecary to replenish the ingredients needed for potions class. After that, it was time to change clothes. The 4 were in puberty, their height and weight increasing rapidly, and secondary sexual characteristics beginning to appear. This was especially true for the 3 boys. Sherlock and Ron were both considered tall for their age. Harry was a bit small and thin when he first started school, but he's grown quite a bit in the last 2 years. As a result, the three of them found their school uniform trousers and sleeves several inches too short. So the four of them went to Madame Malkin's robes shop to buy new ones. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.